Welcome to my channel. In my channel, you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Naruto. I'm in the Uchiha clan, and the terms evolve infinitely. Part 1. Year 48 of Konoha. Late night. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds, inside a cramped wooden shack. Uchiha Shingitsu opened his eyes abruptly. A sharp, intense pain exploded from the depths of his mind, as if someone had forcibly crammed a stranger's life into his memories. Konoha. Uchiha. The Nine Tails Rebellion ended 3 years ago. Shingitsu sat up on the bed, his expression changing bit by bit. He had transmigrated. And he had transmigrated into the world of the Hokage. Even worse, his current identity was that of an orphan of the Uchiha clan. 9 years old. His parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. No backing. No resources. Only a dilapidated wooden shack and the meager monthly subsidy issued by the clan. If it were only that, it would be fine. What truly made Shingitsu's scalp tingle was the current timeline. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the suspicion of the Uchiha clan by Konoha's higher-ups had been completely brought out into the open. The Uchiha were driven to the edge of the village. The Konoha military police force was isolated. The conflict between the clan members and the villagers grew deeper and deeper. And in a few more years, that night of the massacre that would alter the fate of the Uchiha would arrive. By then, the entire Uchiha clan grounds would turn into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The elderly, women, and children, none would be spared. Only Uchiha Sasuke would be left behind. In other words, if I do nothing, I will also die that night in a few years. Shingitsu took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning cold. When others transmigrate, they are either geniuses or possess Kage-level bloodlines. But look at him. Starting off as an Uchiha orphan. With a future bound to the massacre package. What kind of hellish difficulty is this? Just then, a faint, extremely slight rustle came from outside the window. An ordinary person might not have heard it at all. But Shingitsu had inherited the basic ninja training memories of this body. That was not the sound of the wind. It was the sound of footsteps. Someone was outside the house. And there was more than one. Shingitsu's body tensed instantly. He did not get up immediately but pretended not to have noticed anything, remaining seated by the bed, head lowered as if lost in thought. Outside the window, two black shadows landed silently on the courtyard wall. They wore masks without any markings, their presence cold, their movements clean and efficient. Root. Shingitsu recognized their identity almost instantly. Konoha's Anbu had their own operational habits. But Root was different. They were more like tools with their emotions erased. At this time, the only ones who would sneak into the edge of the Uchiha clan grounds in the dead of night and target an orphan were Danzo's men. Target confirmed. Uchiha Shingitsu, 9 years old, parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, no direct relatives. Sharingan not awakened. Chakra levels are ordinary. Low salvage value. Should we take him? A low voice reached Shingitsu's ears. Salvage. A flicker of coldness flashed in Shingitsu's eyes. In the eyes of Root, Uchiha clan members were not people. They were experimental materials. They were eyes that could be transplanted. They were future consumables for Izanagi. Another Root ninja said indifferently, Lord Danzo has ordered that since the Uchiha clan's emotions have been unstable recently, we need to collect more samples. The target has no relatives, so even if he disappears, it won't cause much of a stir. Take him. As the words fell, one of them vaulted directly through the window. His movements were light, and there was almost no sound when he landed. But the moment he entered the room, Shingitsu had lowered his head, hiding the killing intent in his eyes. He was no match for them right now. At least not on the surface. The opponent was an official ninja. And he was just an Uchiha orphan who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy. A head-on collision would mean certain death. But Shingitsu was very clear about one thing. A ninja's battle was never just about chakra and ninjutsu. Intelligence, the environment, and psychology could all kill. The Root ninja walked behind Shingitsu, his voice cold. Uchiha Shingitsu, come with us. Shingitsu slowly looked up, his face showing just the right amount of panic. Who are you? The Root ninja did not answer. He reached out to grab Shingitsu's shoulder. At this very instant, Shingitsu threw himself backward abruptly. The kunai hidden in his sleeve slid into his palm. PFF'd. The kunai stabbed directly into the opponent's wrist. The Root ninja's pupils constricted slightly. He clearly hadn't expected a 9-year-old Uchiha orphan to dare to resist. And even less did he expect the opponent to strike so decisively. But his reaction was extremely fast, his other hand immediately formed hand signs. You're courting death. Shingitsu did not hesitate in the slightest. After his first strike succeeded, he overturned the oil lamp he had prepared by the bed. Splash! Lamp oil spilled out. The flames exploded instantly. The cramped room was illuminated by the fire. The moment the root ninja's vision was obstructed, Shingitsu threw himself toward the wooden cabinet nearby. The cabinet collapsed, scattering a large amount of wire and shuriken. These were not prepared on the fly. They were things the original owner had accumulated over time to practice shurikenjutsu. After discovering someone outside, Shingitsu had already calculated everything in the environment he could utilize. The wire entangled the root ninja's ankles. Shuriken flew out from the firelight. Clang, clang, clang. The root ninja swung his blade to block. However, the next moment, his expression changed. Because the target of those shuriken was not his body. It was the roof beam. Crack. The roof beam, made brittle by the fire, suddenly snapped. The entire roof collapsed with a boom. Just as the root ninja was about to retreat, Shingitsu lunged at him. He was very clear. He only had one chance. If he let the opponent gain distance and use ninjutsu, he would undoubtedly die. So he had to stay close. He had to be crazy. He had to trade his life for the opponent's. Madman. The root ninja growled. He had never seen such a brat. He was clearly only 9 years old, his strength was pitifully weak, but his strikes were so ruthless he didn't seem like a living person. Shingitsu's left shoulder was slashed open by a short blade, blood gushing out instantly. But his expression did not change in the slightest. Borrowing the sharp pain of his torn wound, his body moved even faster. The kunai stabbed toward the opponent's throat. The root ninja sneered. Too slow. He tilted his head to dodge and backhanded a palm toward Shingitsu's chest. But just at this moment, Shingitsu's other hand suddenly released. A lit explosive tag drifted down from his palm. The root ninja's pupils shrank sharply. Boom. The explosion rang out in the dead of night. Half the wall of the wooden shack was blown away. Flames shot up into the sky. The other root ninja on the courtyard wall changed expression and immediately rushed into the fire. As soon as he landed, he saw his companion lying in the ruins, a kunai stuck in his neck, already lifeless. And that Uchiha brat was standing in the firelight, covered in blood. His left shoulder was torn open by a blade wound. His chest was scorched black. But he wasn't dead. Shingitsu lowered his head, breathing rapidly. He had won the gamble just now. The explosive tag wasn't meant to blow the opponent to death. It was to force the opponent to reveal a flaw. The real killer move was the final blade strike under the cover of the explosion. The root ninja stared at Shingitsu, his voice cold to the extreme. You dare to kill a member of Root. Shingitsu slowly looked up. The firelight reflected on his face. It also reflected the crimson color slowly rotating in the depths of his eyes. One Tomo. Sharingan. The root ninja's body stiffened abruptly. Sharingan. At the same time, a cold voice rang out in Shingitsu's mind. Causality of the host's death changed, detected. Causality trait system successfully bound. Killed one root chunin, obtained white trait, basic taijutsu enhancement. Awakened Sharingan for the first time, obtained blue trait, mental resistance. Current newbie rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special trait, causality perception. Shingitsu looked at the root ninja before him, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Originally, he had been worried he wouldn't survive the night. Now it seemed, it wasn't him who should be worried. But these people who treated the Uchiha as materials. The root ninja drew his short blade, his killing intent exploding. Uchiha Shingitsu, you must die. Shingitsu gripped the kunai tightly, the one tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. Is that so? Then let's see you try. Amidst the flames. The boy revealed the fangs belonging to the Uchiha for the first time. The flames were still burning. Broken wooden beams crackled, the half-collapsed roof teetered on the verge of falling, and scorching smoke churned in the night air. Uchiha Shenyu stood in the center of the ruins. His left shoulder was still bleeding. His chest felt stifled from the impact of the explosive tag, and every breath felt like a knife scraping against his lungs. Yet, his eyes were frighteningly bright. The one Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated. Deep within his scarlet pupils, the figure of the root ninja before him was reflected. The opponent wore a grayish-white mask, making it impossible to see their expression. But Uchiha Shenyu could feel it. This root ninja was angry. It wasn't because his companion had died. In a place like Root, there was no such thing as normal camaraderie. What angered him was that a 9-year-old Uchiha orphan dared to resist Root. Dared to kill a member of Root. More importantly, this Uchiha brat, originally assessed as having low recycling value, had awakened the Sharingan between life and death. What did this mean? It meant he was no longer just ordinary material. He was a pair of growing eyes. The Root ninja's voice was cold and sinister. Uchiha Shenyu. It seems the intelligence was wrong. You are not without value. Uchiha Shenyu grinned, his face pale, but his smile was icy. So what? Planning to gouge out my eyes and offer them to Danzo. The Root ninja's pupils contracted slightly. The mask covered his face, but the momentary shift in his aura was still captured by Uchiha Shenyu. He had guessed correctly. Danzo had already begun collecting Sharingan. Perhaps he had even begun human experimentation long ago. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Uchiha Shenyu's heart grew heavier. He knew that in the original Hokage story, Danzo had a whole row of Sharingan on his arm. But watching the anime and being personally in this world were two completely different things. Those eyes didn't just appear out of thin air. Behind every single Sharingan was the corpse of a member of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps stolen after they died in battle. Perhaps secretly assassinated by Root. Or perhaps, like himself tonight, taken away as a specimen, and never returning. This world was colder than he remembered. Darker. The Root ninja slowly drew the short blade from his back. The blade was long and narrow, emitting a faint, cold glint. You know too much. Therefore, you cannot live. Before the words had even faded, the Root ninja instantly vanished from where he stood. So fast. Uchiha Shenyu's pupils constricted sharply. The Sharingan caught the opponent's movements, but his body couldn't keep up. This was the gap. He had only awakened the one Tomo. Being able to kill the first Root ninja earlier relied on a sneak attack, the environment, the explosive tag, and the opponent's underestimation of him. But the person before him was different. The opponent already knew he was dangerous. He wouldn't give him the same opportunity again. The next instant, the cold glint was already before Uchiha Shenyu. The short blade went straight for his throat. Uchiha Shenyu dodged to the side almost instinctively. SSHH. The blade grazed past his neck. A line of blood sprayed out. Just a hair's breadth away. Just a hair's breadth away from having his throat slit. Uchiha Shenyu did not retreat. Instead, using the momentum of his dodge, he kicked at the burning wooden blocks on the ground. Sparks and smoke flew toward the Root ninja's face. The Root ninja snorted coldly. Boring little trick. He waved his left hand, and with a burst of chakra, he scattered the smoke. But the moment the smoke cleared, he saw 3 shuriken flying at him from different angles. High, middle, low. It sealed off his path forward. The Root ninja slashed his short blade repeatedly. Ding, ding, ding. All 3 shuriken were knocked away. But just as he blocked the shuriken, his feet suddenly felt tight. Wire. The sparks Uchiha Shenyu kicked up earlier were just a cover. The real goal was to use the shuriken to drag the wire and entangle his ankles. The Root ninja's eyes turned cold. This again. He vibrated his chakra through his feet, and the wire instantly snapped. However, in that pause of less than half a breath, Uchiha Shenyu had already pounced in front of him. A kunai stabbed toward his heart. The Root ninja did not dodge. He simply raised his hand and precisely grabbed Uchiha Shenyu's wrist. Crack. The sound of bone cracking rang out. Intense pain radiated instantly from his wrist. Uchiha Shenyu's face turned pale, and the kunai in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. The Root ninja's voice was icy. Your combat awareness is not bad. Unfortunately, your body is too weak. And your Sharingan has only just awakened. This level of resistance is meaningless. He lifted his knee and slammed it hard into Uchiha Shenyu's abdomen. Bam! Uchiha Shenyu flew backward and crashed into a half-collapsed wall. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs felt like they had been displaced. The Root ninja did not stop. He walked over, step by step. Each step was steady, unhurried, calm, as if he were harvesting prey that had already fallen into a trap. Uchiha Shenyu struggled to stand up, his vision blacking out for a moment. Too strong. At least to him right now, this Root ninja was ridiculously strong. Even if the opponent was only a special Jonin, or even just an elite Chunin, it was not something his 9-year-old body could face head-on. Just then, the system notification in his mind sounded again. Special trait. Causality perception, activated. Effect. The host can capture dangerous causality lines within a short period during combat. Hint. The current enemy is about to launch a fatal attack. The moment the voice faded, the world before Uchiha Shenyu suddenly changed. Flames, ruins, smoke, the root ninja. Everything seemed to slow down by a beat. And on the root ninja, Uchiha Shenyu saw an extremely faint black line. That black line extended from the opponent's right hand holding the blade, connecting straight to his own heart. Dangerous causality line. The next strike, stabbing the heart. Uchiha Shenyu's heart skipped a beat. The root ninja moved, just as expected, in the next instant. His speed was faster than before. The short blade pierced the air, stabbing straight at Uchiha Shenyu's chest. If not for causality perception, Uchiha Shenyu definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge. But now, it was different. Before the opponent even struck, he already knew the landing point of the attack. Uchiha Shenyu lunged sharply to the left. The short blade grazed his clothes and missed. The root ninja's movements paused slightly. Prediction. After landing, Uchiha Shenyu did not hesitate in the slightest, grabbing a handful of dust from the ground and throwing it directly at the opponent's mask. The root ninja tilted his head to dodge. But what Uchiha Shenyu wanted wasn't a hit. What he wanted was for the opponent to tilt his head. The moment the root ninja tilted his head, the last kunai slid from Uchiha Shenyu's sleeve. He gripped it with a backhand and slashed upward with all his might. The target was not the throat, not the heart, but the small exposed section of the jaw beneath the mask. The root ninja's eyes darkened, and he raised his hand to grab Uchiha Shenyu's wrist. The same position, the same suppression. But this time, Uchiha Shenyu smiled. A trace of unease suddenly rose in the root ninja's heart. The next moment, the hand that Uchiha Shenyu was being held by suddenly let go of the kunai. The kunai dropped. The root ninja looked down instinctively. Wrapped around the handle of the kunai was an explosive tag that had burned to its end. Another explosive tag. The root ninja's pupils contracted sharply. He finally understood. This brat never intended to kill him with a kunai from the start. All the close combat, all the struggling, all the seemingly desperate attacks, were just to deliver the explosive tag to his face. Madman. This Uchiha brat was not afraid of death at all. Boom. Another explosion rang out. This time, it was closer than before. The flames swallowed both their figures whole. The shockwave shattered the broken wall. Uchiha Shenyu flew out like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into the courtyard. His ears were ringing, and his vision was stained blood red. His body hurt so much he almost lost consciousness. But he did not pass out. Because he knew. The opponent was not dead yet. Ninjas do not die that easily. Especially not a root ninja who had already prepared for this. Sure enough. Through the smoke and dust, a figure stumbled out. Half of the root ninja's mask was shattered, revealing half a face that had been blown into a bloody mess. His right arm hung limply, clearly broken. But his left hand still gripped a short blade. He was still alive. And he still had the ability to kill. The root ninja stared fixedly at Uchiha Shenyu, and finally, emotion appeared in his voice. It was anger. And it was fear. Uchiha Shenyu. A monster like you must never be allowed to live. Uchiha Shenyu lay on the ground, gasping for air. His body was reaching its limit. His chakra was exhausted. The explosive tags were used up. Only one kunai remained, and it had fallen a few meters away. Although the opponent was heavily injured, as long as he could move, he could kill him. What to do? What to do? Uchiha Shenyu's mind raced. Causality perception activated once again. This time, he did not see just one black line. He saw three. The first connected to the center of his brow. The second to his throat. The third to his heart. They were all fatal attacks. The opponent would not test him again. The next move would be a killing blow. The root ninja slowly raised his short blade. Just as he prepared to charge. A commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. There's a fire. Something happened at the edge of the Uchiha clan grounds. Hurry! The Uchiha clansmen had arrived. The explosion and flames had finally alerted the patrol. The root ninja paused. He could not be exposed. The root was secretly capturing people in the Uchiha clan grounds. If discovered, it would cause massive trouble. Especially now that the Uchiha were already dissatisfied with Konoha's higher-ups. If evidence were caught, things would spiral completely out of control. He glanced at Uchiha Shenyu, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Consider yourself lucky tonight. But you cannot escape. The root will remember you. With that, he turned to retreat. Uchiha Shenyu, lying on the ground, suddenly laughed. The laughter was low, yet it made the root ninja stop in his tracks. Who said? You could leave. The root ninja turned around abruptly. He saw Uchiha Shenyu struggling to lift his head, his scarlet one-tomo Sharingan staring fixedly at him. At that moment, the root ninja's heart skipped a beat. Genjutsu. No, that's not right. How could a one-tomo Sharingan launch an effective genjutsu against him? But the next instant, he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. He looked down. A thin steel wire was wrapped around his foot, though he did not know when it had happened. The other end of the wire was connected to the main beam in the ruins that had been burned until it was teetering on the edge of collapse. The explosion just now wasn't purely to heavily injure him. When Uchiha Shenyu was sent flying by the shockwave, he had thrown out the last steel wire. The goal wasn't to kill him. It was to hold him back. Uchiha Shenyu used his last ounce of strength to yank the steel wire. Snap! The burning main beam snapped completely. The half-collapsed roof crashed down with a roar. The root ninja's expression changed drastically. He wanted to use body flicker to escape. But with his right arm crippled and his ankle bound, his movements were ultimately a beat too slow. Rumble. The massive wooden beam smashed heavily onto him. The root ninja let out a muffled groan as he was pinned to the ground. But he was not dead yet. His chakra erupted, and he actually managed to forcibly hold up the wooden beam pressing down on him. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes hardened. He grabbed the last kunai on the ground and used all his strength to crawl up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, he felt like his body was falling apart. The root ninja struggled to lift his head, and his eyes finally changed. What are you trying to do? Uchiha Shenyu did not answer. He walked up to the root ninja and held the kunai with both hands. The root ninja roared. You dare! Puchi! The kunai pierced his neck. Blood gushed out. The root ninja's body twitched violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that he would die at the hands of a 9-year-old Uchiha brat. And even less did he expect this brat, who was already injured to this extent, to still dare to land the killing blow. Uchiha Shenyu looked down at him, his voice hoarse. Remember this in your next life. Don't treat the Uchiha as materials. The root ninja's pupils gradually dilated. He had completely stopped breathing. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang out. Killed 1 root special Jonin. Obtained green trait, short blade mastery. Obtained green trait, chakra control. Detected that the host has continuously changed a fatal causality. Obtained blue trait, combat intuition. Host's current life status is critical. Do you wish to fuse the traits, basic taijutsu enhancement, mental resistance, and chakra control? Uchiha Shenyu did not hesitate. Fuse. The next instant, a cold power surged into his body. The pain did not disappear. The wounds did not heal immediately either. But Uchiha Shenyu clearly felt that his spirit, previously on the verge of collapse, had stabilized. His chaotic chakra also began to flow again. Especially deep within his body, it felt like a faint, warm current was repairing the most basic injuries. Although it was slow, at least it kept him from passing out on the spot. The sound of footsteps in the distance grew closer. The Uchiha patrol was almost there. Uchiha Shenyu looked down at the 2 root corpses. He knew very well that if the clansmen saw this scene directly, things would become very troublesome. A 9-year-old Uchiha orphan counter-killing 2 root ninjas. That was too outrageous. The clan would be shocked. Konoha's higher-ups would be wary. Danzo would even spare no cost to kill him. Therefore, he had to change the narrative. Uchiha Shenyu took a deep breath, forced himself to walk to the first root corpse, and rummaged through the body to find some ninja tools and an unmarked token. The root were very cautious. There was nothing on them that could directly prove their identity. But it did not matter. He did not need proof, he needed suspicion. As long as the Uchiha suspected Konoha's higher-ups, the rift would continue to widen. And he could use this rift to grow. Dragging his heavily injured body, Uchiha Shenyu retreated to the edge of the fire. Then, he raised his hand and slashed his own chest fiercely once more. Blood gushed out. The intense pain made his vision go black, but his eyes remained terrifyingly calm. To deceive others, one must first deceive the scene. The next moment, the Uchiha patrol finally arrived. Leading them was a Uchiha youth in his 20s, his 3-tomo Sharingan already activated. He looked at the burning wooden house, then saw the blood-covered Uchiha Shenyu, and his expression changed abruptly. Uchiha Shenyu. What happened? Uchiha Shenyu's body swayed, as if he could no longer hold on. He pointed at the corpses in the ruins, his voice weak and terrified. Someone wanted to capture me. They said. I am a sample. Before he could finish, Uchiha Shenyu closed his eyes and collapsed. In the last second before losing consciousness, he heard the system's notification sound. Host successfully triggered the alarm of the Uchiha clan grounds. Original Death side quest has been completely diverted. Obtained special reward. Sharingan proficiency increased. Current Sharingan evolution progress. 1 Tomo 30%. When Shenyu woke up again, his nose was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. He was lying on a clean hospital bed. Above his head was a white ceiling. The sky outside the window was slightly bright. It should already be the morning of the next day. Awake. A deep voice sounded. Shenyu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look. A middle-aged man was sitting by the bed. He had short black hair, a stern expression, and was wearing dark clan robes. His eyes were not activated with the Sharingan, yet they still gave off a strong sense of oppression. Uchiha Fugaku. The current patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He was also the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. In the original story, Uchiha Fugaku was a complex person. He possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he never truly resisted his own son until the night of the clan's annihilation. Some said he was weak. Some said he considered the bigger picture. But regardless, he was not a simple person. Being able to maintain the Uchiha clan for so many years under the suppression of the Konoha high-ups, Uchiha Fugaku could never be an ordinary ninja. Shenyu was vigilant in his heart, but his face showed just the right amount of confusion. Patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku looked at him and remained silent for a moment. Your injuries are severe. A knife wound on your left shoulder, impact trauma to your chest, a fractured right wrist, and 2 broken ribs. And slight internal bleeding. Normally, you shouldn't have woken up so quickly. A thought stirred in Shenyu's heart. This was a test. Uchiha Fugaku was suspicious of his recovery speed. After the system merged the entries, although it didn't make him recover instantly, it did strengthen his physical foundation and chakra control. This allowed him to recover faster than an ordinary child. Shenyu lowered his eyelids, his voice low and hoarse. I don't know. I just didn't want to die. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him. The room fell silent. After a long while, he spoke slowly. How much do you remember about last night? Shenyu was already prepared. He knew he had to tell the truth. But he couldn't tell everything. Lies are most easily seen through. A truly clever lie is 9 parts truth and 1 part false. Shenyu whispered. When I woke up, I heard people talking outside. They said I was an orphan and no one would care. They also said, they were going to take me away. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes darkened slightly. And then. Shenyu continued. One person entered the room to grab me. I was scared, so I stabbed him with a kunai. Then I knocked over the oil lamp, and the house caught fire. I don't know how I killed the first person. The second person was very strong. He almost killed me. Later, the house collapsed, and I stabbed him in the neck with the kunai. Having said this, Shenyu raised his head and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Patriarch, who were they? Uchiha Fugaku did not answer immediately. But Shenyu saw the fingers resting on his knees tighten slightly. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku knew the answer. Or rather, the entire Uchiha clan leadership knew the answer. They just had no evidence before. And no reason to completely tear things open. But last night was different. 2 unidentified ninjas infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds, attempting to abduct an Uchiha orphan. One of them even said the word, sample. This was no longer surveillance. It was stepping right onto the face of the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku asked in a deep voice, have you awakened the Sharingan? Shenyu nodded. In the next instant, chakra flowed in his eyes. Scarlet pupils emerged. A single tomo slowly rotated. A flash of complexity crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Awakening the Sharingan at 9 years old. It was not unique. But to awaken it under such life and death desperation, after killing 2 adult ninjas in retaliation, this kind of mental fortitude was too terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly asked, do you hate them? Shenyu did not hesitate. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku asked again, do you know who they might be? Shenyu was silent for a moment. Then he whispered, they seemed like Anbu. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly turned cold. Shenyu immediately added a sentence. But they had no Anbu markings. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. Uchiha Fugaku naturally understood this sentence. Like Anbu. Yet no Anbu markings. In Konoha, only one place fit this characteristic. Route. Danzo Shimura's route. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the Uchiha clan grounds had completely awakened. Many clan members were gathering on the streets. Everyone had suppressed anger on their faces. Shenyu's words from last night had already spread. I am a sample. These 4 words could provoke the Uchiha more than any evidence. Because the thing the Uchiha were most sensitive about was their own eyes. If the Konoha high-ups were really treating Uchiha clan members as experimental samples, then the conflict between the two sides was no longer just a simple political contradiction. It was a blood feud. Uchiha Fugaku stood with his back to Shenyu and said slowly, the bodies from last night have already been collected by the clan. They had no identification markings on them. But the style of their ninja tools and their methods of operation were certainly not those of ordinary rogue ninjas. Shenyu sneered in his heart. Of course there wouldn't be any markings. How could the root leave evidence when doing dirty work? However, he never expected to bring down Danzo with just 2 corpses. What he needed to do now was to make the Uchiha start to be vigilant. To make Uchiha Fugaku start to be vigilant. To make those in the clan who still held illusions understand that the Konoha high-ups had already drawn their blades long ago. This was enough. Uchiha Fugaku turned around and looked at Shenyu. From today on, you will move to the inner circle of the clan grounds. I will arrange for people to protect you. A thought stirred in Shenyu's heart. This was the first step to success. From a fringe orphan to entering the core vision of the Uchiha. But on the surface, he still showed a hint of hesitation. Patriarch, can I still continue to be a ninja? Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. You just went through something like this, and you still want to be a ninja. Shenyu raised his head, his voice very soft, yet very firm. If I wasn't strong enough, I would have been taken away last night. If I'm not strong enough in the future, they will come again. Patriarch, I don't want to be in a position where I can only fight for my life like last night. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. He looked at the boy on the hospital bed. Covered in bandages. His face pale. Clearly still just a child, yet there was no fear or dependence in his eyes that an ordinary child should have. Only calmness. And a deeply hidden ruthlessness. This reminded Uchiha Fugaku of many Uchiha clan members. The Uchiha clan had never lacked geniuses. Nor did it lack extremists. But a child like Shenyu, who could calmly calculate between life and death at 9 years old, kill enemies in retaliation, and clearly analyze the situation after waking up, was the first time Uchiha Fugaku had seen one. What do you want? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Shenyu's heart shook. It was here. This sentence was crucial. Uchiha Fugaku didn't ask if he was afraid, nor did he just comfort him. Instead, he asked what he wanted. This meant that Uchiha Fugaku had begun to take his value seriously. Shenyu whispered, I want to learn the true Uchiha combat arts. Shurikenjutsu, fire release, genjutsu, and how to use the Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at him. Do you know what this implies? Uchiha Shenyu nodded. It implies that I will be targeted by more people. It also implies that I will acquire the ability to protect myself much faster. Uchiha Fugaku gave him a deep look. After your body recovers, I will arrange for someone to teach you. But before that, you cannot leave the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Shenyu did not object. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the door and suddenly stopped. There is one more thing. Uchiha Shenyu looked up. Uchiha Fugaku said, the matter regarding those 2 ninjas last night will be handled by the clan. What you need to do now is recover from your injuries. Uchiha Shenyu nodded, his face showing no emotion. However, he was very clear in his heart. The clan will handle it. How will they handle it? Demand an explanation from the 3rd Hokage. What would the 3rd Hokage say? An unidentified ninja infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds, and Konoha would surely investigate thoroughly. Then, after investigating back and forth, it would eventually be left unsettled. Danzo would, at most, throw out 2 scapegoats. He might not even need scapegoats at all, because the root does not officially exist in the open. This is the most disgusting part about the Konoha leadership. They will never directly admit anything. They will always use the big picture, peace, and the village to pressure people. And within the Uchiha, there are always some who still hold on to the fantasy that the village will treat us fairly. Therefore, Uchiha Shenyu never thought about relying on this incident to deal with Danzo. This is just the beginning. After Uchiha Fugaku left, the room quieted down. Uchiha Shenyu closed his eyes and began to check the system. Last night was too chaotic, he had no time to study it carefully. As his consciousness sank into his mind, a translucent panel appeared. Host. Uchiha Shenyu. Age. 9. Kekkei Genkei. 1 Tomo Sharingan, 30% progress. Chakra nature. Fire, lightning. Current traits. Basic taijutsu enhancement, mental resistance, chakra control, tanto mastery, combat intuition, causality perception. Current karma points, 300. Main causality, the Uchiha clan downfall. Current deviation, 1%. Uchiha Shenyu's gaze stopped at the last line. The Uchiha clan downfall. 1% deviation. In other words, although last night's events alerted the Uchiha, it was still far from truly changing the fate of the clan's extermination. That makes sense. Behind the night of the extermination, it wasn't just Itachi and Obito. There was also Danzo, the third Hokage, the Konoha leadership, the radical faction within the Uchiha, and Black Zetsu's thousand-year-old scheme. The death of just two root ninjas couldn't possibly shake the entire grand trend. But that's okay. 1% is still a change. As long as it can be changed, it proves that the original fate is not irreversible. Uchiha Shenyu continued to look at the karma points. 300 points. This must be the reward for killing the two root ninjas, plus changing the side mission of death. System. What is the use of karma points? Karma points can be used for trait upgrades, ninjutsu deduction, kekkei genkei development, and fate event simulation. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes lit up. Fate event simulation. This ability is crucial. If he could simulate key events in advance, he could plan more steadily. Can I currently simulate the Uchiha clan downfall? Insufficient karma points. The Uchiha clan downfall involves multiple high causality characters, minimum simulation cost, 10,000 karma points. Uchiha Shenyu was not surprised. Although 10,000 points is a lot, at least there is a goal. How many karma points are needed to upgrade the Sharingan? Current 1 Tomo progress is 30%. Consume 700 karma points to raise it to 100% 1 Tomo. Consume 3000 karma points to forcibly evolve it into the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Shenyu frowned slightly. He only had 300 points now, not enough. It seems that in the short term, he must continue to change the plot or defeat stronger enemies. But he couldn't be too reckless. Last night, he was forced into a dead end with no choice. If he continued to actively seek out route to fight for his life, he wouldn't be a protagonist in a power fantasy, he would be a suicide case. He needed resources. He needed a teacher. He needed a voice within the Uchiha. And he needed to hide his trump cards even more. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. An Uchiha youth walked in. He had short black hair and a calmness on his face that did not match his age. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes flickered. He didn't expect the first person to come would be him. At this time, Itachi was still young, but he already displayed a temperament far beyond his peers. His eyes were very quiet. So quiet that he didn't look like a child. Itachi stood in front of the hospital bed, looking at Uchiha Shenyu. You're awake. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Who are you? Although he knew who the other person was, he couldn't show it. Itachi said, Uchiha Itachi. The clan head asked me to come and see you. Uchiha Shenyu sneered in his heart. The clan head asked you to come. Not necessarily. Fugaku might have had that intention, but Itachi himself definitely wanted to come too. Last night's incident caused such a huge commotion that everyone in the Uchiha clan grounds now knows that a 9-year-old orphan counter-killed 2 suspected root ninjas and awakened the Sharingan. It was impossible for Itachi not to be curious. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him and asked deliberately, are you also an Uchiha? Itachi was slightly stunned. Then he nodded. Yes. Uchiha Shenyu said, then who do you think those people were last night? Itachi was silent. This question was too direct. And too sharp. He only came to visit the injured, not expecting Uchiha Shenyu to put the question right in front of him as soon as he spoke. After a moment, Itachi said, the clan will investigate clearly. Uchiha Shenyu laughed. And after it's investigated clearly. Itachi looked at him. Uchiha Shenyu continued to ask, if it really was done by people in the village, what then? The air in the room seemed to solidify. Itachi's eyes finally changed a little. Do you think it was done by the village? Uchiha Shenyu did not answer, but instead asked back, don't you think so? Itachi frowned. Before there is evidence, one cannot easily draw conclusions. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him and suddenly said, what if the person taken away last night was your younger brother? Itachi's pupils shrank slightly. Uchiha Shenyu said word by word, if someone infiltrated the clan grounds to take Sasuke away as a specimen. Would you still say, before there is evidence, one cannot easily draw conclusions? Itachi was silent. This time, he was silent for even longer. Because this question hit his weak spot. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi could stand from the perspective of the village to think about problems, and could view the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha with rationality beyond his age. But once things involved Sasuke, he could not remain absolutely calm. Uchiha Shenyu knew this point very well. So his first stab went right there. Itachi raised his head and looked at Uchiha Shenyu seriously. Hatred will make people lose their judgment. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, people without hatred can also lose their bottom line. Itachi was stunned. Uchiha Shenyu continued, last night they said I was a specimen. Do you think a person who treats their comrades as specimens still has a bottom line? Itachi did not speak. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. This is Itachi in his youth. A genius, calm, precocious. But also dangerous. Because he started thinking about problems using the so-called big picture too early, yet he hadn't truly understood that peace exchanged by sacrificing others is essentially violence as well. If he didn't twist Itachi's perspective in advance, he might still walk down that path from the original story in the future. Even if the Uchiha clan downfall event changed, he might still become the sharpest blade in the hands of the Konoha higher-ups. Uchiha Shenyu would not allow such a thing to happen. He must either change Itachi or destroy the possibility of Itachi becoming a butcher's blade. Itachi looked at Uchiha Shenyu on the hospital bed and suddenly asked, if one day, the Uchiha and the village must come into conflict, how would you choose? Uchiha Shenyu smiled. This question was very Itachi. But the current Itachi was not yet qualified to ask him such a question. Uchiha Shenyu slowly sat up straight. A tearing pain came from his wounds, but there was not a hint of retreat in his eyes. I would ask one thing first. Itachi said, what? Uchiha Shenyu stared into his eyes and said word by word, who forced the Uchiha to the point where they must come into conflict with the village. Itachi's heart trembled. Uchiha Shenyu continued, if someone steals your things, kills your clansmen, gouges out your eyes, and then finally tells you that for the sake of peace, you must endure it. That is not peace. That is submission with a butcher's blade held to your throat. Itachi remained silent for a long time. For the first time, he realized that there was someone among his peers who would look at problems from this perspective. No. Uchiha Shenyu was not even his peer. He was even younger than him. Yet the words he spoke were as sharp as a blade. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. A childish voice rang out, brother. The door was pushed open a crack. A small head poked in. Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke was still very small, with a childish expression on his face. When he saw Itachi, his eyes lit up. Brother, father said you were here. The calmness on Itachi's face instantly softened significantly. Sasuke, why are you here? Sasuke pushed the door open and walked in, whispering, I wanted to see the brother who defeated the bad guys. He looked at Uchiha Shenyu on the hospital bed, his eyes full of curiosity. Are you brother Uchiha Shenyu? Uchiha Shenyu looked at the young Sasuke, his gaze shifting slightly. In the original story, Sasuke was one of the greatest victims of the Uchiha clan downfall night. He was personally pushed into the abyss of hatred by Itachi and was driven by revenge for his entire life. But now, nothing had happened yet. Sasuke was still just a child who worshipped his brother. Uchiha Shenyu smiled. It is me. Sasuke's eyes brightened. Did you really defeat two bad guys all by yourself? Itachi frowned slightly. Sasuke, do not disturb the patient's rest. Uchiha Shenyu, however, said, not defeated. Sasuke was stunned. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, it was killed. The room went quiet again. Sasuke blinked in bewilderment. Itachi, however, gave Uchiha Shenyu a deep look. Uchiha Shenyu looked at Sasuke, his voice not loud, but very clear. Sasuke, remember. If someone wants to hurt you, hurt your family, or hurt your clansmen, do not just think about running. And do not wait for others to save you. You must become stronger. Strong enough that others dare not point their blades at you. Sasuke seemed to understand, yet not quite. Itachi spoke up, he is still too young. Uchiha Shenyu looked at Itachi. I am also only 9 years old. A single sentence that left Itachi unable to refute. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Shenyu and suddenly nodded seriously. I understand, brother Uchiha Shenyu. I want to become stronger. As strong as brother, and as strong as you too. Itachi patted Sasuke's head without speaking. But Uchiha Shenyu knew that a seed had already been planted. He did not need Sasuke to understand everything right now. He just needed Sasuke to understand one thing from a young age. The Uchiha should not just be pawns whose fates are controlled by others. Just then, the system prompt sounded in Uchiha Shenyu's mind. Host influenced key character, Itachi. Itachi's original ideological trajectory has shifted slightly. Obtained karma points, 200. Host influenced key character, Sasuke. Sasuke's original growth trajectory has shifted slightly. Obtained karma points, 200. Current karma points, 700. A flash of brilliance crossed Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. 700 points. Just enough to raise the one tomo to 100%. It seems that changing the thoughts of key characters is more valuable than simply killing minor characters. This was interesting. Uchiha Shenyu looked at Itachi and Sasuke before him, and a plan slowly rose in his heart. If the Uchiha clan downfall night was a tragedy already written, then the first thing he needed to do was to start with the two most critical brothers of the Uchiha, and tear the original script to pieces. In the hospital room, Itachi looked at Uchiha Shenyu in silence. He always felt that this clansman in front of him, who was younger than himself, was different from other Uchiha. Many people in the clan would also say similar things. Saying that the Uchiha were being ostracized by the village. Saying that the Konoha military police force was being isolated. Saying that the Konoha higher-ups did not trust the Uchiha. Saying that the Uchiha should not continue to endure. But in those people's words, there was more anger, resentment, and an outburst after being suppressed for too long. But Uchiha Shenyu was different. His tone was very calm. So calm that it did not seem like he was venting hatred. It was more like stating a result. A result he had already seen through. This made Itachi feel instinctively uneasy. Because Uchiha Shenyu did not simply hate the village. He was negating certain things. Negating those things that countless people talked about, but very few had truly thought through. Such as peace. Such as the greater good. Such as sacrifice. Itachi had always believed that ninjas must stand at a higher position to think about problems. If one only looked at one's clan, one's relatives, or the hatred right in front of one's eyes, it would only lead to the continuation of war. But Uchiha Shenyu's question just now was like a thorn, piercing into his heart. What if the person being sacrificed was Sasuke? What if the person being used as a specimen was Sasuke? What if someone told him that for the sake of the village's peace, Sasuke must die? Would he still be able to calmly say that phrase, for the greater good? Itachi did not know. Precisely because he did not know, he was silent. Brother. Sasuke looked up at Itachi, his little face full of confusion. He was still too young to understand why the atmosphere in the hospital room had suddenly become so oppressive. He just felt that what brother Uchiha Shenyu said was very impressive. Although he did not fully understand it. But he understood one sentence. Must become stronger. Strong enough that others dare not point their blades at you. Sasuke clenched his little fist and said seriously, brother, I want to awaken the Sharingan in the future too. Itachi snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at Sasuke. His gaze softened. The Sharingan is not something you can awaken just because you want to. Sasuke said unconvinced, but brother Uchiha Shenyu awakened it at 9 years old, I can too in the future. Itachi was speechless for a moment. Uchiha Shenyu leaned against the hospital bed, watching these two brothers, without much fluctuation in his heart. He was not here to destroy the bond between Itachi and Sasuke. Quite the opposite. He wanted Itachi to value Sasuke more. To value him so much that if someone in the future tried to use Sasuke to threaten him, he would first think about whether the so-called greater good was truly worth it. In the original story, Itachi cared most about Sasuke. But precisely because he cared most about Sasuke, he was exploited by the Konoha higher-ups using this weakness. What Uchiha Shenyu needed to do was to plant a seed of doubt in Itachi early on. To make him doubt Danzo. To doubt the third Hokage. To doubt whether the so-called peace really required the Uchiha to bleed. As long as this seed sprouted, the future Uchiha clan downfall night would not go so smoothly. Of course, just this alone is not enough. Uchiha Itachi's thinking is too dangerous. Uchiha Shisui is the same. Both of these men are geniuses. But their biggest problem is that they are too quick to sacrifice their own people for the so-called greater good. Uchiha Shenyu does not need them to change immediately. He only needs to make them start hesitating. As long as they hesitate, Danzo's blade will not be so sharp. Just then, a voice came from outside the hospital room door. Uchiha Itachi. The voice was steady, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Uchiha Fugaku walked back in. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi, then at Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, go out first. Uchiha Sasuke blinked. Father, I still want to talk to big brother Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Fugaku's tone was calm. He needs to rest. Uchiha Sasuke was a bit disappointed, but still nodded obediently. Oh. Before leaving, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Shenyu again. Big brother Uchiha Shenyu, when you get better, can you teach me how to become stronger? Uchiha Shenyu smiled. Sure. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. It's a deal. Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Sasuke by the hand and left. But before leaving, he looked back at Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu also looked at him. Their gazes met briefly. Neither of them spoke. But both knew that the conversation just now would not end like this. The door closed. Only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shenyu remained in the hospital room. The atmosphere changed instantly. If it could be said that when Uchiha Itachi was here just now, there was still some probing between the youths. Then now, it was the clan head's scrutiny of a clansman. Uchiha Fugaku sat back down beside the hospital bed. His gaze was deeper than before. What did you say to Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Shenyu did not hide anything. I talked about what happened last night. Uchiha Fugaku looked at him. And what else? Uchiha Shenyu said calmly. I asked him what he would choose if the person taken away was Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly. This sentence clearly struck a chord with him too. Uchiha Sasuke is not just Uchiha Itachi's weakness. He is also Uchiha Fugaku's weakness. It's just that as the clan head, he cannot show this weakness on his face. Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment, then asked, why did you say these things to Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. Because Uchiha Itachi is dangerous. The hospital room suddenly became quiet. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze became truly sharp for the first time. What did you say? Uchiha Shenyu did not back down. Even though the man in front of him was the Uchiha clan head, and even though the other party likely possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he did not avert his gaze. He knew very well. To gain resources within the Uchiha clan, simply acting pitiful is useless. The Uchiha clan values power and also values geniuses. But more importantly, they respect those who dare to speak the truth. Especially during this sensitive period. Uchiha Shenyu wanted Uchiha Fugaku to see his value. Not just his combat talent. But also his value in judging the situation. Clan head. Uchiha Shenyu said slowly. Uchiha Itachi is too calm. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Being calm is not a bad thing. Uchiha Shenyu said, normal calmness is certainly not a bad thing. But when he looks at people, it doesn't look like he is looking at his own clansmen. It looks more like he is looking at problems. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank imperceptibly. Uchiha Shenyu continued, he thinks about the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, he thinks about peace, he thinks about war, and he thinks about sacrifice. There is nothing wrong with that in itself. But if a person gets used to looking at everything from a high vantage point too early, it is very easy to forget what they are standing on. Uchiha Fugaku did not speak. But his gaze had clearly changed. Uchiha Shenyu knew he had hit the mark. As a father, Uchiha Fugaku could not have been completely unaware of Uchiha Itachi's changes. Uchiha Itachi is too precocious. So precocious that he doesn't seem like a normal child. His talent makes the Uchiha clan proud. But his thoughts may not necessarily be entirely on the Uchiha clan's side. In the original story, Uchiha Fugaku perhaps always knew this. It's just that he was both the clan head and a father. He had expectations for Uchiha Itachi, and also trust. Until the end, when that trust turned into a blade stabbing at the entire clan. Uchiha Shenyu said in a low voice, clan head, if one day in the future, the village and the Uchiha clan really reach the point where they must come into conflict. Which side will Uchiha Itachi stand on? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned cold suddenly. An invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped the hospital room. An ordinary child facing this kind of aura would probably have been too scared to speak long ago. But Uchiha Shenyu remained calm. He didn't even avoid Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Because he knew that Uchiha Fugaku would not kill him. At least not now. For the current Uchiha Fugaku, an Uchiha child who had just been attacked by Root, awakened the Sharingan, and displayed astonishing combat will, was new blood within the clan worth cultivating. Furthermore, what Uchiha Shenyu said just now was not empty talk. It was the problem Uchiha Fugaku was least willing to face in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha Shenyu. These words should not be spoken by a child of your age. Uchiha Shenyu replied, before last night, I could also have been like a normal child and not think about anything. But they wanted to take me away as a sample. Clan head, a person who almost died will always think a little more. Uchiha Fugaku was silent. This sentence left him unable to refute. After a moment, the sense of oppression on Uchiha Fugaku slowly dissipated. He looked at Uchiha Shenyu and suddenly asked, if it were you, what would you do? Uchiha Shenyu knew that the real test had come. Uchiha Fugaku was not asking about Uchiha Itachi. He was asking him, if the Uchiha clan and the village came into conflict, what would he do? This answer was very dangerous. If he said he would side with Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku would no longer trust him. If he said he would stage a coup directly, Uchiha Fugaku would think he was too extreme. If he said he would endure it, he would appear worthless. Uchiha Shenyu thought for a moment and said, first, find out clearly who is pushing the Uchiha clan and the village toward a dead end. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes moved. Uchiha Shenyu continued, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the ordinary villagers was not formed in a day. Why is the Konoha military police force becoming less and less popular? Why was the clan compound moved to the edge of the village? Why has the suspicion of the Nine Tails rebellion been weighing on the Uchiha clan all this time? Why are there more and more radicals within the clan? And why has the high-level leadership of the village been allowing the conflict to expand? Behind these problems, there must be someone pushing them. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed completely. He did not expect that Uchiha Shenyu could speak to this extent. This was no longer the vision a 9-year-old child should have. Who do you suspect? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Uchiha Shenyu did not say Danzo directly. Because he could not appear to know too much right now. He said in a low voice, whoever least wants the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village is the most suspicious. Whoever can profit from the opposition between the Uchiha clan and the village is the most suspicious. The people last night wanted to take me as a sample. If the person behind them really came from within the village, it means the other party is not afraid of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village deteriorating at all. Or even, he might be hoping for the relationship to deteriorate. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Danzo Shimura. This name appeared in his mind almost immediately. Among the entire Konoha high-level leadership, the one with the deepest hostility toward the Uchiha clan is Danzo. But the problem is that Danzo hides too deeply. Root has no public identity. Many things, even if one knows he did them, are very hard to find substantive evidence for. And the third Hokage always protects him. This is the most troublesome part. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shenyu and suddenly said, you are very smart. Uchiha Shenyu did not respond. Fugaku added, but smart people, if they lack power, often die faster. Uchiha Shenyu looked up. That is why I need to become stronger. I need the resources of the Uchiha clan. I need a teacher. I need ninjutsu. I need to know how to use the Sharingan. He did not beat around the bush. Because there was no need to. For the Uchiha, wanting to become stronger is not a shameful thing. Especially after just experiencing an attack like last night's. If he still acted as if he had no desires, that would be abnormal. Fugaku looked at him and asked, what makes you think the Uchiha clan would allocate resources to you? Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, because I survived last night. Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Shenyu continued, 2 adult ninja infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds to capture me. Not only did I survive, but I also killed them. I awakened the Sharingan. I wasn't scared out of my mind, nor did I just cry. Clan leader, the Uchiha clan needs geniuses right now. And even more so, it needs people who dare to strike at enemies. These words were very direct. Even a bit sharp. But Fugaku was not angry. Because what Uchiha Shenyu said was the truth. The Uchiha clan is currently facing internal and external troubles. Among the younger generation of the clan, there is indeed a need for more people who can shoulder the future. Itachi is a genius. Shisui is also a genius. But the problem is, both of these geniuses are too gentle. Or rather, they both have the village in their hearts. This is a good thing for Konoha. But for the Uchiha, it might not be. But Uchiha Shenyu is different. This child experienced an attack by Root, so it is impossible for him to have naive fantasies about the upper echelons of Konoha from the start. His stance will naturally lean towards the Uchiha. As long as he is nurtured well, he might become a truly sharp blade within the clan in the future. Fugaku pondered for a moment and slowly said, once your injuries heal, I will arrange for you to enter the clan's training grounds. Shurikenjutsu, fire release, taijutsu, and genjutsu, someone will teach you all of them. But there is one thing you must remember. Uchiha Shenyu said, clan leader, please go ahead. Fugaku's tone was serious. Before you possess sufficient power, do not try to provoke Root again. They underestimated you last night, which is why you survived. Next time, they will not give you another chance. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. I understand. Of course, he understood. Danzo is not a fool. 2 members of Root have died in succession. Although they might not make an open move immediately, a secret investigation will definitely come. If they discover that Uchiha Shenyu is too great a threat, Danzo will definitely find a way to eliminate him beforehand. Therefore, for the next period, he must stay inside the Uchiha clan grounds. Borrowing Fugaku's protection to develop quickly. Fugaku stood up. Rest well and recover. A clan meeting will be held tonight. Your matter will be discussed at the meeting. Uchiha Shenyu's heart stirred. A clan meeting. This means that last night's incident is no longer just a personal attack, but has escalated to the level of internal Uchiha politics. This is exactly what he wanted to see. When Fugaku reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. Fugaku did not turn back, just said calmly, you mentioned earlier that Itachi is dangerous. What about you? Uchiha Shenyu was silent for a moment, then said, I am also dangerous. Fugaku slowly turned around. Uchiha Shenyu met his gaze, his voice calm. But at least I know who the blade should be pointed at. Fugaku gave him a deep look. He didn't say anything else. The door closed. The hospital room became quiet again. Uchiha Shenyu leaned against the head of the bed and slowly exhaled. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. The conversation with Fugaku just now seemed calm, but in reality, every sentence was walking on the edge of a knife. If he spoke too lightly, he couldn't demonstrate his value. If he spoke too deeply, it would invite suspicion. Fortunately, the result was good. He successfully gained Fugaku's initial approval. Next, as long as he enters the clan's training system, the speed of his strength improvement will be much faster than in the past. Uchiha Shenyu closed his eyes and opened the system panel again. Current karma points. 700. Do you want to consume 700 karma points to increase the 1 Tomo Sharingan progress to 100%? Upgrade. Uchiha Shenyu did not hesitate. Karma points are meant for enhancing strength. What he lacks most right now is the ability to protect himself. The next instant, a cold power surged into his eyes. Uchiha Shenyu only felt a slight stinging pain deep in his eyeballs. It was not the pain of an injury, but rather some kind of power being activated. His mental energy began to condense rapidly. The perception of the Sharingan in his mind became clearer. Vision. Dynamic capture. Observing chakra flow. Even the tiny trails of evaporating medicinal liquid in the hospital room seemed to slow down. A few breaths later, the system prompt sounded. Consumed 700 karma points. 1 Tomo Sharingan progress increased to 100%. Current status. 1 Tomo completed. Karma points required for further evolution to 2 Tomo Sharingan, 3000. Uchiha Shenyu opened his eyes. Scarlet pupils appeared. A pitch-black Tomo rotated slowly. Compared to when he first awakened last night, the Sharingan was now significantly more stable. If his Sharingan was only forcibly activated by the stimulation of death last night, then now, he could truly be considered to have mastered the 1 Tomo. Uchiha Shenyu looked towards the window. On the windowsill, a withered yellow leaf was blown up by the wind. In his vision, the trajectory of the leaf's rotation was incredibly clear. He could even see the cracks on the edges of the leaf clearly. This is the Sharingan. Uchiha Shenyu murmured softly. No wonder the Uchiha clan is feared by countless people. Just the most basic 1 Tomo could bring such a significant improvement. What about 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo Sharingan, or even Mangekyo? A flash of heat passed through Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. He must evolve as soon as possible. But 3000 karma points is not a small number. Relying on normal training is definitely not enough. He must continue to influence key figures or change key events. Just then, the door was knocked on again. Uchiha Shenyu retracted the Sharingan. Enter. The door was pushed open. A young ninja wearing the Uchiha clan uniform walked in. The person was about 17 or 18 years old, with a gentle smile on his face and black hair tied behind his head. His temperament was different from the cold arrogance of most Uchiha, appearing very approachable. But the moment Uchiha Shenyu saw him, his heart jolted fiercely. Uchiha Shisui. Body flicker Shisui. one of the youngest geniuses in the Uchiha clan. He is also a key figure who, in the future, would have his eyes stolen by Danzo and be forced to jump off a cliff to his death. If Itachi was the executor of the Uchiha clan downfall night, then the death of Uchiha Shisui was the fuse that completely accelerated the tragedy of the clan's downfall. And now, he had actually come. Shisui stood in front of the hospital bed and said with a smile, "You must be Uchiha Shenyu, right? My name is Uchiha Shisui. The clan leader asked me to come and see you." Uchiha Shenyu looked at him, not speaking immediately. Shisui did not mind, his smile remaining gentle. "I heard you took down 2 intruders by yourself last night. Very impressive." Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, "Just good luck." Shisui shook his head. In ninja combat, someone who can seize luck is not simple themselves. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. "And you also awakened the Sharingan. A 9-year-old with a one-tomo. Many people in the clan are talking about you." Uchiha Shenyu sneered inwardly. Discussion. I'm afraid it's more than just discussion. Some will think he is a genius. Some will think he is trouble. Others will want to use what happened to him last night to further push the confrontation between the Uchiha and the Konoha high-ranking officials. The Uchiha has never been a monolith. Radicals, conservatives, the clan leader's faction. Everyone has their own thoughts. Shisui looked at Uchiha Shenyu and suddenly said earnestly, "I am very sorry about what happened last night." Uchiha Shenyu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why are you apologizing?" Shisui said, "I am also a member of the Uchiha. A child in the clan compound was attacked, yet we failed to discover it in time. This is our failure of duty." Uchiha Shenyu looked at Shisui and sighed softly in his heart. Shisui is just that kind of person. Gentle, sincere, kind. He takes a lot of responsibility upon himself. And precisely because of this, he naively thinks he can use Koto Amatsukami to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. In Shisui's view, as long as the coup is stopped, as long as the clansmen change their minds, and as long as the peace of the village is maintained, bloodshed can be avoided. But the problem is, if the Uchiha don't stage a coup, will the Konoha high-ranking officials let the Uchiha off? Will Danzo? Will Obito? Will Black Zetsu? No. Therefore, Shisui's naivety will only end up killing himself and the Uchiha. Uchiha Shenyu suddenly spoke up. "Shisui senpai." Shisui was taken aback. "What is it?" Uchiha Shenyu asked. "If I had been taken away last night, what would you have done?" Shisui's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Uchiha Shenyu to ask this. He thought for a moment and said, "I would try my best to save you." Uchiha Shenyu continued to ask, "What if it was already too late to save me?" Shisui was silent for a moment. "Then I would uncover the truth." Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. "If, in the end, you found out that the ones who did it were people from the village." The smile on Shisui's face slowly disappeared. This was almost the same question as the one he asked Uchiha Itachi just now. But the difference is, Uchiha Itachi would think from the perspective of the big picture. Shisui would try to find a peaceful solution. Sure enough, Shisui said in a deep voice, "If it really was done by someone from the village, we should let Hokage-sama know. Hokage-sama will handle it." Uchiha Shenyu laughed. Shisui frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Uchiha Shenyu said, "What if Hokage-sama knows, but can't handle it?" Shisui immediately said, "That won't happen." Uchiha Shenyu looked at him, his tone very light. "Shisui senpai, how do you know it won't?" Shisui was momentarily speechless. Uchiha Shenyu continued, "What if the person who did it is someone even Hokage-sama cannot easily deal with? What if that person harms the Uchiha in the name of the village? What if the so-called big picture ultimately requires us, the ones being harmed, to just endure it?" The atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly became heavy. Shisui looked at Uchiha Shenyu with a complex expression. He originally just wanted to visit this injured junior from his clan. And incidentally soothe his emotions, to prevent him from harboring too much resentment towards the village because of what happened last night. But now he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Uchiha Shenyu. This 9-year-old child did not need his comfort. Nor was he simply blinded by hatred. Every question he asked hit precisely at the sharpest contradiction between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shisui was silent for a moment, then said, "Uchiha Shenyu, I know you experienced something very painful last night. But the village is not the enemy. There are also many innocent people in the village. If the Uchiha and the village continue to stand in opposition, eventually only more people will get hurt." Uchiha Shenyu nodded. "I agree." Shisui was stunned. He didn't expect Uchiha Shenyu to agree so readily. But the next moment, Uchiha Shenyu continued, but what I want to ask is, why is it that every time we talk about avoiding conflict, the Uchiha are the ones who are first asked to make concessions? Shisui's expression changed slightly. Uchiha Shenyu said slowly, we are suspected, we must endure. We are moved to the edge of the village, we must endure. Our clansmen are monitored, we must endure. Last night I was almost taken as a specimen, if we can't find evidence, do we have to endure that too? Shisui Senpai. You say there are innocent people in the village. Then, within the Uchiha, are there no innocent people? Shisui was completely silent. Uchiha Shenyu's voice was not loud. But every word was like a shuriken, stabbing into his heart. He, of course, knew that there were innocent people in the Uchiha as well. He, of course, knew that his clansmen suffered a lot of injustice. But he had always believed that as long as both sides exercised restraint, and as long as there was still room for communication, things would not reach the worst-case scenario. But Uchiha Shenyu's question forced him to face a reality. So-called restraint seemed to always be the Uchiha doing the restraining. The suspicion from the village's high-ranking officials had never stopped. The hand of Root had already reached into the clan compound. Shisui took a deep breath. So, what do you want to do? Uchiha Shenyu did not answer immediately. He looked at Shisui, his eyes calm. I am too weak right now, I can't do anything. But at least I know one thing. Shisui asked, what? Uchiha Shenyu said word by word, peace cannot be bought by sacrificing the innocent. And even less so by twisting the will of one's own people. Shisui's pupils shrank suddenly. In this instant, he almost thought Uchiha Shenyu knew something. Koto Amatsukami. His Mangekyo ability. It could permanently change a person's will without the other party noticing. This was Shisui's biggest secret. Very few people knew about it. Not even many people within the clan were clear about it. But that sentence from Uchiha Shenyu just now seemed to point directly at his eyes. Twisting the will. These 4 words caused waves in Shisui's heart. He asked calmly, why did you suddenly say that? Uchiha Shenyu said indifferently, because I think if someone wants to trade peace by controlling the thoughts of their companions, that is too pathetic. The fingers Shisui hid in his sleeves tightened slightly. At this moment, the way he looked at Uchiha Shenyu changed completely. He was no longer just looking at an injured junior. But rather looking at a dangerous observer. Uchiha Shenyu was also very clear in his heart. His words were a risk. But he had to warn Shisui in advance. Koto Amatsukami was one of the most critical variables before the clan extermination. If Shisui continued to hold the idea of using Koto Amatsukami to change the clan leader's will, he would sooner or later be targeted by Danzo. He wanted Shisui to doubt this path in advance. Even if just a little bit. The system prompt indeed sounded in his mind. Host has influenced a key character, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui's original thought trajectory has deviated. Obtained karma points, 500. Current karma points, 500. A flash of brilliance flickered deep in Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. Just a few words, and he obtained 500 karma points. As expected of Shisui. The gold content of a key character far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. Shisui stood before the hospital bed, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly let out a breath and revealed a gentle smile again. Uchiha Shenyu, you really don't seem like a 9-year-old child. Uchiha Shenyu replied, after last night, I have no way to continue acting like a 9-year-old child. Shisui looked at him, a trace of apology flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry. Uchiha Shenyu shook his head. Shisui Senpai, you don't need to apologize to me. If you truly feel sorry, then please become more clear-headed. Shisui was stunned. Uchiha Shenyu continued, you are a genius of the clan. Many people believe in you. Therefore, every one of your choices could affect the fates of many people. Do not easily decide to sacrifice others. Especially in the name of peace. This sentence left Shisui speechless for a long time. After a long while, he said softly, I will remember that. After speaking, Shisui turned and left. When he reached the door, he paused. When your injuries heal, if the clan leader agrees, I can teach you the basics of the body flicker technique. Uchiha Shenyu's heart stirred. Body flicker technique. This was Shisui's signature ability. Even if it was just the basics, it was definitely of huge value. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Thank you, Shisui Senpai. Shisui smiled. Rest well and recover. The door closed. Uchiha Shenyu leaned back against the hospital bed, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Itachi had been here. Shisui had also been here. Fugaku had also started paying attention to him. This meant that the events of last night had officially brought him into the view of the Uchiha core circle. This was a good thing. But it also meant that he would be targeted by more people. Within the clan, Root, the third, even Obito and Black Zetsu hiding in the darkness. Of course, at this moment, Obito likely wouldn't notice a 9-year-old Uchiha orphan. But if he continued to change the plot, he would sooner or later be exposed to the eyes of those true masterminds. So he had to be fast. Faster than the progression of the original plot. Faster than Danzo could act. Faster than Black Zetsu could notice. Uchiha Shenyu looked at the system panel. Current karma points, 500. Sharingan, 1 tomo completed. Karma points required for 2 tomo Sharingan, 3000. Still 2500 short. I need to find a way to continue acquiring karma points. Uchiha Shenyu muttered to himself. Killing enemies was the fastest way. But he couldn't just act recklessly now. Influencing key characters could also earn karma points. Itachi, Sasuke, and Shisui had already been initially influenced. Continuing to stimulate them in a short period might not yield good results. Then who else? Naruto. Kakashi. The third. Danzo. Thinking of Danzo, Uchiha Shenyu's eyes turned cold. 2 root ninja died last night, it was impossible for Danzo not to react. Perhaps right now, Root was already investigating him. At the same time, underground in Konoha, Root base. In the dim stone chamber, the candlelight flickered slightly. Danzo Shimura sat on a stone chair, half his face hidden in the shadows. In front of him, a Root ninja knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo. The 2 sent to the Uchiha clan grounds last night are confirmed dead. The bodies have been recovered by the Uchiha. Danzo's expression was gloomy. 2 official ninja died at the hands of a 9-year-old brat. The Root ninja lowered his head. Judging by the traces at the scene, the target utilized the fire, explosive tags, wire, and the collapsing environment to complete a counter kill. Additionally, the target awakened the Sharingan during the battle. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. Sharingan. The stone chamber fell silent. After a moment, Danzo spoke slowly. Uchiha Shenyu. His parents died during the Nine Tails Rebellion, he has no direct relatives, and was originally just a low-value sample. I didn't expect him to awaken it. The Root ninja asked, should we continue with the recovery? Danzo did not answer immediately. Something had just happened at the Uchiha clan grounds. If he took action now, Fugaku would definitely seize the opportunity to escalate the situation. The third might not allow him to continue provoking the Uchiha at this time either. But leaving him alone. Impossible. A 9-year-old brat capable of counter-killing 2 Root ninja in a desperate situation and awakening the Sharingan must not be underestimated. Especially with the Uchiha bloodline, which easily awakens eyes upon stimulation. Today it is 1 tomo. What about the future? 2 tomo Sharingan. 3 tomo Sharingan. Or even. Greed and apprehension flashed in the depths of Danzo's eyes. Mangekyo. Do not move against him for now. Danzo said coldly. Send people to monitor him. Find out clearly whether his actions last night were just luck, or if he was hiding something. Also, keep a close eye on Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. The Root ninja said in a deep voice, yes. Danzo tapped his cane, his voice low. The Uchiha clan has been getting more and more restless lately. If this seed continues to sprout, it will be very troublesome in the future. When necessary. He paused, killing intent flashing in his single eye. Uproot it early. The Root ninja lowered his head. Understood. In the shadows, the candlelight flickered slightly. Danzo slowly closed his eyes. In his view, the Uchiha were the village's greatest source of instability. The power of the Sharingan should not be in the hands of a group dominated by emotions. If the Uchiha could not be used by the village, then they should be controlled by Root. Including that brat named Uchiha Shenyu. In the hospital room, Uchiha Shenyu suddenly opened his eyes. The special trait causality perception trembled slightly. A cold feeling of being watched flashed through his heart. Uchiha Shenyu looked out the window, his eyes gradually deepening. It was coming. He knew that Danzo had already noticed him. This was dangerous. But it was exactly what he wanted. Because from last night on, there was no room for reconciliation between him and Danzo. Sooner or later, he would personally drag that old thing hiding beneath Konoha out. And then tell the entire ninja world. Just how rotten the so-called darkness of the Hokage truly was. Uchiha Shenyu slowly closed his eyes. Danzo. Don't be in a rush. I will settle your debts with you one by one. Night fell. The Uchiha clan grounds did not quiet down as usual. Outside Naka Shrine, torches lit up one after another. All over the clan grounds, Uchiha clan members kept rushing towards the shrine. Most of them wore dark clan attire, their expressions gloomy, anger repressed in their eyes. The events of last night had already spread throughout the entire Uchiha clan. A 9-year-old orphan within the clan had actually been attacked by unidentified ninja in the middle of the night. The other party had even wanted to take him away as a sample. These two words completely ignited the anger of the Uchiha clan members. What was the most precious thing to the Uchiha bloodline limit? Sharingan. And the so-called sample almost put the meaning right out in the open. Someone wanted to use the Uchiha for experiments. Someone wanted their eyes. This was not an ordinary attack. This was an insult. It was trampling. It was even more of a declaration of war against the entire Uchiha clan. Inside Naka Shrine, Uchiha Fugaku knelt on the main seat, his expression calm. But those familiar with him knew that the clan leader was not in a good mood right now. On both sides of him sat the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. The elites of the Konoha military police force. Representatives of various branches within the clan. And several elders with extremely high prestige. Uchiha Shisui sat in a position further back. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly behind Fugaku. According to his age, he originally had no qualifications to attend such a clan meeting. But he was Fugaku's eldest son and also a recognized genius within the clan. More importantly, he had already entered the Anbu and had direct contact with the high-ranking officials of Konoha. So Fugaku let him stand here. On one hand, it was for training. On the other hand, it was also to let him hear the voices of the clan members with his own ears. The atmosphere within the shrine was extremely oppressive. Finally, a middle-aged Uchiha ninja spoke first. Clan leader, we cannot endure this any longer. They have already infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds to abduct someone. Today it is Shenyu, will it be our children tomorrow? Someone immediately chimed in. That's right. How much blood have we, the Uchiha, shed for Konoha? On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, how many people in our clan died? And what was the result? The village suspects us, monitors us, and has pushed us to the periphery. And now, they actually want to capture our children to use as test subjects. What is this? Are we truly Konoha's comrades, or are we just materials they are farming? As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of low, angry voices erupted within the shrine. Many people clenched their fists. Some younger clan members had even activated their Sharingan. The scarlet pupils appeared exceptionally glaring under the firelight. Fugaku did not rush to speak. He simply watched the crowd quietly. As the clan leader, he had to hear the true sentiments of his clansmen. But the more he listened, the heavier his heart became. The rift between the Uchiha and Konoha was deeper than he had imagined. Last night's incident was like a knife, directly tearing through that layer of barely maintained superficial peace. An elder of the clan spoke slowly. Fugaku, how is the investigation into the corpses going? Fugaku looked at the member of the Konoha military police force beside him. The person immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, there are no identification marks on either of the two bodies. The ninja tools have also been processed. But based on their equipment habits, operational methods, and infiltration route, they do not seem like ordinary rogue ninjas. Another clansman sneered. If they aren't rogue ninjas, then who could they be? Being able to bypass the village's patrols, accurately locate Shenyu's residence, and dare to take action within the Uchiha clan grounds. Besides people from within the village, who could do this? Anbu. No, they had no Anbu markings. Then there is only one place left. He stopped there and did not continue. But everyone knew where he was referring to. The route. Danzo Shimura. This name was not spoken aloud, but it hung over the shrine like a shadow. Shisui furrowed his brows. He looked at Fugaku. Fugaku remained silent. At this moment, another radical Uchiha stood up. Clan leader, we must demand an explanation from Hokage-sama. What if Hokage-sama refuses to give an explanation? Another person asked coldly. The shrine fell silent again. That's right. What if the third Hokage refuses to provide an explanation? Or what if he just says, we will investigate, and then lets the matter fade away? It wasn't as if such things hadn't happened before. Every time the village suspected the Uchiha, it was the Uchiha who conceded. Every time a conflict occurred, the Uchiha were the ones asked to consider the bigger picture. Over time, the clansmen had increasingly lost faith that the Konoha higher-ups would handle things fairly. If they don't give an explanation, then it means they have something to hide. Someone said angrily. Then we will investigate it ourselves. Investigate. Another clansman sneered. The route is hidden underground and is directly under Danzo. Without the Hokage's order, how can we investigate? Are we going to force our way in? Why wouldn't we dare? They dared to capture our children, yet we still have to follow the rules. This statement immediately ignited the emotions of even more people. That's right. We cannot endure this anymore. The Uchiha are not to be slaughtered at will. Clan leader, give the order. At the very least, we should mobilize the entire Konoha military police force and blockade the surroundings of the clan grounds. The voices grew louder and louder. The atmosphere was gradually spiraling out of control. Itachi stood behind Fugaku, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. He could understand the clansman's anger. If the person captured last night had been Sasuke, he would not be calm either. However, if the Uchiha were to directly confront the village now, the consequences would be severe. Konoha had only recently recovered from the shadow of the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the internal situation in the village was already sensitive. Once the Uchiha took large-scale action, the third Hokage and the higher-ups would certainly believe that the Uchiha intended to rebel. By then, the conflict would only escalate further. Itachi subconsciously looked at Shisui. Shisui was also silent. In the past, Shisui would have immediately urged the clansmen to be calm, telling everyone to trust the Hokage and to avoid conflict. But tonight, he did not speak immediately. Because earlier that day in the ward, Shenyu had asked him a question. If every time conflict avoidance is discussed, the Uchiha are the first ones asked to concede, is that fair? These words kept echoing in Shisui's mind. It made him unable to easily say the words, everyone, calm down first, like he had in the past. Because he suddenly realized that the word, calm, for those who have been hurt, is sometimes very cruel. In the corner of the shrine, a young Uchiha man suddenly stood up. Clan leader, I want to see Shenyu. Everyone turned to look at him. The young man was named Uchiha Tekka, a highly respected individual among the younger generation of the Konoha military police force, with a fierce personality and a long-standing dissatisfaction with Konoha's higher-ups. Fugaku looked at him. Why do you want to see him? Tekka said in a deep voice, he is the only survivor from last night. There are some things that should be said by him personally. We also need to know what those two intruders actually said. Fugaku frowned. He is severely injured and needs rest. Tekka immediately said, Clan leader, I am not trying to make things difficult for him. But this matter concerns the entire Uchiha. If he can step forward and tell the truth, the clan will have more reason to demand an explanation from the village. As his voice fell, many people nodded. Right. Let Shenyu speak. He is the victim, his words carry the most weight. We cannot remain silent on his behalf. Fugaku's gaze darkened. He certainly understood what these people were thinking. Shenyu is the victim. A 9-year-old child being captured to be used as a test subject is the kind of thing that most easily incites the clansman's emotions. If Shenyu were to personally accuse the Konoha higher-ups at the clan meeting, then the internal anger of the Uchiha would be pushed even higher. By then, even if Fugaku wanted to suppress it, he might not be able to. But if he didn't let Shenyu appear, the radicals would think that he, the clan leader, was deliberately suppressing the matter. The situation fell into a dilemma. Just at this moment, a weak yet clear voice came from outside the shrine. Clan leader Sama. I can speak. Everyone turned their heads instantly. At the entrance of the shrine, Uchiha Shingitsu was wearing an oversized black clan uniform, his face pale, and his body still wrapped in bandages. Bloodstains could be faintly seen seeping out from his left shoulder. A young Uchiha man was supporting him. Clearly, he had forced his way over from the ward. Fugaku frowned. Who let you come? Shenyu said in a low voice, I wanted to come myself. He lifted his head and looked at the dense crowd of Uchiha clansmen inside the shrine. In those black eyes that had not yet awakened the Sharingan, there was no timidity. Only calmness. I know what you elders want to ask. I can talk about what happened last night. The shrine fell quiet. Many people looked at this child, and their expressions changed. 9 years old. Severely injured. Parents both dead. Almost taken away last night. But now, he actually dared to stand before so many clansmen. This courage alone already made many Uchiha look at him with newfound respect. Fugaku said in a deep voice, Shenyu, your injuries have not yet healed. Shenyu looked at Fugaku. Clan leader Sama, I can endure the pain. But I do not want others to decide to remain silent on my behalf. When these words were spoken, many radical clansmen immediately showed admiration in their eyes. Good lad. Tough. That's how an Uchiha should be. Fugaku took a deep look at Shenyu. He suddenly realized that this child's appearance tonight was likely not a coincidence. Shenyu knew he would be treated as a fuse. But he came anyway. Perhaps, he might even have come voluntarily to be this fuse. Fugaku said slowly, then tell us. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. He walked into the shrine step by step. Every step was very slow. The wounds were aching as if they were tearing open. But his back was held very straight. Finally, he stood in the center of the crowd. The firelight shone on his pale face, and also revealed the blood on his body that had not yet dried. Uchiha Tekka asked first, Uchiha Shenyu, what did those two people who snuck into your house last night want to do? Uchiha Shenyu said in a low voice, take me away. They said that since I have no relatives, even if I went missing, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Suppressed sounds of anger suddenly rang out inside the shrine. Tekka's eyes grew even colder. What else did they say? Uchiha Shenyu lifted his head. They said that my Sharingan hadn't awakened and my chakra levels were ordinary. The recoverable value is low. But they need to collect more samples recently. Boom. This sentence was like an explosive tag, instantly detonating in everyone's hearts. Samples. So it really is samples. What did they take us Uchiha for? Animals. Several young Uchiha activated their Sharingan on the spot. Even the expressions of several clan elders turned completely grim. Low recoverable value. Collecting samples. This was no longer just simple suspicion. This was treating the Uchiha clansmen as objects that could be evaluated, recycled, and experimented on. Uchiha Tekka was trembling with rage. Did they say who sent them? Uchiha Shenyu remained silent for a moment. Everyone was staring at him. Fugaku's gaze also became grave. Uchiha Shenyu did not mention Danzo directly. Because he knew that without evidence right now, directly accusing Danzo would only give the third Hokage a reason to claim that the Uchiha were slandering the higher-ups. What he had to do was let the clansmen reach their own conclusions. So, he said in a low voice, they didn't say any names. And they weren't wearing Anbu insignias. But their actions were very professional. They knew where I lived. They knew my background information. They knew I had no relatives. They knew my Sharingan hadn't awakened. They even knew my chakra levels. Uchiha Shenyu looked at everyone. I would like to ask you seniors. Could ordinary rogue ninjas know this kind of information? The shrine was deathly silent. The answer was self-evident. No. Only people inside Konoha could find this information. Not even ordinary ninjas could find it. It had to be someone who controlled the village's intelligence network. Tekka gritted his teeth and said, Root. This time, he said the name directly. It must be Root. Except for Danzo Shimura, no one would do such a thing. Someone immediately echoed him. That's right. Danzo has always been hostile toward us Uchiha. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, he was the one who advocated moving us to the edge of the village. And now he's sending people to kidnap our children. Clan leader, we can't tolerate this anymore. We must demand an explanation from the Hokage. The atmosphere boiled over again. Fugaku suddenly gave a low shout. Quiet. With the clan leader's authority pressing down, the crowd finally quieted down reluctantly. Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shenyu. Continue. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. After I heard they wanted to take me away, I resisted. I knew I was no match for them. So I could only make use of kerosene, wires, explosive tags, and the roof beams. The first person underestimated me and was killed by me. The second person was very strong, and I almost died. Speaking to this point, Uchiha Shenyu paused for a moment. He pulled open his collar. Under the bandages on his chest, traces of burns from the explosion could be vaguely seen. To kill him, I detonated an explosive tag I was wearing. Many clansmen's eyes widened in shock. An explosive tag on his body. Is this kid crazy? A 9-year-old child actually dared to use such a fighting style. Uchiha Tekka's look at Uchiha Shenyu changed completely. If he had just viewed Uchiha Shenyu as a victim earlier. Then now, he viewed Uchiha Shenyu as a true clansman. An Uchiha who dared to risk his life against the enemy. Uchiha Shenyu continued, in the end, I used the collapsed roof beam to pin him down and finished him off with a blade. After that, the patrol team arrived. And I passed out. He spoke very calmly. But the calmer he was, the more shocking it was to others. A 9-year-old child talking about life and death like a sparring session at the training ground. This ruthlessness was so much like an Uchiha. No. Even more ruthless than many Uchiha. Shisui watched Uchiha Shenyu, his feelings complicated. Itachi was also silent. He found that he was increasingly unable to see through this clansman. Every word Uchiha Shenyu said was true. But the way he spoke was constantly stirring up the clansman's emotions. He didn't directly incite them. Yet it was more effective than incitement. Because he laid out the facts layer by layer, letting everyone get angry on their own, doubt on their own, and reach their own conclusions. This was very dangerous. And very smart. Fugaku naturally saw it too. He stared at Uchiha Shenyu and asked in a deep voice, Uchiha Shenyu, what do you want the clan to do? Once this sentence was spoken, everyone's gaze fell on Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu felt a slight stir in his heart. This question from Fugaku was crucial. If he answered too aggressively, Fugaku would suppress him. If he answered too weakly, the situation he had just created would deflate. Therefore, he had to give an answer that appeared restrained but was actually sharp. Uchiha Shenyu lifted his head, his voice clear. First, strengthen patrols within the Uchiha clan grounds, especially for orphans, children, and clansmen who haven't awakened the Sharingan. They must be registered and protected. Many people nodded. This was very reasonable. Second, the Konoha military police force should demand that the village publicly explain how outside ninjas managed to infiltrate the Uchiha clan grounds last night. If it wasn't someone from inside the village, then it was a failure of Konoha's defense. If it was someone from inside the village, then it needs to be investigated even more. This sentence made many clansmen's eyes light up. That's right. Whether it was rude or not, Konoha had to provide an explanation. If it wasn't an insider, it was a failure of defense. If it was an insider, that was an even bigger problem. Neither side could escape. Uchiha Shenyu continued, third, do not directly accuse anyone. As soon as this was said, the radical faction frowned. Tekka couldn't help but ask, why? Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. Because there is no evidence. Accusing someone directly without evidence will only let them bite back, claiming that the Uchiha are slandering the village's higher-ups and intending to incite conflict. Tekka was stunned. Uchiha Shenyu said, but we can demand an investigation. A public investigation. Let the Hokage-sama give a promise personally. Let the whole village know that the Uchiha clan grounds were invaded last night, and a 9-year-old child was almost kidnapped to be used as a sample. If someone wants to suppress it, then they must first explain why such a thing cannot be let known to the villagers. The shrine was quiet again. This time, it wasn't the silence of anger, but of shock. Even Fugaku's gaze at Uchiha Shenyu changed. This move was ruthless. What the Uchiha lacked most right now was the power of discourse. The Konoha higher-ups had always kept the Uchiha isolated from the villagers, causing the villagers to develop fear and prejudice against the Uchiha. If what happened last night was made public, what would the villagers think? A 9-year-old child was kidnapped to be used as a sample. Even if they didn't like the Uchiha, they would instinctively feel uneasy. Because today it could be the Uchiha. Tomorrow, could it be other clans? Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame. Ordinary civilian ninjas. Once this kind of matter was brought out into the open, the Konoha higher-ups could no longer easily suppress it using the big picture. And if the third Hokage forcibly suppressed the news, the Uchiha would have even more reason to suspect that the higher-ups were guilty. Uchiha Tekka's eyes lit up. Good. Uchiha Shenyu is right. We will demand a public investigation. Let's see if they dare to investigate. A clan elder also nodded slowly. This child speaks well. Direct conflict is not advisable, but we cannot remain silent like in the past. A public investigation is a way. Shisui watched Uchiha Shenyu, shaken inside. He had thought Uchiha Shenyu would exacerbate the conflict. But he hadn't expected that the solution Uchiha Shenyu gave would be even calmer than many adults. Not acting directly. Not directly accusing. But every step pushed the pressure back onto the Konoha higher-ups. This was not reckless revenge. This was a plan. Itachi was also feeling complicated inside. He suddenly realized that if there were a few more people like Uchiha Shenyu within the Uchiha, perhaps the situation might not necessarily head toward the worst-case scenario. But at the same time, he felt vaguely uneasy. Because Uchiha Shenyu was too sharp. So sharp that if he lost control, he would cut many people. Fugaku was silent for a long time, then finally spoke slowly. The clan meeting adopts Shenyu's suggestion. Starting tonight, patrols in the Uchiha clan grounds will be doubled. All underage clan members will be registered and protected. Tomorrow, the Konoha military police force will submit a formal document to the Hokage building, demanding a public investigation into last night's intrusion. Having said this, Fugaku's gaze swept across everyone. But I warn you, without orders, no one is to attack Root privately, and no one is to initiate conflict with the village's upper echelons. Violators will be dealt with according to clan rules. Although everyone was still unwilling, this was already much better than they had expected. At least the clan head did not choose to suppress it. Instead, he intended to formally challenge the village. Yes, the clan members responded in unison. Just then, a system notification rang in Shenyu's mind. Host has pushed for a change in the Uchiha clan meeting resolution. The original trajectory of the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha has deviated. The deviation degree of the night of the massacre has increased. Current deviation degree, 3%. Obtained karma points, 1200. Current karma points, 1700. Shenyu's heart trembled slightly. 1200 points. As expected, changing the clan meeting resolution yielded more karma points than simply influencing a single person. As long as he continued to push the Uchiha to break away from the original plot, he would soon be able to gather the 3000 points needed for the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Fugaku looked at Shenyu. Your injuries have not yet healed. Go back and rest. Shenyu nodded. Yes, clan head. He turned and walked outside. But just as he reached the door, the voice of Uchiha Tekka suddenly came from behind him. Shenyu. Shenyu stopped and turned back. Tekka looked at him and said in a deep voice, You did not embarrass the Uchiha last night. Inside the shrine, many clan members also looked at him. Some nodded. Some showed approval. Even a few young Uchiha who originally did not know him cast gazes of admiration at him. Shenyu bowed his head slightly. I just want to survive. Tekka grinned. If you want to survive, you must have the courage to draw your blade. From today on, come to the Konoha military police force if you need me. If anyone dares to touch you again, they must first ask if we agree. As soon as these words were spoken, many members of the Konoha military police force nodded one after another. Shenyu understood clearly in his heart. From this moment on, he was no longer just an orphan within the Uchiha. He had his first batch of natural supporters. The young faction of the Konoha military police force. These people were hot-blooded, radical, and easily swayed by emotions. But they were also sharp enough. As long as they were used well, they would be the first blade he used to leverage the Uchiha in the future. Shenyu did not say much, just bowed earnestly. Thank you, seniors. After speaking, he walked out of the shrine. The night wind blew, carrying a hint of chill. Shenyu's face turned even paler. But his eyes were very bright. This step at the clan meeting was the right one. The Uchiha started protecting the children within the clan. The Konoha military police force started demanding a public investigation. Fugaku no longer kept the conflict suppressed in the shadows as in the original story. Next, the pressure would come to the Hokage building. How would the third handle this? How would Danzo react? This was the real beginning. Meanwhile, the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in front of the window, holding the intelligence scroll that had just been delivered. His expression was very grim. On the scroll was written the entire sequence of events that occurred at the Uchiha clan grounds last night. And the latest movements of the Uchiha clan meeting tonight. A public investigation. The third muttered these words, his brows furrowed tightly. The thing he was most worried about had happened after all. The Uchiha did not riot directly. But they chose a more troublesome method. A public investigation. Once this matter blew up, the village's public opinion would be affected. By then, the existence of Root would be targeted by more people. On Danzo's side, more problems might also be exposed. In the shadows of the office, Danzo Shimura leaned on his cane, his voice cold and sinister. Hiruzen, you cannot let the Uchiha escalate this matter. The third turned around, looking at him with a heavy gaze. Were the people from last night sent by you? Danzo did not change his expression. No. The third stared at him. Danzo, I hope you understand that the Uchiha are already very sensitive right now. Any stimulation could lead to irreversible consequences. Danzo snorted coldly. Precisely because of that, we must not indulge them even more. The Uchiha actually dare to use a brat's incident to force the village into a public investigation. This shows that they have already started to challenge the Hokage's authority. The third's expression darkened further. Their child was attacked in the clan grounds, it is not excessive for them to demand an investigation. Danzo said coldly, Hiruzen, you are still too weak. What the Uchiha want is not an investigation. What they want is to make an issue out of it. If we concede this time, they will make more demands next time. Eventually, they will point their blades at the Hokage building. The third did not speak. He certainly knew that the Uchiha's problem was very thorny. But he also knew that if last night's incident was not handled well, it would only make the Uchiha more alienated. At this moment, Danzo said slowly, that brat named Uchiha Shenyu must be monitored closely. The third frowned. He is just a 9-year-old child. Danzo sneered. Can a 9-year-old child kill 2 ninjas in a counterattack? Can a 9-year-old child force the Uchiha to change their resolution at a clan meeting? Hiruzen, do you really think he is just a child? The third was silent. The intelligence in the scroll regarding Shenyu was indeed surprising to him. Especially his speech at the clan meeting. Too mature. Too calm. And too sharp. A child who has experienced life and death might become precocious. But to be this precocious, one has to be vigilant. Danzo continued. The Uchiha clan is already dangerous enough. Now there is another brat who can incite the clan's emotions. If we let him grow, he will surely become a major threat in the future. The third glanced at Danzo coldly. What do you want to do? Danzo said indifferently. Leave it to Root. I will make him disappear from the Uchiha's sight. Impossible. The third refused without hesitation. Moving against him now will only completely infuriate the Uchiha. Danzo narrowed his single eye. Then we wait. The third said in a deep voice, surveillance is fine. But you are not allowed to make a move against him again. At least not now. Danzo did not answer. He just tapped his cane lightly on the ground. He knew Hiruzen Sarutobi too well. This old friend was always like this. Wanting to maintain balance. Wanting to avoid conflict. Wanting to solve everything with gentle means. But the ninja world never operated on gentleness. Some unstable factors should be nipped in the bud. Uchiha Shenyu was one such bud. Danzo turned and walked into the shadows. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The third watched him leave and let out a long sigh. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha remained. But beneath this calmness, undercurrents had already begun to surge. The third looked down at the name on the scroll. Uchiha Shenyu. After a long time, he spoke slowly. Someone come here. An Anbu appeared instantly. Hokage-sama. The third said in a deep voice, from today on, observe Uchiha Shenyu in secret. Do not make contact, do not provoke him. Only observe. The Anbu bowed his head. Yes. Meanwhile, Shenyu did not yet know that he had already been targeted by both the Hokage and Danzo. Or rather, he had already guessed it. After returning to the hospital room, he leaned against the bed, looking at the karma points on the system panel that had grown to 1700, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. 1300 more to go. The two-tomo Sharingan was not far off. Shenyu looked out at the night scenery outside the window, his eyes deep. Tomorrow, the Hokage building should be very lively. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo. Let me see how you will handle this move. The next morning. On the surface, Konoha was as usual. On the streets, vendors began setting up their stalls, ninjas hurried past street corners, and Ninja Academy students ran toward school with their backpacks on. The Hokage Rock appeared solemn and peaceful in the morning light. It was as if the undercurrents in the Uchiha clan grounds last night had never happened. But those who truly stood at the center of power in Konoha knew that this day would not be peaceful. Outside the Hokage building, the members of the Uchiha police force arrived. At their head was Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him were key members of the Konoha military police force, including Uchiha Tekka, Uchiha Yashira, and Uchiha Inabi. They did not draw their swords. They did not activate their Sharingan. There were not even many of them. Yet, as soon as this group appeared in front of the Hokage building, the expressions of many nearby ninjas changed slightly. The Uchiha clan members had come to the Hokage building as a group. This in itself was a signal. At the building entrance, two guard ninjas exchanged glances, and someone immediately went inside to report. Fugaku stood where he was, his expression calm. Uchiha Tekka, however, did not have such patience. He looked at the Hokage building and sneered. I hope the Hokage-sama can give us an explanation today. Beside him, Uchiha Yashira whispered, Tekka, watch your tone. Tekka lowered his voice. I am already being very careful. If it were up to my temper, I would have gone straight to Root to demand them last night. Uchiha Yashira frowned. The clan leader has already said, do not make direct accusations without evidence. Tekka snorted coldly. No evidence. Isn't the evidence just hidden by root? Those two dead men had no markings on them, yet their information was ridiculously clear. They knew Uchiha Shenyu had no relatives, knew his chakra levels, and knew he hadn't awakened his Sharingan. Is this kind of intelligence picked up from the side of the road? Yashiro was silent. He certainly knew that this matter was likely inseparable from root. But knowing is one thing. Whether it can be brought out into the open is another. This is the most troublesome part for the Uchiha right now. They are suspected. They are monitored. They are ostracized. But as long as there is no ironclad evidence, the Konoha high-ups can continue to suppress them using the big picture. In the past, the Uchiha have suffered too many such losses. And this time, that child named Uchiha Shenyu reminded them. Do not make direct accusations. Demand an open investigation. Bring the issue out into the open. Make it impossible for the Hokage building to easily brush it off. Thinking of this, Yashiro could not help but feel a bit conflicted. A 9-year-old child actually saw things more clearly than many adults in the clan. Soon, an Anbu appeared before them. Clan leader Fugaku, Hokage-sama asks you to come in. Fugaku nodded. Let's go. The group entered the Hokage building. Along the way, the staff in the building subconsciously looked at them. The Uchiha police force usually comes to the Hokage building to handle official business, but with the clan leader personally leading the team like today, the atmosphere was clearly different. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage office. Inside the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk, wearing the Hokage haori, with a pipe by his hand. Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu sat to the side. Danzo was not there. At least not on the surface. Fugaku swept a glance across the office and sneered inwardly. In such an occasion, it is normal for Danzo not to appear. As long as he does not appear, he can continue to maintain a clean break. All darkness is hidden in the shadows of root. And the Hokage building only needs to put on a stance of fair mediation. The third raised his head, his face showing weariness. Fugaku, you have come. Fugaku bowed his head slightly. Hokage-sama. The etiquette was in place. But that was all. The third glanced at the members of the police force behind Fugaku and said slowly, I already know about what happened in the Uchiha clan grounds last night. Such a thing happening in the village is a dereliction of duty on my part as Hokage. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tekka's brow twitched. He had originally thought the third would first play Tai Chi. He didn't expect the other party to admit dereliction of duty as soon as he spoke. But Fugaku's expression did not change at all. The third is the Hokage, not an ordinary person. This level of statement is just to ease the atmosphere. The truly key part is how it will be handled afterward. Fugaku said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, last night, 2 unidentified ninjas snuck into the Uchiha clan grounds and attempted to kidnap a 9-year-old child of our clan. This is no longer a simple public security matter. The third nodded. I understand. Homura Mitokado pushed up his glasses. Clan leader Fugaku, the matter is indeed serious, but we also hope the Uchiha clan will maintain restraint. The village has just stabilized. If a larger conflict is triggered because of a misunderstanding, it would be bad for everyone. Tekka's eyes turned cold. Misunderstanding. Uchiha Yashiro immediately coughed lightly, signaling him not to be impulsive. Fugaku looked at Homura Mitokado, his tone calm. Does the advisor think this is a misunderstanding? Homura Mitokado said indifferently, that is not what I meant. It's just that there is currently no evidence proving that the intruders came from inside the village. Before investigating clearly, it is not appropriate to escalate the situation. Fugaku did not refute immediately. He just took a scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This is the investigation record from the scene last night. 1. The intruders were familiar with the patrol gaps on the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds. 2. The intruders accurately grasped the residence and personal information of Uchiha Shenyu. 3. The intruders knew that Uchiha Shenyu's parents had passed away and that he had no direct relatives. 4. The intruders knew that Uchiha Shenyu had not awakened his Sharingan and had average chakra levels. 5. They mentioned specimen and recovery value in their speech. Fugaku raised his head and looked at the third. Hokage-sama, I would like to ask. How could ordinary foreign enemies obtain this information? The office was quiet for a moment. Udatane Kaharu frowned and said, it could also be spies from enemy villages who have been lurking for a long time. Tekka almost laughed out loud. Spies from enemy villages. This excuse is certainly convenient. Any dirty water can be splashed onto spies. Fugaku remained calm. If they are spies from enemy villages, then the problem is even more serious. If enemy village spies can lurk within Konoha long enough to grasp detailed information about Uchiha clansmen, and can even sneak into the clan grounds at night to kidnap people. This shows that Konoha's defenses have already developed huge loopholes. As the village's public security agency, the Uchiha police force has the responsibility to cooperate in a thorough investigation. Homura Mitokado's expression changed slightly. These words directly blocked the argument they had just made. If it is not someone from inside the village, then it is a defense loophole. If it is said to be enemy village spies, then the police force has even more reason to intervene in the investigation. But what the high-ups least want to see is the Uchiha police force taking the opportunity to expand the scope of the investigation. Because once the Uchiha are allowed to investigate further, it is very likely they will find traces of Root's activities. The third looked at Fugaku, a trace of complexity flashing deep in his eyes. This line of argument is too steady. It is not the style of the radical faction of the Uchiha. Although Fugaku is composed, he is more accustomed to suppressing conflicts internally and would not take the initiative to design the problem so sharply. In other words, it is very likely someone reminded him behind the scenes. A name appeared in the third's mind. Uchiha Shenyu. That 9-year-old child. The third picked up the scroll, read through it, and said slowly, Fugaku, what do you want the village to do? Fugaku said in a deep voice, the Uchiha have 3 demands. First, the Hokage building must publicly acknowledge that the Uchiha clan grounds were invaded last night and establish an investigation team. Second, the investigation team must include members of the Uchiha police force. Third, the village must strengthen the defense of the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds and notify all clans of recent security risks. Hearing the third point, the expressions of Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu both changed. Notify all clans. Isn't this just escalating the matter? Udatane Kaharu immediately said, no. This will trigger panic within the village. Uchiha Tekka finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Advisor Sama, a 9-year-old child was almost kidnapped as a specimen, and your first reaction is not to investigate the culprit, but to fear panic. Udatane Kaharu's expression darkened. What kind of attitude is that? Tekka sneered. The attitude of a victim. Or are you saying that in the advisor's eyes, the Uchiha don't even have the qualification to be angry after being attacked? Tekka. Fugaku said calmly. Tekka took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. But the atmosphere in the office had already become tense. Hiruzen frowned. He did not want things to spiral out of control. He even less wanted the Uchiha and the advisors to start arguing on the spot. Thus, he said in a deep voice, that is enough. The office quieted down. Hiruzen looked at Fugaku. I can agree to the first point. The village will acknowledge the intrusion into the Uchiha clan grounds last night and establish an investigation team. Fugaku did not speak. Hiruzen continued, for the second point, members of the Uchiha police force may participate in the investigation team. A flash of joy crossed Uchiha Tekka's eyes. But Fugaku remained calm. Because there was still the third point. Hiruzen said slowly, as for the third point, notifying all clans about the security risk is not appropriate to make public for the time being. Tekka's expression darkened. As expected. Hiruzen continued, the village will secretly strengthen defenses. I will also personally order the Anbu to assist with patrols. But if we notify all clans directly, it is very likely to trigger unnecessary speculation. The village needs stability right now. Stability again. The big picture again. Tekka clenched his fists. Fugaku, however, was not surprised. He knew Hiruzen would definitely block the third point. Because what was really needed for the third point was not defense. It was the spread of public opinion. The upper echelons of Konoha absolutely did not want this matter to be known by all ninja clans. At least, they did not want the Uchiha to be the ones to leak it. Fugaku was silent for a moment, then said, Hokage-sama, the Uchiha can temporarily refrain from demanding notification of all clans. Hiruzen was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But Fugaku's next sentence made him frown again. But the investigation must have a deadline. 7 days. Within 7 days, the Hokage building must give the Uchiha a formal result. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and did not answer immediately. Homura Mitokado said in a deep voice, 7 days is too short. Fugaku looked at him. Then, how long does Advisor Sama think is appropriate? Homura Mitokado said, matters like this involve the security of the village, it will take at least a month. Tekka sneered. A month. After a month, all traces would have been cleaned up, right? Anger flashed in Homura Mitokado's eyes. Uchiha Tekka, watch your words. Tekka did not back down. Did I say something wrong? If the one attacked had been a child of the Sarutobi clan, would Advisor Sama still say a month? The temperature in the office plummeted. This sentence was too heavy. Several Anbu shifted their presence slightly. But Fugaku did not reprimand Tekka. Because although this sentence was sharp, it voiced the inner thoughts of the Uchiha. Hiruzen's expression also darkened. He looked at Tekka, and after a long while, said slowly, 7 days. Homura Mitokado was stunned. Hiruzen. Hiruzen waved his hand. Within 7 days, the investigation team will provide a preliminary result. Fugaku, this is already the greatest guarantee I can give. Fugaku looked at Hiruzen. The two stared at each other for a moment. Finally, Fugaku nodded. Good. The Uchiha will await the result from Hokage-sama. After saying this, he turned and left with the members of the police force. After the office door closed, Udetane Kaharu immediately said, Hiruzen, you shouldn't have agreed so quickly. The Uchiha are forcing the Hokage building. Homura Mitokado also said in a deep voice, once this precedent is set, they will become increasingly aggressive in the future. Hiruzen rubbed his temples. Then what do you want to do? Refuse them. And then let the Uchiha make the events of last night known to the entire clan, and even spread it to the ears of other clans. Udetane Kaharu frowned. They already know about it throughout the clan. Hiruzen puffed out some smoke. That is why we cannot continue to suppress it. The Uchiha need an attitude right now. If we don't even give a superficial attitude, Fugaku won't be able to suppress the radicals within the clan. Homura Mitokado was silent for a moment, then asked, what about the investigation team? Hiruzen's gaze darkened slightly. Let the Anbu lead it. The police force can participate, but do not let them come into contact with the root. Udetane Kaharu whispered, you also suspect it is Danzo. Hiruzen did not answer. But the silence itself spoke volumes. Homura Mitokado sighed, if it really was done by Danzo, this matter must be suppressed. Hiruzen looked up, his eyes somewhat weary. Suppress it. How do we suppress it? 2 root ninja died in the Uchiha clan grounds, and their bodies were taken by the Uchiha. That child is still alive. He heard the word, specimen. Do you think the Uchiha will act as if nothing happened? Udetane Kaharu did not speak again. Hiruzen looked out the window, his gaze heavy. The best way right now is to find a plausible explanation. Enemy village spies. Homura Mitokado understood immediately. You want to classify the matter as an infiltration by a foreign enemy. Hiruzen did not deny it. At least on the surface, that is the only way. Otherwise, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village will immediately collapse. Udetane Kaharu frowned and said, but will the Uchiha believe it? Hiruzen sighed. They won't fully believe it. But as long as we provide sufficient compensation, Fugaku might accept it. Homura Mitokado asked, what compensation? Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Increase the patrol authority on the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds. Increase the budget for the police force. Allow some young Uchiha ninja to enter the village's mission system. Udetane Kaharu's expression changed. This is equivalent to making concessions to the Uchiha. Hiruzen looked at her. This is appeasement. Right now, we need appeasement. Not continued provocation. The 2 advisors did not speak again. They both knew that this was the only way for now. But they were also equally clear. This was just stalling. The rift between the Uchiha and the Konoha upper echelons could no longer be filled by a few compensations. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Hokage building, Danzo sat in the shadows. After listening to the root ninja's report, he sneered. 7 days. Hiruzen is indeed still the same. Always thinking that compromise can buy stability. The root ninja in front of him bowed his head and asked, Danzo-sama, is it necessary to dispose of the traces? Danzo said coldly, destroy all related records. The deployment orders, routes, and sources of intelligence for last night's operation team, not a single word can be left behind. In addition, prepare 2 scapegoats. The root ninja asked, their identities. Danzo said indifferently, Kumogakure spies. Don't they want to investigate? Then let them trace it back to Kumogakure. The root ninja immediately bowed his head. Yes. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's single eye. Shifting the blame to Kumogakure was the simplest and most reasonable method. Kumogakure had always coveted Konoha's bloodlines. They had once targeted the Hyuga in the past. Saying now that they coveted the Uchiha Sharingan was also completely plausible. As long as the evidence was fabricated cleanly, the Hokage building would accept it. Even if the Uchiha were suspicious, they would not be able to produce evidence to refute it. This is politics. The truth is not important. Whether it can be smoothed over is what is important. It is just. The name Uchiha Shenyu floated into Danzo's mind. That brat cannot be left for too long. This time, it can be stalled temporarily. But next time, he must find an opportunity to pull out this unstable seed. Uchiha Shenyu. Danzo tapped his cane slowly. I would like to see how much longer you can live. Uchiha clan grounds. Inside the hospital room, Uchiha Shenyu leaned against the headboard, holding a scroll on basic fire release in his hand. This was sent by Fugaku last night. Although it was only basic fire release theory, it was very useful for Uchiha Shenyu right now. The original body's ninja foundation was not bad, but given his young age, the things he had access to were limited. To truly become stronger, he had to make up for the basics, such as chakra nature transformation, hand seal speed, and meridian control. The entries given to him by the system could improve his talent and abilities. But without knowledge and training, the effects of the entries could not be fully utilized. Uchiha Shenyu read very carefully. Just then, the door was pushed open. Uchiha Tekka walked in. His expression was not very good, but after seeing Uchiha Shenyu, he still squeezed out a smile. You're awake. Uchiha Shenyu put down the scroll. Senior Uchiha Tekka. Uchiha Tekka waved his hand. Don't be so polite. We went to the Hokage building today. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes flickered slightly. What was the result? Uchiha Tekka sneered. The Hokage agreed to establish an investigation team and also agreed to let the Konoha military police force participate. But he is not willing to notify other clans. Uchiha Shenyu was not surprised. What about the deadline? Uchiha Tekka was stunned for a moment. How did you know there was a deadline? Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, if there is no deadline, the so-called investigation could be dragged on indefinitely. Uchiha Tekka looked at Uchiha Shenyu with even more admiration. 7 days. The clan head forced the Hokage to agree to provide preliminary results within 7 days. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. That's not bad. Uchiha Tekka sat down to the side and lowered his voice, saying, but I think they will definitely try to fool us. Most likely they will say it was done by spies from an enemy village. Uchiha Shenyu glanced at him. Kumogakure. Uchiha Tekka's body stiffened. How did you know? Uchiha Shenyu said indifferently, if they want to find a scapegoat, Kumogakure is the most suitable. It's not the first or second time they have coveted Konoha's bloodline limits. The clan should know about that incident with the Hyuga. Uchiha Tekka's eyes narrowed. Of course he knew. Kumogakure once attempted to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, and the matter was only resolved after Hyuga Hazashi was forced to die. This matter was no secret among the ninja clans of Konoha. If they pushed the blame onto Kumogakure this time, it would indeed be easy for some people to accept. Uchiha Tekka gritted his teeth. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch them suppress the matter? Uchiha Shenyu did not answer immediately. He tapped the scroll lightly with his fingers. That Danzo would push the blame onto Kumogakure was almost an open secret. The Hokage building also had the motive to accept this result. Because this way, they could give the Uchiha a culprit, while avoiding the exposure of Root. But the problem is, would Uchiha Shin believe it? No. But just not believing it was useless. The scapegoat theory must be made untenable. Uchiha Shenyu asked, are those 2 corpses still in the clan? Uchiha Tekka nodded. Yes. The clan head had people seal them away. Uchiha Shenyu continued to ask, are there any special scars on the corpses? For example, traces of root left by long-term training, curse seals on the tongue, or remnants of some kind of sealing jutsu. Uchiha Tekka's expression changed. Curse seals on the tongue. Uchiha Shenyu paused internally. I spoke too quickly. Root members were generally branded with the cursed seal of the tongue, to prevent them from leaking Danzo's secrets. But this intelligence should not be something that the current Uchiha Shenyu would know. Uchiha Tekka stared at him. How did you know they might have curse seals on their tongues? The air in the hospital room suddenly went quiet. Uchiha Shenyu did not panic. The more it was at such a time, the less he could explain too much. The more he explained, the more loopholes there would be. He looked up at Uchiha Tekka and said calmly, when I was fighting the second person last night, he tried to bite through his tongue. Uchiha Tekka frowned. Bite his tongue. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. I thought he wanted to commit suicide at the time. But thinking about it later, it didn't seem like he wanted to commit suicide. It was more like he was confirming something. If they really were death-sworn soldiers trained by some organization, it wouldn't be strange for them to have a seal on their tongues to prevent leaking secrets. These words were half true and half false. But the logic held up. Uchiha Tekka was thoughtful. Now that you put it that way, it is indeed possible. I will go back and have people check. Uchiha Shenyu reminded him, check carefully. If there really is a seal, it might be triggered. Uchiha Tekka nodded with a solemn expression. I understand. Uchiha Shenyu continued, there is one more thing. Uchiha Tekka asked, what? Uchiha Shenyu said, if the Hokage building comes up with the result that it was Kumogakure spies within 7 days, the clan should not immediately refute it. Uchiha Tekka frowned. Why? Uchiha Shenyu said slowly, look at the evidence first. Since they want people to believe it, they will definitely prepare evidence. The more evidence they prepare, the more loopholes there might be. Uchiha Tekka's eyes brightened slightly. Do you mean to investigate along the evidence they provide? Uchiha Shenyu nodded. If they produce the corpses of Kumogakure ninjas, investigate the source of the corpses. If they produce Kumogakure ninja tools, investigate the circulation of the ninja tools. If they produce intelligence scrolls, investigate the handwriting, paper, and sealing jutsu formulas. The truth might be hidden. But the fabricated truth must have seams. Uchiha Tekka was shaken by what he heard. Is this kid really 9 years old? How does he feel like he is not talking to a kid who just awakened his Sharingan, but discussing a case with an experienced Anbu captain? However, shock was shock, but Uchiha Tekka was more excited. The Uchiha lacked such people too much. The clan did not lack those who could fight. What was lacking were people who could see through the dark schemes of the upper echelons. Uchiha Tekka stood up. Good. I will go check the corpses right now. He walked to the door and suddenly turned back. Uchiha Shenyu, after your injuries heal, come to the Konoha Military Police Force training ground. I will personally teach you Shuriken Jutsu and close quarters Taijutsu. Uchiha Shenyu felt a stir in his heart. Thank you, Senior Uchiha Tekka. Uchiha Tekka grinned. Don't thank me. You kid have a brain, and you are ruthless enough. It would be a pity not to become stronger. After speaking, he turned and left. After the door closed, Uchiha Shenyu leaned back against the headboard. The system notification rang quickly. Host pushed the Uchiha Konoha Military Police Force to change the direction of the investigation. Root's fabricated evidence line was interfered with in advance. Obtained karma points, 600. Current karma points, 2,300. A flash of joy crossed Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. 2,300. Still 700 away from the 2-Tomo Sharingan. As long as he triggers one more critical change, it will be enough. He looked down at the fire release scroll in his hand. Strength. He needed strength too much right now. A brain can plan. But in this world, what ultimately decides life and death is power. A smart person without power is just a slightly harder to eat chess piece on the board. A planner with power is the chess player. Uchiha Shenyu slowly closed his eyes and mobilized his chakra according to the methods in the scroll. Fire-natured chakra flowed through his meridians. His chest felt slightly warm. He could feel that his affinity for fire release was not low. The Uchiha were a clan naturally skilled in fire release. Coupled with the chakra control entry, his speed at learning basic ninjutsu should be very fast. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. Because there was a faint sound of footsteps outside the door. Not Uchiha Tekka. Not Fugaku. The footsteps were very light, with a steady rhythm. Carrying a habit of deliberately suppressing one's presence. Anbu. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes turned slightly cold. The door was not knocked on. But outside the window, a figure landed silently on a distant roof. The other party did not approach. Just observing. Uchiha Shenyu did not activate his Sharingan. Nor did he show any abnormality. He continued to look down at the scroll, as if he hadn't discovered anything. But he already had a judgment in his heart. The third Hokage's people. Not Root. Root's aura was colder, more like tools. This observer kept his distance, had no killing intent, and was more like simple surveillance. The Hokage's Anbu has also come. Uchiha Shenyu sneered in his heart. It really is lively. Danzo was watching him. The third Hokage was also watching him. Inside the Uchiha, they regarded him as a newly emerged genius. The younger generation of the Konoha military police force started to approach him. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had seeds of doubt planted in them by him. The situation was proceeding in the direction he wanted. But the more it was like this, the less he could relax. Because the upper echelons of Konoha were not stupid. Danzo was even less of a dead person. Within 7 days, they would definitely take action. Uchiha Shenyu turned the first page of the fire release scroll, his eyes calm. Then bring it on. Let's see who reveals their flaws first. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it. Welcome to my channel. In my channel you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Naruto. I'm in the Uchiha clan, and the terms evolve infinitely. Part 2. The morning sun had just fallen upon the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Shenyu was called up from his hospital bed. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Tekka. Stop lying there. Uchiha Tekka stood at the doorway with his arms crossed, his tone carrying a hint of impatience, yet unable to hide his excitement. The clan head has agreed to let you go to the training ground today. Uchiha Shenyu sat up, supporting himself against the edge of the bed. The bandages on his body hadn't been removed yet, and every movement caused his wounds to ache. Now. Right now. Uchiha Tekka grinned. It's already spread throughout the clan. Many people want to see if the brat who dared to risk his life with an explosive tag last night is the real deal or just all talk. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes flickered. He knew this wasn't just a simple, see. It was an official confirmation from within the Uchiha. Last night, he was just a victim who was almost taken away. Today, he had to prove to his clansmen that he was qualified to be a member of the Uchiha. Perhaps even someone who could stand on the big stage in the future. Uchiha Shenyu didn't waste words, pulling back the blanket and slowly standing up. Uchiha Tekka scanned him. Can you handle it? I won't die. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly. Uchiha Tekka laughed. Tough enough. That's how an Uchiha should be. After saying this, he casually threw a clean clan uniform over. Put it on. Don't go embarrassing us wearing that hospital gown. Uchiha Shenyu caught the uniform, understanding in his heart that although Uchiha Tekka was rough with his words, he had actually started treating him as one of their own. This was good. What the Uchiha lacked most was people who could directly catch their own people's blades, not those who only knew how to talk empty words behind their backs. A moment later, Uchiha Shenyu was dressed and followed Uchiha Tekka towards the training ground. Along the way, many Uchiha clansmen looked at him. There was surprise, curiosity, and scrutiny. Last night's incident had completely fermented within the clan. A 9-year-old child had counter-killed 2 suspected root ninja. Awakened the Sharingan. Forced the clan head to relent with one sentence at the clan meeting. In the past, no one would have believed this. But it had actually happened. So now, Uchiha Shenyu was no longer an outsider orphan, but a newcomer whose true colors everyone wanted to see. Is that Uchiha Shenyu? I heard he killed 2 adult ninja by himself last night. Really? He's only 9, right? So what if he's 9? The Uchiha are naturally stronger the crazier they get. I don't know what the clan head is thinking, letting him go directly to the training ground. Isn't that normal? If he's truly a genius, of course we need to see it clearly as soon as possible. The murmurs continued to drift over. Uchiha Shenyu, however, acted as if he hadn't heard them, his expression calm. He knew very well that this kind of discussion was just the beginning. As long as he continued to grow stronger, suspicion would turn into awe would turn into support, and eventually, it would turn into people taking the initiative to speak up for him. And the Uchiha were most susceptible to this. Strength was the most direct form of authority. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. The training ground within the Uchiha clan was more enclosed than the public training grounds of Konoha, surrounded by high walls, with the ground paved with flat gravel. At a glance, there were already many young Uchiha training inside. Shuriken flew, kunai clashed, and the cracking sounds of fire release rang out from time to time. As soon as Uchiha Shenyu entered, the sounds on the field noticeably paused for a moment. Many people turned to look at him. Uchiha Tekka looked around and spoke directly. What are you all looking at? Not training today. A few young clansmen awkwardly withdrew their gazes and continued training. But their eyes still drifted toward Uchiha Shenyu from time to time. Uchiha Tekka brought Uchiha Shenyu to the side of the field and whispered, "Don't be in a hurry to go up there yet. Those brats in the clan have a lot of defiance in their mouths. If someone really challenges you later, don't be a coward, but don't force yourself either." Uchiha Shenyu looked up at him. What if someone deliberately comes to cause trouble? Uchiha Tekka sneered. Then let him know that the Uchiha don't just know how to talk. If you can win, I'll speak up for you later. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Understood. Just as Uchiha Tekka was about to say something else, a rather impolite voice suddenly came from the side. Senior Uchiha Tekka. Is this the brat from last night? Uchiha Shenyu turned to look. The speaker was a young man in his early 20s with sharp features, a shallow scar on his left cheek, and he was spinning a kunai in his hand. His name was Uchiha Washiyama, a fairly famous one among the young generation of the Konoha military police force, with a rash personality and a hot temper. In the original timeline, he belonged to the type most easily ignited by the conflicts between Danzo and the higher-ups. Uchiha Tekka frowned. What do you want to say? Uchiha Washiyama scanned Uchiha Shenyu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Nothing. Just a bit curious why the kid who was rumored to be so amazing last night looks so weak today. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding young Uchiha showed expressions of watching the show. Uchiha Shenyu's face was pale, and he was still wearing bandages, so he indeed didn't look like someone who could fight. But Uchiha Shenyu wasn't angry. He knew the other party wasn't just provoking him, he was testing him. If he couldn't even handle this bit of pressure, the impression he built up last night would immediately shrink. Uchiha Tekka's face darkened. Uchiha Washiyama, don't cause trouble. Uchiha Washiyama shrugged. I'm not causing trouble. I just want to see if the genius who suddenly popped up in the clan is really worth everyone's expectations. As he spoke, he walked directly to the center of the field and pointed at Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu, dare to come up and spar. The atmosphere on the sidelines changed instantly. Many young clansmen's eyes lit up. The Uchiha were naturally combative. On the training ground, what proved things best wasn't the mouth, but fists. Uchiha Tekka frowned and was about to refuse, but Uchiha Shenyu had already stepped forward. Sure. Uchiha Tekka was stunned. You're still injured. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, I know. But some people won't shut up unless they fight. Uchiha Washiyama laughed. Direct enough. Come on, don't say I'm bullying the wounded. He casually threw a training kunai to Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu caught it and walked slowly into the field. The people around automatically dispersed, leaving an open space for the two of them. Uchiha Tekka stood on the edge, his brows locked tight. He wanted to stop it, but after seeing Uchiha Shenyu's calm eyes, he ultimately didn't speak. Because he suddenly felt that this child might not need anyone to block for him at all. Uchiha Washiyama set up his opening stance and laughed, I'll let you have 3 moves. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. Are you sure? Uchiha Washiyama raised an eyebrow. What? Don't dare. Uchiha Shenyu shook his head. I'm afraid you'll regret it. As soon as the words fell, his whole body was already in motion. No wasted movements. No probing. Directly charging forward. Uchiha Washiyama's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Such a fast start. This kid is clearly injured, yet his burst is not weak at all. However, Uchiha Washiyama was an official ninja after all, reacting extremely quickly, blocking horizontally with his kunai, preparing to stabilize the rhythm first. But just at the moment they were about to make contact, Uchiha Shenyu suddenly turned his body to the side. Not a hard collision. But by using the inertia of his dash, he diagonally raised the kunai in his hand, cutting directly toward Uchiha Washiyama's wrist. Uchiha Washiyama frowned and immediately withdrew his hand. But what Uchiha Shenyu wanted was for him to withdraw his hand. The next second, Uchiha Shenyu hooked his toe, kicking up a small pebble from the ground, which hit Uchiha Washiyama right in the back of the knee. Uchiha Washiyama's movement stalled slightly. It was this instant. Uchiha Shenyu's body suddenly lowered, and the training kunai grazed past the other's ribs, creating a crisp sound of breaking wind. Uchiha Washiyama's expression finally changed. You brat. Before he finished, Uchiha Shenyu had already retreated half a step, flicked his wrist, and fired 3 shuriken in a line. Uchiha Washiyama raised his hand to block. Ding! 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 3 light sounds. But just as he blocked the second one, there was actually an extremely thin steel wire hidden behind the 3rd shuriken. With a pull of the wire, it directly wrapped around his wrist holding the kunai. Uchiha Washiyama was shocked in his heart. When did you set the wire? Uchiha Shenyu didn't answer. Because the answer was simple. Just before the dash, he had hidden the prepared thin wire between his fingers using the movement of his sleeve. This was something he learned from last night's life and death battle. In ninja combat, what truly decides the outcome often isn't a direct confrontation, but who can lead the opponent into their own rhythm. Uchiha Washiyama wanted to test him. He took the opportunity to set a trap. Uchiha Washiyama wanted to make him look bad. Then he would make the other party lose face first. Uchiha Washiyama let out a low shout, vibrating his chakra, trying to snap the steel wire. But Uchiha Shenyu was faster than him. He yanked the wire hard, flipped forward using the force, and his knee crashed directly into Uchiha Washiyama's chin. Uchiha Washiyama was forced to lean back. After landing, Uchiha Shenyu didn't pause, holding the kunai in his right hand in a reverse grip, pointing directly at the other's throat. The whole field went silent. Everyone saw this scene. A 9-year-old, severely injured kid had actually forced an adult, official ninja into a dead end. Uchiha Washiyama's face looked terrible to the extreme. He knew that if he had truly been struck by Uchiha Shenyu's attack, he would have lost a lot of face today. But he also understood that Uchiha Shenyu hadn't used a lethal blow. Because the kunai had stopped half an inch from his throat. This wasn't a killing blow. This was a warning. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him, his voice not loud, but very clear. Still want to give me 3 moves? Washiyama's mouth twitched. The entire training ground fell silent. Tekka stood on the sidelines, but his eyes already revealed a clear smile. This kid is ruthless enough. And not in a reckless way. It's the kind of ruthlessness that calculates every step. Washiyama took a deep breath, stared at Uchiha Shenyu for a few seconds, then suddenly put away his kunai and waved his hand. Fine, I lost. You little brat, you're really cunning. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, you were the one who said you'd let me have 3 moves first. Washiyama was choked up for a moment, then instead laughed. You won. But I still have to say one thing. You really have some skill. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the training ground changed significantly. The clansmen who had originally just come to watch the excitement now had much more serious looks in their eyes. What do the Uchiha admire most? They admire strength. If you have no ability, no one will listen to you no matter how eloquently you speak. But if you can win a match on the training ground, it's a different story. At this moment, the system notification sound rang in Uchiha Shenyu's mind. Host has established prestige in the clan training ground. Key character, Uchiha Washiyama, has changed their perception of the host. Obtained karma points, 400. Current karma points, 2,700. Uchiha Shenyu's heart stirred slightly. Still 300 short. Only 300 points away from upgrading to 2 Tomo Sharingan. Just at this moment, a soft laugh suddenly came from the other side. Not bad. The voice was very calm. Yet it made Uchiha Shenyu's heart jump suddenly. He looked up. At the edge of the training ground, an extra person had appeared at some point. Silver gray hair, a forehead protector covering his left eye, a mask covering most of his face, hands in his pockets, and an aura as lazy as if he had just woken up. But Uchiha Shenyu recognized him immediately. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi. Tekka was also stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Kakashi waved his hand. Hokage-sama asked me to come take a look. By the way, to confirm if that kid from last night is really as exaggerated as they say. The Uchiha clansmen whispered among themselves. Kakashi. A genius ninja of Konoha, the copy ninja, former Anbu member. Although he is not old, his fame is not small. His sudden appearance at the Uchiha training ground did not look as simple as just taking a look, no matter how you viewed it. Uchiha Shenyu knew very well in his heart. Kakashi coming here meant that the third Hokage had begun to truly pay attention to him. No, to be precise, it was to start observing whether he would become a new unstable factor. Kakashi walked to the side of the field, his gaze falling on Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu. Your fighting style just now doesn't look like that of a 9-year-old child. Uchiha Shenyu replied, I don't want to look like a 9-year-old child either. Kakashi looked at him, his eyes unchanged. Did you kill 2 people last night? Yes. Did you kill them by yourself? Yes. Are you afraid? Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. Yes. Kakashi paused slightly. Uchiha Shenyu continued, but fear cannot solve problems. Kakashi was silent for half a second, then nodded slightly. That is indeed the truth. The way he looked at Uchiha Shenyu was clearly more serious than at the beginning. Kakashi was not the kind of person within the Uchiha clan who only looked at bloodlines and origins. He cared more about a person's judgment and determination. And Uchiha Shenyu's performance on the training ground just now was enough to explain many things. Tekka walked over and frowned. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Kakashi replied lazily. Routine observation. Hokage-sama said that the Uchiha have been emotionally unstable lately, and asked me to see if there is anything unusual. These words were very blunt. The expressions of several young Uchiha around them changed immediately. Tekka sneered. So, the Hokage building still doesn't trust us. Kakashi did not deny it. If you hadn't made such a big scene yesterday, perhaps today wouldn't have happened. Tekka's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to erupt, Uchiha Shenyu spoke first. Then what have you seen? Kakashi looked at him. Uchiha Shenyu continued, since you are here, it means you didn't just want to hear a report. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. You are very sharp. Uchiha Shenyu was noncommittal. Kakashi said slowly, I have seen one thing. You, this child, don't seem like someone who would honestly stay in one place. Uchiha Shenyu replied calmly, if someone wants to catch me, why should I be honest? Kakashi paused. That's true. He raised his hand and lightly scratched his cheek. But I have to remind you of one thing. For this period, don't actively provoke Root. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes stirred slightly. It's here. Kakashi's words were not a warning, but more like a reminder after testing him. Since he said, don't provoke Root, it meant he already knew something, but he couldn't say it too clearly. Uchiha Shenyu pretended to be confused. Why? Kakashi looked at him, his tone indifferent. Because someone will be unable to sit still first. After saying this, he paused, and added another sentence. And you are still too weak right now. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him and suddenly laughed. Is this you advising me to stay alive? Kakashi. I suppose so. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Then I will remember that. The system notification sound rang again at this moment. Host has had an effective interaction with Kakashi Hatake. Obtained karma points, 300. Current karma points, 3000. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes brightened instantly. Enough. At the very moment when the karma points reached the full value, it was as if a floodgate in his mind was suddenly blown open. Detected that karma points have reached the evolution threshold. Do you want to consume 3000 karma points to evolve the Sharingan to Two-Tomo Sharingan? Uchiha Shenyu did not hesitate at all. Evolve. The next second. A burning sting came from deep within his eyeballs. It was more intense than when he awakened the Sharingan last night. Uchiha Shenyu's face instantly turned pale, his body swayed, and he almost couldn't stand steady. Tekka's expression changed slightly. Uchiha Shenyu. Kakashi also frowned slightly, his gaze instantly becoming sharp. But Uchiha Shenyu could no longer pay attention to the outside world at this moment. His consciousness felt like it was being dragged into a deep scarlet sea. Chakra surged crazily in his blood vessels, and the sound of his heartbeat roared in his ears. 1 Tomo. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Some kind of barrier was forcibly broken through. The moment that power completely stabilized, Uchiha Shenyu opened his eyes abruptly. In the scarlet depths of his eyes, 2 black Tomo slowly rotated. 2 Tomo Sharingan. The scene was silent for a full 2 seconds. Afterward, there was an uproar in the training ground. 2 Tomo Sharingan. What kind of joke is this? He just awakened his eyes yesterday, right? He's already a 2 Tomo Sharingan. How is this possible? Not only were the young clansmen around shocked, but even Tekka had an expression of disbelief. Obvious surprise also appeared in Kakashi's eyes. 9 years old. Awakened just last night. 2 Tomo Sharingan today. This kind of speed could no longer be explained by ordinary genius. Uchiha Shenyu himself just slowly exhaled, suppressing the burning sensation in his eyes. He raised his hand and gently rubbed the corners of his eyes. Vision. Terrifyingly clear. Everything in the world seemed to have been redismantled. The flying dust. The subtle flow of chakra in the air. The tiny explosive steel wire in Kakashi's sleeve. The almost invisible shadow on the distant roof. Everything was clearly visible. Uchiha Shenyu's heart shook slightly. The improvement brought by the 2 Tomo Sharingan was even greater than he had expected. It was not just an enhancement of dynamic vision. Even chakra perception and the capture of hostility had clearly risen to another level. And with that last glance, he had already clearly seen the monitor on the distant roof. White hair. Anbu mask. The habitual posture of half squatting. That was Kakashi's other identity, Root. No, it was Anbu. Uchiha Shenyu slowly withdrew his gaze, with no abnormality shown on his face. But in his heart, he had already confirmed one thing. The one who came here today was not just Kakashi alone. There was another monitor hiding further away. And, that person was not Root. It was Danzo's person. Kakashi seemed to have also noticed the change in Uchiha Shenyu's gaze for that split second, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Did you notice? Uchiha Shenyu did not deny it. Notice what? Kakashi looked at him. Nothing. Uchiha Shenyu smiled. I just suddenly felt that the wind today is a bit cold. Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly said softly, Uchiha Shenyu. If you really want to survive, don't push yourself too hard. Uchiha Shenyu looked up at him. Are you concerned about me? Kakashi looked lazily elsewhere. I just think it would be troublesome if you died. Uchiha Shenyu laughed. Then I will try my best not to cause you trouble. Kakashi looked at him, and for the first time, a bit of real interest appeared in his eyes. This child is very dangerous. But also very interesting. And Uchiha Shenyu was quickly calculating in his heart. The two-tomo Sharingan has already been opened. Next, what he needs to do is not to continue showing off on the training ground, but to take advantage of this momentum to consume the resources within the Uchiha clan. Training, ninjutsu, intelligence, and most importantly, evidence regarding Root and Danzo. Just at this moment, Uchiha Shenyu suddenly heard the system notification ring again. Because the host has broken through to two-tomo Sharingan, a new ability has been unlocked, Causal Retrospection. Effect. Can briefly look back at the key movement trajectory of a target within the last 10 minutes. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes brightened suddenly. This ability is too critical. It means that many underhanded tricks, ambushes, and surveillance that were originally invisible can now be caught by him in advance. Kakashi noticed the change in Uchiha Shenyu's expression and raised his eyebrows, asking, what's wrong? Uchiha Shenyu raised his head, his gaze calm. Nothing. I just suddenly felt that I don't seem to be that weak anymore. Kakashi looked at him, and after a few seconds, nodded slightly. Indeed. Much more pleasing to the eye than before. On the training ground, the wind blew across the gravel ground, kicking up a burst of fine dust. And in a corner that no one noticed, that long-hidden Anbu figure had quietly retreated. Uchiha clan ground's training ground. The news of Uchiha Shenyu activating the two-tomo Sharingan spread like the wind. From the awakening of the one-tomo last night, to the direct evolution into the two-tomo Sharingan on the training ground today. This matter was too exaggerated. So exaggerated that even the typically proud members of the Uchiha clan could not help but be shocked. The Uchiha clan was not lacking in geniuses. Shisui was a genius. Uchiha Itachi was a genius. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kagami from the past were also people within the clan who were highly anticipated. But a situation like Uchiha Shenyu's was still rare. 9 years old. Recovering from serious injuries. Just experienced a life or death battle. The next day, he evolved into the two-tomo Sharingan on the training ground. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, many would simply not believe it. And the Uchiha clan members who witnessed this scene had their mindsets subtly shift. If Uchiha Shenyu last night was just an orphan within the clan who dared to kill the enemy and was ruthless enough, then Uchiha Shenyu today had already become a genius worth nurturing. The two seemingly only differed by one step. In reality, the gap was massive. The Uchiha valued their clansmen. But they valued geniuses even more. Especially during this current period of suppression by the Konoha high-level officials and repressed emotions within the clan, every genius who could grow up rapidly was like a new banner. At the edge of the training ground, Uchiha Tekka's gaze looking at Uchiha Shenyu was already completely different. He had originally appreciated Uchiha Shenyu. He felt that this child had a clear head and was bold. But now, he realized he had still underestimated the other party. This kid wasn't just ruthless enough. He truly had talent. Perhaps even talent sufficient to rank alongside Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. How are you feeling right now? Tekka walked up and asked in a low voice. Uchiha Shenyu rubbed the corners of his eyes. It hurts a bit. This wasn't an act. The system forcibly pushed the Sharingan to evolve. Although it didn't cause him a mental breakdown, the burning pain deep within his eyeballs still existed. Moreover, he could feel that the two-tomo Sharingan put a much greater burden on his body than the one-tomo. His current chakra reserves were insufficient, and his body hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't keep it activated for long. Tekka frowned. Turn it off first. Your body hasn't healed yet, don't force yourself. Uchiha Shenyu nodded and slowly retracted his Sharingan. The scarlet faded, and his black eyes returned. His vision instantly dropped from extreme clarity back to a normal state. This sense of disparity was very obvious. It was like just having looked down at the entire battlefield from a height, and suddenly being pulled back to the ground. No wonder Uchiha ninja found it hard not to rely on the Sharingan once they got used to it. The advantages brought by this pair of eyes were too great. Dynamic capture, chakra observation, genjutsu amplification, and ninjutsu copying. Each one was enough to change the landscape of a battle. Training ends here for today. Tekka said directly. You go back and rest first. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. I can still train. Tekka glared at him. Train what? You just activated the two-tomo Sharingan, and your body is full of injuries, do you really think you're made of iron? Uchiha Washiyama also walked over. He had just lost to Uchiha Shenyu, and his face still felt a bit embarrassed, but now the look he gave Uchiha Shenyu had less contempt. Tekka Senpai is right. Don't be stubborn, kid. Uchiha may risk their lives, but that doesn't mean you should train yourself into ruin. Uchiha Shenyu glanced at him. Thanks for the advice just now. Washiyama's mouth twitched. Are you thanking me, or mocking me? Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, both. Washiyama was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh and scold. You little brat, your tongue is quite sharp. Several young Uchiha nearby also laughed. The atmosphere on the training ground was clearly much more relaxed. This was a very realistic point within the Uchiha. If you have no strength, others will look down on you. If you have strength, even if your words are a bit sharp, others will think you have personality. Uchiha Shenyu naturally would not miss this opportunity. He looked at Washiyama and suddenly asked, Washiyama Senpai, what are you good at? Washiyama raised an eyebrow. What? Want to learn? Yes. Uchiha Shenyu answered very directly. Washiyama was choked up instead. He originally thought Uchiha Shenyu would be polite for a bit, he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. Tekka laughed from the side. Washiyama is good at shuriken traps and close quarters countermeasures. That wire technique you used just now was still a bit green in front of him. Washiyama snorted. Although you won, that was because I underestimated you. If it were a real life or death battle, those few wires of yours wouldn't be so easy to entangle me with. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. That's why I want to learn. Washiyama stared at him for a few seconds. You really aren't polite. Uchiha Shenyu said, I am weak right now, politeness is meaningless. This sentence made Washiyama fall silent. A moment later, he put away his joking expression. Fine. When your injuries are healed, I will teach you. But I teach very fiercely, if you can't hold up, don't cry. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly, I cried last night. Washiyama was taken aback. Tekka was also stunned. Uchiha Shenyu continued, crying is useless. The side of the field fell silent again. Washiyama looked at Uchiha Shenyu and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. When a 9-year-old child said this, there was no sadness or anger on his face. Only a kind of calmness that made one's heart sink. If he hadn't been ruthless enough last night, he would have already been dragged away. And all the Uchiha knew what the outcome would be after being dragged away. Washiyama took a deep breath. Fine. When you're better, I'll teach you everything I know. Tekka patted Uchiha Shenyu on the shoulder. Let's go, I'll take you back. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Just as he turned to leave the training ground, his gaze swept over a roof in the distance, seemingly unintentionally. It was already empty there. The figure that had been hiding just a moment ago was gone. But Uchiha Shenyu knew that the other party hadn't left the Uchiha clan grounds. Instead, they went to deliver the news. The matter of the two-tomo Sharingan could not be hidden. And there was no need to hide it. Sometimes, appropriately exposing one's strength could instead earn a higher level of protection. He had now entered the sight of Fugaku and the Uchiha police force. It wouldn't be so easy for the Konoha high-level officials to take him away silently like last night. Of course, it was only, not so easy. Someone like Danzo, once he determined he was a threat, would sooner or later make another move. Uchiha Shenyu opened the system panel in his mind while walking. Host. Uchiha Shingetsu. Age. 9 years old. Bloodline. Two-tomo Sharingan. Current traits. Basic taijutsu enhancement, mental resistance, chakra control, short blade mastery, combat intuition, causality perception. New ability. Causal retrospection. Current karma points. 0. Main causality. The night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Current deviation. 3%. The karma points were emptied. But exchanging them for the two-tomo Sharingan was absolutely worth it. And the newly added causal retrospection was crucial. Uchiha Shenyu hadn't tested its effect yet. However, judging from the system description, it could look back at the key movement trajectory of a target within the last 10 minutes. What did this mean? It meant that tracking, counter-reconnaissance, solving cases, and identifying traps would all become extremely powerful. Especially now, Root would definitely keep testing him. If used well, he could even turn the tables and catch Root by the tail. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shenyu's eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps, the opportunity would come soon. Hokage building. An Anbu knelt on one knee before Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shingitsu unlocked the two-tomo Sharingan in the Uchiha clan grounds training ground today. Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe paused slightly. Two-tomo Sharingan. Yes. The Anbu said in a deep voice. Multiple members of the Uchiha clan witnessed it. He first suppressed Uchiha Washiyama during a spar, and then his Sharingan evolved. Hiruzen fell silent. The atmosphere in the office became somewhat heavy. A 9-year-old with a two-tomo Sharingan. Hiruzen knew exactly what this meant. Ordinary Uchiha clan members might stay at 1-tomo or 2-tomo Sharingan their whole lives. Those who can unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan are basically elites. As for the Mangekyo, that is already legendary power. If Shenyu truly possessed this speed of eye awakening, his future would be limitless. The problem lies in his stance. This child has just experienced an attack by Root and naturally distrusts the higher-ups of Konoha. And now, he is receiving attention from the radicals within the Uchiha clan. If not guided properly, he could very likely become a new banner for the hardliners within the Uchiha. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and asked slowly, what did he say at the training ground? The Anbu reported truthfully. Including the spar with Washiyama, the appearance of Kakashi, and the brief conversation between Shenyu and Kakashi. After listening, Hiruzen's brows furrowed even deeper. Kakashi said he was too weak. The Anbu nodded. Yes. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment and sighed softly. Kakashi has always been accurate in judging people. The Anbu did not respond. Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window. He looked toward the direction of the Uchiha clan grounds in the distance. An injured child, forcing himself to go to the training ground the next day. It's not because he isn't in pain. It's because he knows he isn't safe enough. Speaking of this, a trace of exhaustion appeared on Hiruzen's face. If this matter is not handled well, the Uchiha will only become more alienated. The Anbu asked in a low voice, Hokage-sama, do you need to contact him? Hiruzen shook his head. Not for now. He is very wary of the village's higher-ups right now. Contacting him rashly will only make him think the village wants to control him. The Anbu asked, then continue observing. Continue observing. Hiruzen paused and added, have Kakashi find an opportunity to keep an eye on him. Do not approach him with orders. Just like today. The Anbu bowed his head. Yes. After the Anbu left, the office became quiet again. Just as Hiruzen sat back in his chair, the sound of a cane tapping on the ground came from the shadows in the corner of the room. Danzo walked out from the darkness. Hiruzen, you heard it. Hiruzen's face sank. Danzo, you entered my office without permission again. Danzo snorted coldly. This is not the time to worry about that. 9-year-old two-tomo Sharingan. The danger of this Uchiha brat is higher than we estimated. Hiruzen looked at him. So. Danzo's tone was cold. Control him before he grows up. Hiruzen frowned. Control. Danzo said slowly, take him out of the Uchiha clan grounds. Hand him over to the Anbu or Root to be trained separately. Hiruzen refused directly. Impossible. A chill flashed in Danzo's single eye. Hiruzen, haven't you seen it clearly yet? He is not an ordinary child. He pushed the Uchiha to pressure the Hokage building at the clan meeting. He established his prestige at the training ground today and unlocked the two-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha will cultivate him as a new genius. What will he become in a few years? A second Uchiha Shisui. A second Uchiha Itachi. No. Danzo's voice was colder. He will be more dangerous than them. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, danger is not a reason for you to attack a child. Danzo sneered. You are still so naive. Is the lesson of the Nine Tails rebellion not enough? If the power of the Uchiha is not controlled, it will threaten the village sooner or later. The stronger the Sharingan, the more unstable it is. Hiruzen suddenly looked at Danzo. Enough. I haven't asked clearly about what happened last night. Danzo remained calm. I said it wasn't done by Root. Hiruzen stared at him. Then why are you so anxious to attack Shenyu? Danzo said coldly, because I see further than you. It will be too late when he grows up. Hiruzen did not speak. The two stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Hiruzen spoke slowly. Danzo, I will say it again. You are not allowed to touch him now. And do not provoke the Uchiha again. Danzo narrowed his single eye. What if he actively threatens the village? Hiruzen said in a deep voice, then the Hokage will handle it. Danzo snorted, turned, and left. Hiruzen, you will regret it. The door closed. Hiruzen sat in his chair, brows tightly locked. He had heard this sentence from Danzo many times. But this time, for some reason, he felt uneasy. Underground root base. After Danzo returned to the stone room, his face turned completely dark. A root ninja knelt on one knee. Danzo-sama, should we continue the surveillance mission? Danzo said coldly, surveillance is not enough. The inside of the Uchiha clan grounds has started to protect him. It is difficult to approach him through normal means. The root ninja looked up. What do you mean? Danzo tapped his cane. Probing. Do not act directly. Create an attack that looks like an accident. The goal is not to kill him. It is to force out his true ability. The root ninja said in a deep voice, location. Danzo said lightly, the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds. He is injured and won't go too far. But he will go out eventually. Send someone with a clean identity. Cannot expose root. The root ninja bowed his head. Yes. Danzo added, if there is an opportunity, take a blood sample. The awakening speed of the two-tomo Sharingan is so abnormal, his body may have research value. The root ninja had no emotional fluctuations. Understood. Greed and murderous intent intertwined in Danzo's single eye. Uchiha Shenyu. The speed of this brat's growth reminded him of a name. Uchiha Madara. Although Shenyu is far from comparable to Madara now. But all disasters start from seedlings. Since Hiruzen refuses to take action, then Root can only do what the Hokage is unwilling to do. Uchiha clan grounds. After returning to his residence, Shenyu did not stay in the infirmary. Fugaku had already rearranged his residence for him. Located in the inner circle of the clan grounds, an independent house that was not big but very clean. There were members of the Konoha military police force patrolling around, and it was not far from the training ground and the Konoha military police force. This was clearly protection. And also observation. Shenyu did not reject this. He needs the protection of the Uchiha now. And he also needs the convenience brought by this position. Inside the house, Shenyu sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, with 3 scrolls in front of him. The first is Basic Theory of Fire Release. The second is Introduction to Uchiha Shurikenjutsu. The third is Experience on Basic Use of the Sharingan. These were all brought to him by Tekka from the training ground just now. Although they are not high-level ninjutsu, for the current Shenyu, they are of great value. Especially the experience on basic use of the Sharingan. It records in detail how to train dynamic vision at the 1-tomo and 2-tomo Sharingan stages, how to use chakra to maintain pupil power, and how to avoid mental exhaustion caused by overuse. Shenyu opened the scroll and read it carefully, word by word. The more he read, the more he felt that the Uchiha clan indeed had a foundation. In the original work, many times, the audience saw the Uchiha suddenly become stronger after awakening their eyes. But when it comes to actual cultivation, the use of the Sharingan is also a systematic science. For example, at the 2-tomo Sharingan stage, it is best not to activate it continuously for a long time. Otherwise, it is easy to cause excessive burden on the eye meridians. Another example is when using the Sharingan to observe the enemy, do not just stare at the limb movements. It is also necessary to combine shoulders, hips, ankles, and chakra flow to judge the next step. This complements his causality perception perfectly. The Sharingan watches movements. Causality perception watches dangerous results. Combining the two, his predictive ability will far exceed that of an ordinary 2-tomo Sharingan user. Uchiha Shenyu had been reading for less than an hour when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Knock, knock. The rhythm was light. Uchiha Shenyu looked up. Who is it? A gentle voice came from outside the door. It's me, Shisui. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes flickered. Shisui had come. He stood up to open the door. Outside, Shisui still wore a gentle smile, holding a bag of medicine in his hand. I heard you unlocked your 2-tomo Sharingan at the training ground today. Congratulations. Uchiha Shenyu took the medicine. Thank you, Senior Shisui. Shisui walked into the room, his gaze sweeping over the scrolls on the table. Starting to study these. Yes. Uchiha Shenyu made no attempt to hide it. Shisui nodded. The basics are very important. The stronger your Sharingan becomes, the less you can afford to neglect the basics. After saying this, he suddenly smiled. However, your progress is truly a bit frightening. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. Is Senior Shisui here to test me? Shisui was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. You are still so direct when you speak. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly. Being direct saves time. Shisui sat down and said earnestly, I am not here to test you. I just wanted to remind you. After word of your Two-Tomo Sharingan spreads, more people will be watching you. The clan will pay attention to you. The village will also pay attention to you. This is not necessarily a good thing. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. I know. Shisui looked at him. You know. Uchiha Shenyu said, if I remain weak, others will treat me as a specimen. If I become strong, others will treat me as a threat. The only difference is the method of death. Shisui fell silent. This statement was too heavy. And too real. He suddenly didn't know how to console him. Because Uchiha Shenyu was right. This was the current plight of the Uchiha. Weak clansmen might be treated as targets for bullying. Powerful clansmen, however, would be feared by the higher-ups. Shisui said softly, that is why you must be even more careful. Especially regarding root. Uchiha Shenyu looked up. Shisui continued, although there is no evidence, the incident last night, you should be aware of it in your heart. Uchiha Shenyu asked, does Senior Shisui also think it was root? Shisui did not answer directly. I can only say that Danzo has never trusted the Uchiha. Uchiha Shenyu laughed. You see, even you say so. Shisui sighed. But the more this is the case, the less you can afford to be impulsive. If you take the initiative to provoke root, you will only give them an excuse. Uchiha Shenyu did not refute him. He knew Shisui was offering a sincere warning. Although Shisui was naive about many things, he was not stupid. He knew root was dangerous, and he knew Danzo could not be trusted. It was just that he still hoped to solve problems through peaceful means. Uchiha Shenyu suddenly asked, Senior Shisui, what if root comes to test me again? Shisui's eyes narrowed. Did you discover something? Uchiha Shenyu shook his head. No. Just a guess. Shisui said in a deep voice, if there is truly danger, notify the clan immediately. Do not try to hold out on your own. Uchiha Shenyu looked at him and said calmly, what if there is no time? Shisui said earnestly, then survive. As long as you survive, leave the rest to the clan. Uchiha Shenyu's heart stirred slightly. This statement sounded much better than, trust the village. It seemed that yesterday's words still had an impact on Shisui. At least his first reaction now was not to tell Uchiha Shenyu to trust the Hokage, but to trust the clan. The system prompt sounded. Host has continuously influenced a key character, Shisui. Shisui's understanding of the Uchiha's position has deepened. Obtained karma points, 300. Current karma points, 300. A hint of satisfaction flashed deep in Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. Although it was not much, it proved the direction was correct. Shisui could not be forced to change. Such a person must be shown reality bit by bit. As long as he was no longer naive enough to think he could solve everything with Koto Amatsukami, there was a possibility of changing Shisui's death. Shisui did not notice the change in Uchiha Shenyu's mood. He stood up and said, I will be patrolling near the clan grounds for the next few days. If you discover anything unusual, you can come find me. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. All right. After Shisui left, the room fell silent again. Uchiha Shenyu sat back in his original position and, just as he was about to continue reading the scrolls, his brows suddenly furrowed. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. The sound of patrol footsteps outside had briefly disappeared for a moment. Although it was for less than 10 seconds, Uchiha Shenyu's perception was much sharper than before. This abnormality could not be hidden from him. He slowly looked up, gazing out the window. The sky had gradually darkened. In the distance, under the eaves, a black cat leapt lightly across. It seemed ordinary. But Uchiha Shenyu's causality perception vibrated slightly at this moment. The danger was not strong, but it definitely existed. It was not killing intent. It was more like a probe. A coldness appeared in Uchiha Shenyu's eyes. So you've come. Root's probing was faster than he had imagined. He did not act immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to flip through the scrolls, as if he had discovered nothing. After a while, he stood up, picked up the medicine bag, and walked toward the backyard. There was a well in the backyard. He appeared to be preparing to draw water to decoct the medicine. And at the very moment he pushed the door open to walk out, a figure that had almost merged into the night moved slowly in the shadows of the roof. The speed was very slow. The presence was suppressed extremely low. If it were an ordinary two-tomo Sharingan user, they might not have been able to discover it. But Uchiha Shenyu was different. Causality perception allowed him to sense the existence of danger in advance. Combat intuition allowed him to instinctively judge the opponent's position. And the two-tomo Sharingan allowed him to catch that trace of unnatural shadow movement in the corner of his eye. Uchiha Shenyu did not look up. He walked to the well and set down the medicine bag. Then, he bent down slowly. It was as if he were preparing to draw water. The person in the shadows did not move. They were very cautious. Uchiha Shenyu sneered in his heart. The person who came did not want to kill him. Otherwise, that moment would have been the best opportunity to strike. The opponent was observing his reaction. They might even want to take a sample of his blood or chakra. That made things easy to handle. Uchiha Shenyu reached out and grasped the well rope. The next instant, his fingertips silently hooked a thin steel wire hidden in a crack in the stone by the well. This was something he had set up when he had just moved in. The incident from last night made him understand one principle. One must never be without a contingency plan for their residence. Especially in Konoha. The most dangerous place in Konoha was never outside the village. It was the shadows within the village. Uchiha Shenyu gave a sharp tug. Swish. In the corner of the backyard, a row of tiny bells vibrated simultaneously. But strangely, no ringing sound occurred. This was because the insides of the bells had been stuffed with cloth. Their true purpose was not to raise an alarm. It was to pull the steel wire at the other end. Under the eaves, an inconspicuous kunai suddenly popped out, shooting straight at the shadows on the roof. The person in the shadows reacted extremely quickly, immediately retreating. The kunai flew past, grazing the corner of his clothes. It did not hit. But what Uchiha Shenyu wanted was not a hit in the first place. The tail of the kunai was connected to another thin thread. The moment the shadow person retreated, his ankle happened to step into the second steel wire loop. Click. A slight tightening sound rang out. The opponent immediately noticed and, with a burst of chakra under his feet, prepared to break the steel wire. But at this moment, Uchiha Shenyu looked up. His eyes were scarlet. The two-tomo Sharingan activated. Causal retrospection was triggered. In an instant, the world before Uchiha Shenyu's eyes seemed to rewind for a short segment. He saw the movement trajectory of that figure within the last 10 minutes. The opponent approached from the west roof. They entered the blind spot the moment the patrol team turned around. They had briefly stopped at the third tile on the roof ridge. There, they had left a small ceiling tag used for eavesdropping. Subsequently, they circled to the area above the backyard. In the cuff of their right sleeve, a very thin senbon was hidden. The tip of the senbon had medicine on it. It was not a deadly poison. It was a paralytic agent. The target was likely to draw blood. Found you. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes turned cold. He did not rush toward the person on the roof. Instead, he suddenly turned around and raised his hand to throw a shuriken. The target was not the enemy. It was the third tile on the roof ridge. Ding! A shuriken shattered the roof tile. The small ceiling tag hidden underneath was instantly exposed. The shadow on the roof visibly faltered. He had not expected Uchiha Shenyu to be able to discover the listening tag. Even less did he expect the opponent to attack the listening point first instead of attacking him directly. It was in this momentary pause. Uchiha Shenyu had already formed hand seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Although the movements were still somewhat stiff, the chakra flow was extremely stable. This was the most basic and iconic ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. Scorching flames erupted from Uchiha Shenyu's mouth. The massive fireball illuminated the backyard and roared directly toward the shadow on the roof. The shadow immediately used body flicker to dodge. But as soon as he dodged, his expression changed. Because the location the fireball actually struck was not where he had just been. It was the eaves beam. Bang! The beam was blasted apart by the flames. The third steel wire, preset on it, instantly snapped. The snapping wire pulled down the wooden rack on the other side of the backyard. Crash! The iron plates, bells, and kunai hanging on the rack all fell at once, creating a tremendous noise. With this, the entire inner circle of the Uchiha clan grounds was alerted. There's movement. Over at Uchiha Shenyu's place. Hurry! The voices of the Konoha Military Police Force Patrol Squad immediately came from the distance. The look in the shadow's eyes changed completely. He finally realized that he hadn't come to probe this brat. He had been set up by this brat. From the moment he approached this house, the opponent never intended to catch him head on. Instead, he intended to make a scene. As long as the Uchiha patrol arrived, even if he managed to escape, he would leave behind more traces. The shadow didn't hesitate, turned around, and left. But how could Uchiha Shenyu let him leave so easily? He raised his hand and flicked a kunai, which shot through the air. There was no explosive tag on the kunai. Nor was there any poison. It looked completely harmless. The shadow casually blocked it with his blade. Ding! The kunai was knocked away. But the next instant, the shadow's arm felt slightly numb. He looked down and realized that a tiny powder packet was wrapped around the hilt of the kunai. After being shattered by the blade, the powder had drifted through the air and stuck to his wrist. It wasn't lethal. It wasn't even a potent poison. But it would leave a distinct scent. This was the powder used within the Uchiha clan to track ninja hounds. Uchiha Tekka had given it to him. It was originally for him to learn tracking for the Konoha military police force. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. The shadow's heart sank. This brat. Too devious. He dared not linger and fled using body flicker. Uchiha Shenyu did not pursue. With his current strength, chasing after him would be suicide. He stood in the backyard, his face slightly pale. That great fireball technique from just now had drained quite a bit of his chakra. After all, his body hadn't fully recovered. However, the effect was very good. Soon, several figures landed in the courtyard. The leader was none other than Uchiha Tekka. Uchiha Shenyu. What happened? Uchiha Shenyu deactivated his Sharingan and pointed to the roof. Someone infiltrated. Uchiha Tekka's expression instantly turned grim. Did you see clearly who it was? Uchiha Shenyu shook his head. No. But I left a scent marker. Uchiha Tekka's eyes lit up. Which kind? The tracking powder you gave me. Uchiha Tekka was stunned for a moment, then grinned, revealing a cold, chilling smile. Good kid. Sharp enough. He immediately turned around and said to the Konoha military police force members behind him, notify the Inuzuka clan. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped. No. The Inuzuka are not Uchiha. Now that the matter involved Root, it could not be easily spread. Uchiha Tekka immediately changed his words. Call Uchiha Inabe over. He knows tracking techniques. Also, seal off the west side of the Uchiha clan grounds. Don't let that guy get away too easily. Yes. The Konoha military police force members immediately dispersed. Uchiha Tekka looked at Uchiha Shenyu, his eyes filled with both shock and anger. You just moved in, and they dared to come already. Uchiha Shenyu said calmly. It means someone is getting desperate. Uchiha Tekka naturally knew who this someone was. He gritted his teeth and said, that old geezer Danzo. Uchiha Shenyu did not respond. It was too early to confirm it definitively. But everyone understood in their hearts. Besides Root, who would come to probe him so quickly? And who else would be interested in his blood samples? Not long after, Uchiha Inabe arrived. He squatted on the ground, checked the traces of the powder Uchiha Shenyu had left, and looked at the roof tiles and footprints. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, the opponent is very professional. They deliberately avoided most traces. But the tracking powder has taken effect. The direction is to the northwest of the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Tekka sneered. Northwest. That area is close to the old village drainage channel. They really know how to choose a route. He turned his head to look at Uchiha Shenyu. You stay here and don't move. I'll take people to pursue. Uchiha Shenyu shook his head. Don't pursue too deep. Uchiha Tekka frowned. Uchiha Shenyu continued. Since the opponent dared to come, they must have prepared an escape route. Chasing too deep might lead to being bitten back. You only need to track the route he took to leave the Uchiha clan grounds and then leave behind evidence, that will be enough. Uchiha Tekka's eyes darkened. He immediately understood what Uchiha Shenyu meant. Catching the person might not be possible. But as long as it can be proven that someone infiltrated the Uchiha clan grounds again, that is enough. Especially now that the Hokage building has just agreed to an investigation. En route immediately came to probe again. This is handing new leverage to the Uchiha. Uchiha Tekka took a deep breath. You're right. Uchiha Inabe, take 2 squads. Don't go deep, just follow the traces. Mark the route. Uchiha Inabe nodded. Understood. Several Konoha military police force members quickly left. Uchiha Tekka remained on the spot, looking at the messy backyard, and then looked at Uchiha Shenyu. Did you guess they would come? Uchiha Shenyu walked to the well and picked up the half-charred steel wire. It wasn't a guess. It was a necessary precaution. After last night, I don't believe the place I live in will be absolutely safe. Uchiha Tekka was silent. A 9-year-old child, the first thing he does after moving into a new house is not resting, but setting traps in the backyard. This sounds absurd. Yet, it was these very traps that saved him for the second time. Uchiha Tekka suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. This is a child of the Uchiha. He should have been protected within the clan. Yet he was forced to be like an old ninja on the battlefield, having to set up defenses even for the place he sleeps. Uchiha Tekka clenched his fists. I will report this matter to the clan head. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Check the third roof tile on the roof as well. There are remnants of a listening tag there. Uchiha Tekka immediately looked up. A listening tag. He jumped onto the roof and quickly found the tiles shattered by Uchiha Shenyu and the remaining talisman paper. The moment he saw the fragments of the talisman paper, Uchiha Tekka's face turned completely dark. Good. Very good. Just agreed to an investigation, and at night they send someone to listen again. Did they really think we Uchiha are blind? Uchiha Shenyu stood in the courtyard, his gaze calm. And the system prompt sounded at this moment. Host has seen through Root's probe and successfully left behind counter-tracking clues. Root's original surveillance plan has been obstructed. Konoha Military Police Force has obtained a new breakthrough for the investigation. Obtained Karma Points, 1000. Current Karma Points, 1300. Uchiha Shenyu's heart stirred. 1000 points. Not bad. Although it is still far from the 3-Tomo Sharingan, this is a very good start. More importantly, this time he didn't just defend. He backhanded Root into leaving traces. As long as Uchiha Tekka and Uchiha Inabi track the route, even if they can't track it to the route base, it can prove that someone is entering and exiting the Uchiha clan grounds using secret village passages. In this way, the pressure on the Hokage building will be even greater. Uchiha Shenyu looked up into the depths of the night. Danzo. The more anxious you are, the more flaws you will show. This time, you were the one who reached out first. Then don't blame me for following this hand and pulling out your route, one by one. The night was deep. In the northwest direction of the Uchiha clan grounds, a series of dark figures darted rapidly between the eaves and alleyways. The one leading them was none other than Uchiha Inabi. Behind him followed 2 squads of the Konoha military police force. Everyone refrained from speaking loudly, using only hand signals to communicate. The Uchiha police force was able to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining public order in Konoha. They were naturally not just ornaments despised by the villagers. In terms of combat experience, tracking methods, and interrogation skills, the Uchiha police force was not lacking. What they had never lacked was capability. It was the boundaries of their authority. In the past, there were many things they were not unable to investigate. It was that they were not allowed to investigate. Once an investigation reached the higher-ups of the village, it would often be suppressed by a single phrase, the big picture is more important. But this time was different. First, Uchiha Shenyu was attacked. Then, just after the Hokage building agreed to an investigation, someone infiltrated Uchiha Shenyu's residence that same night to probe him. This was no longer a simple provocation. This was treating the Uchiha as fools. Inabi crouched on the edge of a rooftop, his fingers gently brushing over the gaps between the tiles. On his fingertips, there was a faint gray powder that was almost invisible. He brought it to his nose and took a light sniff. His eyes narrowed slightly. The tracking powder is still here. The target passed through here. A Uchiha behind him whispered, is the direction still northwest? Inabi nodded. Continue. The group quickly followed. The tracking powder was a special medicinal powder commonly used within the Konoha military police force. Its scent was very light, ordinary people could barely smell it. But trained ninjas from the Konoha military police force could track it for a distance based on the subtle residue. And Uchiha Shenyu sprinkling this powder on the opponent was equivalent to forcibly tagging the infiltrator. Of course, the opponent was a professional ninja and would certainly find a way to remove it. So they had to be fast. Soon, Inabi led the team to an abandoned alleyway at the edge of the Uchiha clan grounds. This place was close to the outer wall of the Uchiha clan grounds. It was rarely visited by anyone. Weeds grew in the corner of the wall, and next to it was a long disused drainage ditch. Inabi crouched down to examine the ground. There were very faint footprints in the soil. If they hadn't known in advance that someone had passed through here, an ordinary person would never have noticed. The target stopped here. A member of the Konoha military police force whispered, did he leave from here? Inabi did not answer immediately. He reached out to brush aside the weeds and soon discovered an inconspicuous gap at the base of the wall. The gap was covered by soil and dead leaves. It looked like natural damage. But when Anabi reached out to knock on the wall, his expression changed instantly. It's hollow. The Uchiha members behind him felt their gazes turn cold. Anabi drew a kunai and pried gently along the gap. Click. A camouflaged stone slab was pried open. Behind the slab, a narrow passage was revealed. The passage was small, only large enough for one person to pass through while hunched over. It was pitch black inside, with a faint, damp, and rotting odor wafting out. A young Uchiha gritted his teeth and said, "There's actually a secret passage on the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds." Another person looked grim. This couldn't have been dug temporarily. Anabi's eyes were cold. It was indeed not dug temporarily. This secret passage had clearly existed for a long time. It was even possible that it had been prepared in advance after the Uchiha were relocated to the edge of the village. In other words, from the moment the Uchiha moved here, someone had left behind a passage for secret entry and exit on the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds. What did this mean? It meant surveillance. It meant infiltration. It meant that the trust spoken of by the higher-ups of Konoha was a joke from the very beginning. Anabi suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Do not enter rashly. Record it first. Check for sealing jutsu traps." A Uchiha who was skilled in the basics of sealing jutsu stepped forward to inspect it. A moment later, his expression became even uglier. There are signs of cleanup. When the opponent just evacuated, they destroyed some of the sealing nodes. However, the style of the remaining techniques doesn't look like that of an ordinary ninja. Anabi asked, "Can you determine the source?" The other person hesitated for a moment. "It looks very much like standard issue Anbu sealing." Everyone's breathing hitched. Standard issue Anbu. It was the Anbu again. Or rather, the root. Because the root was born from the Anbu system, many sealing techniques and equipment styles were extremely similar. Anger surged in Anabi's eyes. He immediately said, "Record everything. Do not disturb the scene. Notify Tekka and the clan head. Also, send people to guard this place. If anyone approaches, take them down first." Yes. Several Uchiha quickly dispersed. Anabi stood in front of the secret passage entrance, his expression terrifyingly gloomy. Tonight's incident was no longer just a matter of Uchiha Shenyu's personal safety. It was a matter of the safety of the entire Uchiha clan grounds. They thought they were merely being ostracized by the village. Now they knew that others had already stuck a knife right at their doorstep. Uchiha Shenyu's new residence. Tekka was still standing in the backyard. He held the broken eavesdropping tag in his hand, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Beside him, several members of the Konoha military police force were checking the surrounding traps and traces. The more they checked, the more shocked they became. It was not because the infiltrators' methods were highly skilled. It was because the countermeasures set up by the 9-year-old child, Uchiha Shenyu, were too complete. The wire by the well. The kunai ejected from the eaves. The wooden frame that triggered a noise. The powder marking. Even the location of the eavesdropping tag was found by Uchiha Shenyu in the first instance. A member of the Konoha military police force couldn't help but whisper, "Is this kid really setting up defenses for the first time?" Tekka did not answer. Because he also wanted to ask. But he knew that now was not the time to probe Uchiha Shenyu's secrets. The more capable Uchiha Shenyu was, the more he proved worth protecting. At least within the Uchiha. After a while, a Konoha military police force ninja appeared via body flicker. "Senior Tekka. Senior Anabi has made a discovery." Tekka immediately looked up. "Speak." A camouflaged secret passage was discovered at the base of the northwest wall of the clan grounds. There are sealing residues in the secret passage, suspected to be standard issue Anbu. Senior Anabi has sent people to seal off the scene. He asks that you and the clan head go there immediately. Murderous intent surged in Tekka's eyes. A secret passage. On the perimeter of our Uchiha clan grounds. The ninja gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. Tekka slammed a fist into a wooden stake nearby. Crack. The stake split directly. Good. This is truly great. He turned to look at Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu stood under the eaves, his face still pale. Forcing the use of the great fireball technique just now placed a heavy burden on his current body. But his eyes were calm. As if he had long anticipated this outcome. Tekka said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Shenyu, you stay here for now. I am going to see the clan head." Uchiha Shenyu asked, "Is the secret passage secured?" Tekka nodded. "Anabi has already sealed off the scene." Uchiha Shenyu reminded, Be careful of someone destroying the evidence. Tekka sneered. If they dare to come, they won't be leaving. Having said that, he led his people away quickly. The backyard became quiet again. Only 2 Konoha military police force members remained to guard Uchiha Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu stood in place and slowly let out a breath. A secret passage. This could be considered an unexpected gain. He originally only wanted to catch the traces of roots probing. Unexpectedly, by following the tracking powder, he actually uncovered a secret passage on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds. The value of this thing is far greater than a single intruder. A single intruder could be dismissed as an individual act, an enemy spy, or an accident. But a secret passage is different. A secret passage requires prior planning, long-term maintenance, and familiarity with the external structure of the Uchiha clan grounds. It proves that someone has been systematically infiltrating the Uchiha clan grounds. And the duration is likely not short. This will cause the Uchiha to completely boil over. Uchiha Shenyu's system panel appeared in his mind. Soon, a notification sound rang out. The Konoha military police force has discovered a secret passage on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds. Clues of Root's long-term surveillance have been exposed prematurely. The trust relationship between the Uchiha and the Konoha upper echelons has further fractured. The deviation degree of the Uchiha clan downfall night has increased. Current deviation degree, 5%. Obtained karma points, 1500. Current karma points, 2800. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes brightened slightly. 5%. 2800 karma points. This harvest was even greater than he had anticipated. It seems that this secret passage thread might have been very important in the original destiny. At least it proves that the Uchiha have always been under surveillance and restriction. Uchiha Shenyu walked back into the room and sat on the tatami mat. Physical exhaustion gradually washed over him. But his mind remained clear. Next, the Uchiha will definitely hold a high-level meeting overnight. Fugaku will face even greater pressure. The radical faction will be furious. Shisui will be shaken. Uchiha Itachi will also rethink the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. And the Hokage building. Hiruzen will probably not be able to sleep. Because this time, it is not just the Uchiha suspecting unilaterally. They have actually found something concrete. Even if the secret passage doesn't explicitly say, root exclusive, it will be very difficult for the Konoha upper echelons to explain easily. Uchiha Shenyu closed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Danzo. You are too impatient. Impatience leads to mistakes. Northwest of the Uchiha clan grounds. When Fugaku arrived at the entrance of the secret passage, the surrounding area was already filled with members of the Konoha military police force. Everyone's expression was very ugly. Tekka and Inabi stood beside the entrance. Seeing Fugaku arrive, both lowered their heads. Clan leader. Fugaku did not waste words. Situation. Inabi reported in a deep voice. After tracking the medicinal powder left by Uchiha Shenyu, we discovered that the intruder left from here. There is a camouflaged secret passage here. The entrance is hidden. There are seal residues inside. Suspected to be Anbu standard. Fugaku crouched down to inspect the entrance himself. His fingers brushed over the edge of the camouflaged stone slab. There were subtle traces left by long-term friction. It was not newly opened. It has been used many times. Fugaku's eyes turned completely cold. Have you investigated inside? Inabi shook his head. No. We were worried about traps, and also worried that someone might take the opportunity to accuse us of destroying evidence. Fugaku nodded. You did well. He stood up and looked at the surrounding clansmen. For tonight's matter, seal the news for now. Tekka became anxious immediately. Clan leader. It's already like this, and you still want to seal the news. They are digging secret passages on the outskirts of our clan grounds. If we don't make a big deal out of this today, will they be digging under our clansmen's beds tomorrow? Many Uchiha also showed expressions of anger. Fugaku looked at him coldly. I said seal the news, not suppress it. It is to prevent the other party from dealing with it in advance. Tekka was taken aback. Fugaku continued, immediately send people to control all surrounding exits. Do not enter the secret passage for now. But set up seal monitoring at the entrance. Record any chakra fluctuations. Tomorrow morning, I will personally take the evidence of this secret passage to the Hokage building. This time, I want Hokage-sama to explain it personally. Hearing this, Tekka slightly suppressed his anger. Yes. Fugaku looked at the entrance of the secret passage, his heart heavy. He knew that from this moment on, things would be difficult to return to the past. Yesterday, the Uchiha only suspected root. Today, they discovered the secret passage. If the Hokage building cannot provide a reasonable explanation, the radical faction within the clan will completely lose control. And he, as the clan leader, can no longer continue to use waiting and restraint to persuade the clansmen. Fugaku looked up towards the center of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo. How far do you want to push the Uchiha Hokage building? Hiruzen was just about to rest when an Anbu suddenly appeared in the office. Hokage-sama. There is an abnormality in the Uchiha clan grounds again. Hiruzen's heart sank. Speak. The Anbu quickly reported the news of the intruder probing Uchiha Shenyu's residence, and the Uchiha Konoha military police force discovering the secret passage on the outskirts of the clan grounds after tracking. After hearing this, Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. A secret passage. Yes. The Anbu lowered his head and said, currently, the Uchiha have sealed off the scene. Clan leader Fugaku has also arrived. They did not enter the secret passage, only controlled the entrance. Hiruzen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't need to think to know that this kind of secret passage could never have been set up by ordinary ninjas. What kind of place is the area around the Uchiha clan grounds? Although they were moved to the edge of the village, they are still within Konoha. The forces that can maintain a secret passage in such a place for a long time without being discovered can be counted on one hand in all of Konoha. Anbu. Root. And the Anbu did not have such an order. Then there is only one answer left. Hiruzen stood up abruptly. Danzo. His voice rarely carried anger. The Anbu knelt on one knee without making a sound. Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his emotions. Pass the order immediately. No Anbu are allowed to approach the secret passage on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds. Without my order, no one is allowed to touch the scene. The Anbu lowered his head. Yes. Hiruzen added. Send people to watch the root entrance. If anyone from root moves abnormally tonight, report immediately. The Anbu hesitated for a moment. Hokage-sama, root sighed. Hiruzen said coldly, do as I say. The Anbu felt a chill. Yes. After the Anbu left, Hiruzen stood in the office, his face looking extremely ugly. If it were just last night's attack, he could still try to pin the matter on enemy village spies. But what about now? Secret passage on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds. Infiltrating Uchiha Shenyu's residence again that same night. Listening charms. Tracking powder. Once these things are connected, the Uchiha will never believe in any Kumogakur spies. What's more troublesome is that Fugaku was not impulsive this time. He did not send people to rush directly into the secret passage. Nor did he destroy the scene. Instead, he sealed the entrance and waited to bring the evidence to the Hokage building the next day. This makes it difficult for Hiruzen to find an excuse. If Fugaku had rushed in, the Hokage building could have said that the Uchiha acted without authorization and destroyed secret facilities within the village. But Fugaku did not. He was very restrained. So restrained that the Konoha upper echelons cannot bite back. Hiruzen suddenly thought of Uchiha Shenyu. Could this time also have the shadow of that child? Uchiha Shenyu's residence was attacked. He left tracking powder in reverse. Reminded Tekka not to chase too deep, only to keep the root evidence. Then the Uchiha discovered the secret passage but did not rashly go deep. Everything connected together looks too much like a combo. Hiruzen's eyes were complex. If this was really driven by a 9-year-old child, then he is too terrifying. But what is even more terrifying is that the person who forced him to become like this is none other than. It is precisely Konoha's own darkness. Hiruzen closed his eyes and sighed long. Danzo. You have really crossed the line this time. Root base. When Danzo received the news, the atmosphere in the stone chamber instantly dropped to freezing. The root ninja responsible for the probing knelt on the ground, his right hand still smelling faintly of medicinal powder, his face pale. It was not because he feared death. It was because the mission had failed. Root does not allow failure. Especially not such a stupid failure. Danzo sat on the stone chair, his single eye staring fixedly at him. You were counter-marked by a 9-year-old brat. The root ninja lowered his head. My mistake, sir. Danzo's voice was cold. A mistake. Because of your mistake, the Uchiha discovered a secret tunnel. Do you know what this means? The root ninja was silent. He certainly knew. That secret tunnel was one of the routes Root had long used to monitor the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds. Although it was not the most core passage, once discovered, it would lead to a lot of trouble. Worse, the Uchiha did not rush in. They sealed off the scene. This meant that Root could not easily send anyone to destroy the traces now. Because once they moved, they would be caught red-handed. The sound of Danzo tapping his cane became slower and slower. The slower it was, the more heart-palpitating it became. Uchiha Shingitsu. Danzo pronounced the name, word by word. It's him again. Last night, it was him who counter-killed the Root Ninja. Today, it was him who awakened the two Tomo Sharingan at the training ground. Tonight, it was him who set a trap, forcing the secret tunnel out into the open. Danzo was now completely certain that this brat was no ordinary genius. He was dangerous. Dangerous enough that he had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a few years, he would surely become the sharpest blade within the Uchiha. Even more troublesome than Shisui and Itachi. Shisui was soft-hearted. Itachi still had a village stance that could be exploited. But Uchiha Shenyu was different. He had no trust in the Konoha high-ups. He only had hostility toward Root. Besides, he was ruthless, calm, and extremely skilled at leveraging situations. Such an Uchiha must never be left alive. Danzo spoke coldly. Don't touch the secret tunnel. Destroy all relevant records. Immediately transfer everyone who participated in the maintenance of that route. The Root Ninja lowered his head. Yes. Danzo added, as for you. The Root Ninja who had failed the mission stiffened. Danzo said indifferently, the cursed seal of sealing will handle your memories. After that, you will go to the border to perform long-term missions. Without orders, you are not allowed to return to the village. The Root Ninja lowered his head. Yes. He did not argue. Nor did he feel fear. Tools of Root do not need fear. After the man withdrew, Danzo sat alone in the stone chamber. His single eye was filled with coldness. Hiruzen would definitely come to question him. The Uchiha would also make an issue of it. This time, he would have to sacrifice some things. But it didn't matter. The meaning of Root's existence was to bear everything in the darkness. As long as Konoha could be protected, a few sacrifices were nothing. Of course, Danzo's so-called protection of Konoha always included protecting the power in his own hands. Uchiha Shingitsu. Do you think that by catching one secret tunnel, you can shake me? Danzo sneered. Too naive. The roots are buried deeper than you can imagine. The next morning, the atmosphere in front of the Hokage building was even more oppressive than yesterday. This time, more Uchiha had come. Fugaku walked in the front. Tekka, Inabi, Yashura, and other key members of the Konoha military police force followed closely behind. They did not make a big scene. But everyone's expression was terrifyingly cold. Especially Tekka. If not for Fugaku's prior order, he would likely have been unable to resist questioning the Hokage building directly. The guard ninja at the building entrance changed expression slightly upon seeing this formation. The Uchiha had only just come yesterday. Today they came again. And the aura was colder. This meant that the matter was not only unresolved, but had become even more serious. Soon, Fugaku and the others entered the Hokage office again. Hiruzen sat behind the desk. Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu were also there. The atmosphere was even heavier than yesterday. Fugaku did not exchange pleasantries. He placed a scroll directly on the table. Hokage-sama. Last night, Uchiha Shenyu's residence was infiltrated again. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, I already know about this matter. Fugaku looked at him. Then Hokage-sama should also know that we followed the traces left by the infiltrator and discovered a secret tunnel on the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds. Hiruzen did not answer immediately. Fugaku continued, the tunnel entrance was disguised. There were traces of seals inside. Suspected to be Anbu standard. The entrance showed clear signs of long-term use. He stared at Hiruzen, saying word by word, Hokage-sama, I would like to ask. Who dug this secret tunnel? The office was deathly silent. Tekka stared fixedly at Hiruzen and the two advisors. Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu's expressions were also not good. They had already received the news last night. But when truly facing the Uchiha's questioning, the pressure was still immense. Because this matter was too difficult to explain. If they said they didn't know, that was negligence by the Hokage building. If they said they knew, that was tacitly admitting to monitoring the Uchiha. Either way was wrong. Hiruzen said slowly, Fugaku, the village will investigate this matter. Tekka sneered. Another investigation. Hokage-sama, yesterday we were attacked, and you said investigation. Today we discovered a secret tunnel on the perimeter of our clan grounds, and you still say investigation. Are we supposed to wait for you to investigate even after the Uchiha clan grounds are blown up one day? Yudatain Kaharu's expression darkened. Uchiha Tekka, mind that you are speaking to the Hokage. Tekka did not back down. I certainly know. That's why I'm asking the Hokage. If I were asking Danzo, I wouldn't be standing here right now. This sentence almost directly pointed the spearhead at root. The office atmosphere instantly tightened. Fugaku did not stop him. Because this time, the Uchiha had to show a sufficiently tough attitude. Hiruzen looked at Tekka. Before there is evidence, do not easily accuse anyone. Tekka wanted to speak again, but Fugaku raised his hand to stop him. Fugaku looked at Hiruzen, his tone low. Hokage-sama, we can choose not to accuse anyone. But this secret tunnel must be jointly investigated by the Konoha military police force and the Hokage's direct Anbu. The entire investigation process must be recorded. No one is allowed to enter alone, and no one is allowed to destroy the scene. Homura Mitokado frowned. This involves village defense secrets. Fugaku retorted, why would a secret tunnel on the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds involve village defense secrets? Homura Mitokado was speechless. Fugaku continued, or are you saying that this secret tunnel was set up by some organization within the village? Homura Mitokado's expression became even uglier. Hiruzen took a slow puff of his pipe. He knew this request could not be refused. Refusing would be equivalent to having a guilty conscience. So he said, fine. The Anbu will investigate together with the Konoha military police force. A flash of coldness appeared in Tekka's eyes. Fugaku added, second, the person who infiltrated Uchiha Shenyu's residence last night must also be included in the investigation. The other party left behind fragments of a listening talisman and used standard village infiltration methods. I request that the Hokage building retrieve all Anbu patrol records around the Uchiha clan grounds from last night. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Very well. Yudatain Kaharu frowned. Hiruzen waved his hand. Give it to them. Uchiha Fugaku did not stop. Third, until the investigation results are out, the outer perimeter defense of the Uchiha clan grounds will be taken over by the Konoha military police force. Non-Uchiha personnel are not allowed to approach the borders of the clan grounds without permission. This was the truly critical blow. Hiruzen frowned. Uchiha Fugaku, this is against the rules. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. Last night, someone entered the clan grounds via a secret passage. If the village's defense cannot protect the Uchiha, then the Uchiha must protect themselves. Homura Mitokado immediately said, this will isolate the Uchiha even further from the village's system. Uchiha Fugaku looked at him. It is the Uchiha who are being watched. It is the Uchiha who are being attacked. It is the Uchiha whose clan grounds have been tunneled into. And it is the Uchiha who want to protect themselves now. Yet the advisor says it is the Uchiha who are isolating themselves. Homura Mitokado was speechless for a moment. The atmosphere in the office was suffocating. Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku. He knew that once he agreed to this, the Uchiha clan grounds would become even more closed off. But if he didn't agree, the radicals within the clan would definitely explode. More importantly, it was the Hokage building that was in the wrong right now. After a moment, Hiruzen said slowly, a temporary takeover. Only for the duration of the investigation. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Very well. He did not push further, because today's goal had already been achieved. Jointly investigating the secret passage. Accessing patrol records. Temporarily taking over the outer perimeter defense. Each item was a power that the Uchiha had found difficult to secure in the past. And the starting point for all of this was actually a bag of tracking powder that Uchiha Shenyu had left behind. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku felt conflicted. That child was influencing the situation between the Uchiha and Konoha at a speed no one had anticipated. After Uchiha Fugaku left with his men, the office fell into a long silence. Homura Mitokado said in a deep voice, Hiruzen, we have conceded too much. Hiruzen said wearily, then tell me, what should we do if we don't concede? Let the Uchiha stand in opposition to the village right now. Yudatain Kaharu frowned. But if this continues, they will become increasingly uncontrollable. Hiruzen looked out the window. The ones who are truly uncontrollable are not the Uchiha. It is the person who keeps pushing them away time and time again. Both advisors fell silent. They knew who Hiruzen was talking about. But they also knew that Danzo was not easy to deal with. He was the darkness of Konoha. He was the shadow that Hiruzen had tacitly allowed to exist for too long. The shadow had grown too deep, When they tried to cut it off, they discovered it was already entangled with too many roots. Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Shenyu nodded slightly after hearing the results brought back by Tekka. Not bad. Tekka sat on the tatami, picked up his tea and took a sip, his face finally showing a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, not bad. The Hokage agreed to a joint investigation of the secret passage. He also agreed to provide the patrol records. Most importantly, the outer perimeter defense of the clan grounds will be taken over by our Konoha military police force during the investigation. This time, they won't be able to stick their hands in so easily. Uchiha Shenyu said. Don't be happy too soon. Tekka was stunned. Uchiha Shenyu continued. They agreed because they are in the wrong right now. But when investigating the secret passage, there will definitely be people who want to lead the clues in an irrelevant direction. Tekka frowned. For example, Uchiha Shenyu said indifferently, abandoned air defense facilities. Leftover tunnels from the old era. Used by enemy spies. They might even claim it was a secret route built by Konoha in the past to facilitate evacuations within the village during wartime. Tekka's face grew darker as he listened. You mean they will keep making things up? Uchiha Shenyu looked at him. If they don't make it up, are they going to admit that someone has been monitoring the Uchiha for a long time? Tekka snorted. Then what do we do? Uchiha Shenyu said. Focus on 3 points. First, recent usage traces in the secret passage. Second, residual sealing jutsu. Third, the direction of the exit. Tekka's eyes lit up. Uchiha Shenyu continued. The old facility might exist, but the recent usage traces cannot be denied. They might say the sealing jutsu is similar, but the materials used in the residual chakra will reveal its age. As for the direction of the exit, if it leads near route, or to a route that only the Anbu system knows about, then their explanations will be useless. Tekka took a deep breath. I'll go tell Inabi right now. Uchiha Shenyu nodded. Also. Tekka stopped. Uchiha Shenyu said. During the investigation, don't let the Anbu personnel touch anything alone. Especially the sealing jutsu nodes. They might claim it's for safety and offer to dismantle the traps. While dismantling them, they can also wipe away the evidence. Tekka grinned coldly. Understood. I will watch them personally this time. After speaking, he got up and left. Uchiha Shenyu sat in the room, his eyes calm. He knew that this investigation surrounding the secret passage would inevitably become the first direct confrontation between the Uchiha and the Konoha high-level officials. On the surface, they were investigating the secret passage. In reality, they were fighting for the right to speak. In the past, whatever the Konoha high-level officials said was final. The Uchiha could only accept it passively. But now, Uchiha Shenyu wanted to change this situation bit by bit. He wanted to make the Uchiha learn to keep evidence. Learn to catch loopholes. Learn to force the knives in the shadows out into the open. Only in this way, when the night of the clan massacre comes in the future, would the Uchiha not be slaughtered unprepared like in the original story. Just then, the system prompt rang again. Host pushed the Uchiha to secure temporary defensive rights for the outer perimeter of the clan grounds. Konoha high-level officials' unilateral surveillance capability over the Uchiha has decreased. Deviation degree of the night of the massacre increased. Current deviation degree, 6%. Obtained karma points, 800. Current karma points, 3,600. Uchiha Shenyu's eyes narrowed. 3,600. He looked down at the system panel. Sharingan. Two-Tomo Sharingan. Forcibly upgrade to full mastery of Two-Tomo, requires 2,000 karma points. Forcibly evolve to 3-Tomo Sharingan, requires 12,000 karma points. Uchiha Shenyu did not rush to click. Although he had enough karma points to upgrade his 2-Tomo Sharingan proficiency, he was still far from the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Moreover, the situation would become more complex next. He might need karma points for fate event simulations, or to deduce ninjutsu. He couldn't use them all. Uchiha Shenyu pondered for a moment and ultimately did not upgrade. Strength was important. But right now, he needed to use every karma point where it was most needed. He picked up the fire release scroll on the table. His Sharingan was already at the 2-Tomo stage. Next, he had to master more practical combat methods as soon as possible. Great Fireball was just the beginning. Shurikenjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Genjutsu Resistance, Sealing Jutsu Basics, Counter Reconnaissance. These all needed to be filled in. Because he knew very well. Danzo would not stop just because one secret passage was exposed. On the contrary, that old dog would only want to kill him even more. And the next person who comes would definitely not just be testing him like last night. Uchiha Shenyu slowly opened the scroll, his eyes deep. Come on. The more moves you make, the faster I will grow. Northwest of the Uchiha clan grounds. The area near the secret passage entrance had been completely sealed off by the Konoha military police force. Over a dozen Uchiha ninja were dispersed around the perimeter, maintaining a wide security cordon. At the base of the wall, the camouflaged stone slab remained in the same state it had been in since being pried open last night. The edges of the entrance had not been damaged. Footprints on the ground, tile dust, and traces of sealing jutsu had all been cordoned off with thin lines by the Uchiha police force. Anyone wishing to approach had to register. This time, the Uchiha did not give anyone a chance to tamper with anything. Before long, a squad of Anbu appeared on the outskirts of the clan grounds. The person leading them wore a white animal mask, with a tall, upright figure and restrained presence. Uchiha Tekka, standing within the cordon, spoke coldly upon seeing them. Halt! The Anbu captain stopped. The few Anbu behind him also stopped. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Tekka looked at them, his tone devoid of any courtesy. According to the agreement reached between Hokage-sama and the clan head, the investigation of the secret passage will be conducted jointly by the Uchiha police force and the Hokage's direct Anbu. But before entering the scene, everyone must register their identification number, the ninja tools they are carrying, and the number of sealing jutsu scrolls. One Anbu frowned. We are the Hokage's direct Anbu. Tekka sneered. I know. The person who snuck into Uchiha Shenyu's residence last night also looked very much like an Anbu. As soon as these words were spoken, the aura of the few Anbu shifted slightly. The leading Anbu captain raised his hand, stopping the people behind him. He looked at Tekka, his voice calm. We will cooperate. Tekka then stepped aside. Register. Uchiha Anabe, who was nearby, immediately stepped forward and unfurled a scroll. The Anbu members registered one by one. Mask number. Ninja tools carried. Number of sealing jutsu scrolls. Special sealing tools. Everything was recorded. When the Anbu captain registered, Tekka's gaze remained fixed on him. What is your name? The Anbu captain said indifferently. Anbu do not report their real names. Tekka sneered. You don't need to report your real name, but you must have a number. Or are you saying that the Hokage's direct Anbu, like the root, do things without leaving an identity? The Anbu captain was silent for a moment. Number, dog. Tekka wrote it down on the scroll. Dog. Fine. After speaking, he looked up at the other party. After entering the scene, without the consent of the Uchiha police force, you are not allowed to touch any ceiling nodes, stone slabs, walls, or remnants of ninja tools alone. If any dangerous traps are discovered, they must be handled only after confirmation by both parties. Anyone who damages the scene without authorization will be considered to be destroying evidence. The Anbu captain nodded. Understood. He agreed very readily. This actually surprised Tekka slightly. However, he did not let his guard down. The Hokage's direct Anbu might not necessarily be enemies. But who knew if there were people infiltrated by the root inside? The Uchiha of today no longer dared to easily trust any institution within the village. Both parties entered the cordoned-off scene. Fugaku was already standing next to the secret passage entrance. Beside him were Uchiha Yashira and two ninjas from the clan skilled in sealing jutsu. Seeing the Anbu arrive, Fugaku just nodded. Begin. The Anbu captain glanced at the entrance. First, detect if there are any explosive traps. Fugaku said. Very well. Both sides dispatched one sealing jutsu ninja each. On the Uchiha side, it was Uchiha Anabe. On the Anbu side, it was a tall, thin-masked ninja. The two squatted down simultaneously to check the remaining runes at the edge of the entrance. A moment later, Anabe spoke. There are no remnants of explosive tags at the entrance. But there are 3 sealing nodes that have been artificially destroyed. The Anbu sealing ninja also nodded. Confirmed. The damage to the sealing nodes occurred less than 12 hours ago. Tekka sneered. Exactly after the intruder fled last night. The Anbu sealing ninja did not respond. He just continued checking. Soon, he discovered a small piece of black powder on the inside of the entrance. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, Tekka's eyes turned cold. Stop. The Anbu sealing ninja's movements paused. Tekka walked forward. Record it first. The Anbu sealing ninja frowned. This might be the residue from the sealing burning, it needs to be sampled. Tekka said coldly. I didn't say not to sample it. I said record it first. Position, color, smell, surrounding chakra reaction. After everything is recorded, both sides will sample it simultaneously. The Anbu ceiling ninja looked at the Anbu captain. The Anbu captain nodded. Do as he says. Tekka stared at him, feeling slightly relieved. At least this Anbu captain was still cooperative for now. After the recording was completed, both sides took samples separately. The Uchiha side put the powder into a transparent sealing bag. The Anbu side also took a portion. Immediately after, the group officially entered the secret passage. The interior of the secret passage was narrow and damp. There were obvious traces of artificial refinement on the walls. Although the outside was disguised to look like an abandoned crack, the inside was not rough at all. The height of the passage was only enough for an adult to pass through by bending over. The ground was covered with a thin layer of gravel to cover up footsteps and traces of trampling. Every certain distance, there were small remnants of sealing jutsu on the walls. Most of these techniques had already been destroyed. But because it was destroyed too hastily, quite a few traces remained. Anabi checked for a moment, his expression becoming increasingly cold. This is not an abandoned passage. At least in the last 3 months, someone has been maintaining it regularly. The Anbu ceiling ninja was silent for a moment, then also said. There are indeed traces of recent maintenance. Tekka immediately took a pen to record. Anbu confirmed. The secret passage has been maintained recently. The Anbu ceiling ninja glanced at him but did not refute. The group continued forward. After walking about 20 meters, the passage split into 2 forks. One led deeper underground. The other led diagonally towards the village. Fugaku stood at the fork, his eyes heavy. Which side shall we check first? The Anbu captain said. According to safety principles, check the shorter route first. Anabi squatted down to check the ground and suddenly said. The intruder went to the right. Tekka immediately asked. Are you sure? Anabi nodded. The tracking powder residue is still there. Although it was washed by water, there is still some in the stone crevices. Fugaku looked at the Anbu captain. Then let's check the right side first. The Anbu captain did not object. The group entered the right passage. The further they went, the drier the air became. This indicated that the exit was not far from the surface. Soon, they arrived at a sealed stone door. The stone door was sealed from the inside. There were fresh signs of damage on it. After checking, Anabi said in a deep voice. Someone passed through here last night. And then used sealing jutsu to seal the exit. Tekka sneered. Escaped quickly, didn't they? The Anbu ceiling ninja stepped forward to check the stone door. A moment later, his voice was low. This seal is an old-style Anbu locking technique. Cold light surged in Tekka's eyes. Say that again. The Anbu ceiling ninja fell silent. The Anbu captain glanced at him. He could only continue. It is indeed an old-style locking technique used by the Anbu system. But this technique was widely circulated in the early years, and the possibility of a leak cannot be ruled out. Tekka scoffed. Another leak. Why is it that everything leaks as soon as it reaches the Uchiha? Intelligence leaks. Technique leaks. Secret passage leaks. Will the Hokage building leak next time? The Anbu captain said in a deep voice. Uchiha Tekka, this is an investigation, not an argument. Tekka's eyes were cold. Of course I know we are investigating. That's why I'm recording it word for word. He lowered his head and wrote on the scroll. Old-style Anbu locking technique discovered on the right exit stone door, confirmed by Anbu personnel. After finishing, Tekka specifically looked up and asked. That's correct, right? The Anbu ceiling ninja did not answer. The Anbu captain slowly said, you may record it. Tekka sneered. Continue. The stone door did not open immediately. According to the agreement between the two sides, the scene could not be disturbed at will. Therefore, they first searched for traces around the stone door. Soon, Uchiha Yashira discovered a bit of fabric fiber at the bottom right corner of the stone door. It was dark gray. Extremely fine. It looked like a scrap torn from a hem by the cracks in the stone. Tekka's eyes lit up. Seal it. The Anbu captain also saw that fiber. His expression shifted slightly. This color and material were very similar to the lining of root combat uniforms. Of course, the Anbu also had similar fabric. But the problem was that the Hokage's direct Anbu had not sent anyone to enter the Uchiha clan grounds last night. If they continued to investigate this, it would be very troublesome. He finally understood why Hokage-sama's expression had been so grim yesterday. This secret passage was likely truly related to Danzo. Fugaku had not spoken the whole time. But his gaze was growing colder and colder. He did not need to obtain an order with Danzo's personal signature right now. These traces were already enough for the Uchiha to clearly see one thing. Someone had been active on the periphery of the Uchiha clan grounds for a long time. Someone had been using Anbu-style sealing jutsu to maintain the passage. Someone had evacuated from here last night. Someone had attempted to eavesdrop on Uchiha Shenyu. With these clues connected, the so-called enemy village spy theory no longer held water. Unless the enemy village spy was more familiar with the Konoha Anbu system than Konoha's top brass. The group returned to the fork in the road and entered another passage. This passage was deeper and older. The walls were very damp. After walking for several dozen meters, a small underground space appeared ahead. The space was not large. But it contained some old wooden crates, damaged ninja tool racks, and a record board that had already been burned. The paper on the record board had turned to ash. Clearly, someone had cleaned it up beforehand. But no matter how rushed the cleanup was, it couldn't be completely clean. Anabi crouched down and inspected the bottom of the wooden crates. Ninja tools and scrolls were stored here. Tekka asked, "Can you determine the time?" "Someone moved them recently." Anabi pointed to the dust traces on the ground. The old dust was compressed, which means the boxes were moved not long ago. The Anbu captain looked at the underground space, and his heart sank as well. This was no longer just an ordinary secret passage. It was an underground surveillance base. It was located right on the periphery of the Uchiha clan grounds. If this matter were to be completely exposed, the Hokage building would be in a very passive position. Tekka suddenly walked to the burned record board. He stared at the ashes and sneered. "Burned very cleanly. Too bad it's too clean." The Anbu captain looked at him. "What do you mean?" Tekka said, "If this place were truly an abandoned facility, the record board would have rotted and accumulated dust long ago. But now, the record board has been freshly burned. This means someone came in specifically to clean it up last night or a little earlier. If it's an abandoned facility, why clean it up?" The Anbu captain was silent. Tekka wrote this sentence directly into the scroll. The record board in the underground space was recently burned, suspected intentional destruction of records. After finishing, Tekka felt it wasn't enough and added another sentence at the end. Anbu personnel were present and did not offer an effective rebuttal. The Anbu captain's eyelid twitched slightly. This Tekka was determined not to let a single word go today. But he had no way to stop him. Because what the other party wrote was the truth. Fugaku looked around. "Continue the investigation." The group began to search the underground space carefully. Soon, Uchiha Yashira discovered a metal fragment embedded in the dirt in a corner. The fragment was very small, like a piece of some broken ninja tool. When the Anbu sealing ninja saw that object, their expression clearly shifted. Fugaku noticed immediately. "Do you recognize it?" The Anbu sealing ninja was silent. Tekka stepped forward. "I'm asking you a question." The Anbu captain slowly said, "This is a fragment of an old-style Anbu communication needle." Tekka's gaze was cold and grim. Old-style Anbu communication needle. "Very good." He wrote again on the scroll. "Fragment of old-style Anbu communication needle found in the underground space." After writing, Tekka looked up and asked, "Can enemy village spies also leak this kind of thing?" The Anbu captain did not answer. Because this time it was difficult to answer. The jutsu could be explained as a leak. The fabric could be explained as a coincidence. But the presence of an Anbu communication needle fragment at an underground base on the periphery of the Uchiha clan grounds could not be easily explained away with just the word, leak. Furthermore, although the old-style communication needles had been phased out, they were mainly used within the Anbu in the past. Root had certainly used them too. Fugaku picked up the fragment and placed it into a sealing bag. His movements were very slow. But everyone around could feel the oppressive pressure coming from him. The Uchiha clan head was truly enraged. Just then, a slight, strange sound suddenly came from deep within the passage. Click. The sound was very faint. But everyone present was a ninja, and they caught it instantly. The Anbu captain's expression changed. Not good. Anabi shouted at the same time, "The sealing jutsu has been triggered." In the four corners of the underground space, the runes that had originally extinguished suddenly lit up with a faint red light. Tekka's expression changed abruptly. Someone is remotely detonating the evidence. The Anbu sealing ninja immediately performed hand seals. Seal. Anabi also made a move at the same time. Two streams of chakra pressed simultaneously toward the runes in the four corners. But the runes lit up very quickly. Clearly, this was a cleanup jutsu that had been set up long ago. Once someone investigated the core area, it would automatically destroy the residue. Or, someone was triggering it remotely from the outside. Boom. A dull thud. A wall in the deepest part of the underground space exploded. It wasn't a massive explosion. It was a precise incineration. The hidden compartment inside the wall was instantly swallowed by flames. Whatever might have been hidden inside was directly turned into black ash. Tekka was furious. The Anbu captain's expression also sank. This time, even he could not cover for the other party. If this was an abandoned passage, why would there be an automatic destruction jutsu? If it were just an enemy village spy, how could they trigger it remotely while they were investigating together? This showed that the person behind the secret passage had been monitoring the scene the whole time. They even had the authority to trigger the seals here. Fugaku did not shout in anger. He just quietly watched the burned wall. The quieter he was, the more terrifying it was. A moment later, he slowly spoke. Record it. Tekka gritted his teeth and wrote. During the investigation, a hidden compartment in the underground space was automatically destroyed by a sealing jutsu. Suspected remote triggering of cleanup measures by someone. Anbu was present and unable to stop it. Uchiha police force was present and unable to stop it. Evidence destroyed, responsibility to be investigated. After writing, he coldly looked at the Anbu captain. Can this also be called a coincidence? The Anbu captain was silent for a long time. Finally, he said in a low voice. I will report this matter truthfully to Hokage-sama. Tekka sneered. I hope Hokage-sama can still investigate a Kumogakur spy this time. Fugaku raised his hand. That's enough. Tekka then shut his mouth. Fugaku looked at the Anbu captain. Continue to seal off the scene. All discovered evidence is to be in duplicate. One copy for the Uchiha police force, one copy for the Hokage's direct Anbu. The remains of the destruction jutsu are to be sealed by both sides together. The Anbu captain nodded. Agreed. The investigation lasted for 2 full hours. In the end, both sides confirmed several key facts. First, the secret passage had been used and maintained recently. Second, there were remnants of Anbu-style sealing jutsu inside the secret passage. Third, the underground space was suspected to be a long-term base. Fourth, there were traces of recent record destruction at the scene. Fifth, a fragment of an old-style Anbu communication needle was discovered. Sixth, a hidden compartment was automatically destroyed by a sealing jutsu during the investigation. Putting these 6 points together was enough to make the Uchiha completely blow up. Noon. Hokage Building. After reading the investigation report handed over by the Anbu captain, Hiruzen's face was so gloomy it could almost drip water. Inside the office, Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu also remained silent. Every entry on the scroll felt like a slap to the face of the Hokage building. Especially this line. During the investigation, the hidden compartment was automatically destroyed by a sealing jutsu, suggesting that someone triggered a cleanup remotely. This sentence was too fooling. It meant the secret passage was not an abandoned facility without an owner. Someone had been maintaining it all along. And someone had attempted to destroy the evidence after the matter was exposed. Hiruzen slowly put down the scroll. Where is Danzo? The Anbu captain said in a low voice. Lord Danzo did not come to the Hokage building today. Hiruzen let out a cold laugh. Of course he wouldn't come. Homura Mitokado frowned and said, Hiruzen, the key now is not to hold Danzo accountable. Hiruzen looked at him sharply. If not Danzo, then who? Should we hold the Uchiha accountable for discovering the secret passage? Or should we hold the child accountable for not being captured obediently? Homura Mitokado's expression stiffened. Udatane Kaharu sighed. Hiruzen, that's not what we meant. But if we take action against Danzo now, there will be problems with Root. Furthermore, the Uchiha will believe their judgment is correct. Hiruzen said coldly, are you saying their judgment was wrong? The office fell silent again. Both advisors remained silent. Because this time, even they found it hard to say the Uchiha were wrong. Hiruzen closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. He suddenly felt a deep sense of exhaustion. All these years, he had tacitly allowed Danzo to exist. Because Konoha needed someone to handle things in the shadows. Some missions that could not be brought to light, some orders that the Hokage could not give personally, were all completed by Root. But now, Root's blade had extended into the interior of the village. It had extended to the Uchiha. It had even extended to a 9-year-old child. This was no longer necessary darkness. This was loss of control. Hiruzen opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Summon Danzo to the Hokage building." The Anbu captain bowed his head, "Yes." A moment later, the Anbu left. Homura Mitokado asked in a low voice, "What about the Uchiha?" Hiruzen was silent for a moment. "Pacify them first." Udatain Kaharu frowned, "We have to make concessions again." Hiruzen looked at the scroll on the table. "If we don't make concessions, will you go tell Uchiha Fugaku that this secret passage was dug by Kumogakure?" Udatain Kaharu was speechless. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, "Increase the security authority of the perimeter of the Uchiha clan grounds. During the investigation, allow the Konoha military police force to set up their own sealing barriers. At the same time, give Uchiha Shenyu personal compensation." Homura Mitokado frowned. "Compensation for that child?" Hiruzen nodded. "He is the victim of 2 consecutive incidents. If the Hokage building doesn't even show a superficial attitude, the Uchiha will be even angrier." Udatain Kaharu asked, "What shall we give?" Hiruzen thought for a moment, "Permission to learn ninjutsu." Homura Mitokado said immediately, "That is inappropriate. He has already awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan, his growth rate is too fast. Giving him more ninjutsu will only make him more dangerous." Hiruzen looked at him, his voice low, "If we don't give it to him, will he be any less dangerous? What he lacks right now is the village's attitude. If we don't give him anything, he will only lean completely toward the Uchiha radicals. At least for now, we can still show goodwill in the name of the Hokage." The 2 advisors looked at each other and did not argue further. Hiruzen said slowly, "Give him a quota to learn AC rank ninjutsu. Also, allow him to enter the first floor of the Konoha Public Training Archive once." Homura Mitokado's expression changed slightly. "The archive?" Hiruzen said, "Only the first floor. It only contains basic information. Fire release, taijutsu, ninja tools, and tactical theory. There are no classified materials." Udatain Kaharu pondered for a moment and finally nodded, "That is acceptable." Hiruzen let out a breath. He knew that this small compensation might not truly bridge the rift. But at least it could send a signal. The Hokage building had not ignored Uchiha Shenyu's plight. It was just a pity that, at this point, Hiruzen himself was not sure how much use this signal would be. Root base. Danzo did not go to the Hokage building. He already knew the results of the investigation. In the stone chamber, the atmosphere was oppressive. The root ninja kneeling on the ground reported with his head lowered, "The hidden compartment in the secret passage stronghold has been destroyed." The core records were not leaked. But the Uchiha and the Anbu together discovered fragments of communication needles, signs of recent maintenance, and traces of sealing jutsu. Danzo's single eye was cold, who triggered the destruction jutsu. The root ninja said in a deep voice, "According to the presets, when the core area was investigated by multiple people, the jutsu was triggered automatically." Danzo's expression became even colder. "Idiots. The automatic trigger did indeed destroy the core evidence. But it was also equivalent to telling everyone that this was not an abandoned passage, but a stronghold deliberately hidden and protected by someone. This fig leaf had been half torn off in public by the Uchiha. What was even more troublesome was that the Hokage's direct Anbu were also present. It would be difficult for Hiruzen to pretend he didn't know. Danzo knew very well that Hiruzen would come looking for him soon. But he was not afraid. As long as there was no direct evidence proving that Root participated in the attack on Uchiha Shenyu, no scroll of direct orders, and no testimony from survivors, Hiruzen could not truly act against him. At most, a reprimand. At most, cutting off a few peripheral lines. The roots of Root were not so easily pulled out. But this time, Danzo felt no sense of victory. Because everything that had happened over the past 2 days was related to one person. Uchiha Shenyu. That 9-year-old child was constantly exposing flaws in Root. This made Danzo more and more determined in one thought. He had to die. It was just that he couldn't act directly right now. The Uchiha were watching too closely. The Hokage was also watching too closely. Then, he would just have to change his approach. Danzo spoke slowly, "Is there anyone within the Uchiha that we can use?" The Root ninja lowered his head, "There are potential contacts. But there are not many who can truly penetrate the core." Danzo asked, "What about the radicals?" The Root ninja replied, "The radicals have heavy hostility toward the village and are difficult to manipulate directly." Danzo sneered, "It is precisely because their hostility is heavy that they are easy to use. Angry people are the easiest to guide." The Root ninja remained silent, waiting for orders. Danzo's voice was cold, "Have someone spread the news. Say that Uchiha Fugaku has secretly reached a compromise with the Hokage building. The matter of the secret passage will eventually be downplayed. And then push Uchiha Shenyu to the forefront. The root ninja looked up. What do you mean? Danzo said indifferently, tell the Uchiha radicals. The one the Hokage building is truly wary of is not Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Shenyu. If the Uchiha want to seize the initiative, they should let Uchiha Shenyu stand at the forefront. The root ninja's eyes flickered slightly. This was killing with praise. Pushing Uchiha Shenyu to become the banner of the Uchiha radicals. In this way, he would attract the vigilance of the Konoha higher-ups even faster. At the same time, it would cause the contradictions within the Uchiha to erupt prematurely. A 9-year-old child could not bear such a position. Even if he were smart, he would be swept up by the radical emotions within the clan. By then, there would be no need for Root to take action. The Hokage building would also be even more strongly wary of him. Danzo said coldly, I would like to see whether a 9-year-old Uchiha brat can withstand the anger and expectations of the entire Uchiha. Uchiha clan grounds. Shenyu was practicing hand signs in the courtyard. He could already perform the fire style, fireball jutsu. But his speed in forming hand signs was still slow. In actual combat, if the hand signs were too slow, the enemy wouldn't give him a chance. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to practice the basic hand signs until they became muscle memory. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. His finger speed was getting faster and faster. But the wounds were still being aggravated. Cold sweat gradually seeped from his forehead. The Konoha military police force ninja responsible for protecting him watched with twitching eyes. Shenyu, that's enough, right? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Shenyu didn't stop. 10 more times. The Uchiha ninja couldn't help but say. You've already said 10 more times 3 times this morning. Shenyu didn't stop his movements. This time is for real. The other person's mouth twitched. He finally understood why Senior Tekka said this kid was a ruthless person wrapped in a child's skin. Ruthless to the enemy. Even more ruthless to himself. Just then, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Uchiha Tekka walked in. He held a scroll in his hand, his expression very complicated. Shenyu stopped forming hand signs. Did you finish investigating the secret passage? Tekka nodded. Finished. He briefly explained the results. After listening, Shenyu wasn't too surprised. The core evidence was destroyed. Tekka's face darkened. Yes. The hidden compartment was burned by a sealing jutsu. Shenyu nodded. Normal. If I were the person behind the scenes, I would also set up automatic cleanup measures. Tekka gritted his teeth. But we still found quite a bit. Old-style Anbu communication needles. Traces of recent maintenance. Anbu system sealing jutsu. This time, they won't be able to fool us easily. Shenyu didn't reply immediately. A moment later, he asked. What does the Hokage building say? Tekka's expression became strange. The Hokage gave compensation. Shenyu raised an eyebrow. For the Uchiha. A portion of it. Tekka said. During the investigation, the Konoha military police force is allowed to take over the perimeter defense of the clan grounds, and we are also allowed to set up our own sealing barrier. Besides that, there's something for you too. For me. Shenyu was a bit surprised. Tekka handed him the scroll. Hokage-sama, citing the reason that you were attacked twice in a row, gave you a C-rank ninjutsu learning quota. He also allowed you to enter the first floor of the Konoha Public Training Archives once. Shenyu took the scroll, his eyes flickering slightly. Compensation from the Hokage. This was interesting. Was the third trying to appease him? Or was he trying to tell the Uchiha in this way that the Hokage building was not hostile toward Shenyu? Regardless of which it wasn't a loss for Shenyu. AC rank ninjutsu learning quota. The first floor of the Konoha Public Training Archives. Although these weren't high-level resources, they were exactly the foundational accumulation he needed most right now. Especially the archives. They might not contain powerful ninjutsu, but they could contain a large amount of tactical, ninja tool, chakra control, and taijutsu training notes. These were of high value to him at his current stage. Tekka frowned and asked, What do you think? Shenyu put away the scroll. Accept it. Tekka was stunned. Aren't you afraid they'll play tricks? Shenyu said calmly. The Hokage building doesn't dare to play tricks on compensation right now. At least not on the surface. Besides, with resources delivered to our doorstep, it would be a waste not to take them. Tekka grinned. I knew you'd say that. After saying this, he lowered his voice again. However, there are some voices in the clan now. Shenyu looked up. What kind of voices? Tekka's expression was somewhat ugly. Some people say the clan head is too conservative. They found the secret passage, yet they are still waiting for the Hokage building to handle it. There are also people saying that you are the most clear-headed person in this incident. Some even think you should speak at the next clan meeting. Shenyu's gaze suddenly turned cold. It was coming. His first reaction wasn't happiness, but the realization that something was wrong. This was too fast. He did want to increase his voice within the Uchiha. But not now. And certainly not by being pushed onto the stage by the radicals in this way. He was only 9 years old. His strength was at the 2 Tomo Sharingan level. He didn't even have the 3 Tomo Sharingan. If he were really pushed to the front, becoming a banner for the radicals, that wouldn't be great, it would be courting death. Fugaku would be wary of him. Itachi would be on guard against him. The third would be defensive against him. Danzo would go to any lengths to eliminate him. Shenyu narrowed his eyes. Where are these words coming from? Tekka shook his head. Still investigating. But it's spreading fast. Shenyu sneered. Someone is killing me with kindness. Tekka's expression changed. Killing you with kindness. Shenyu looked at him, his tone calm yet cold. Pushing me to become a representative of the Uchiha hardliners. Making me stand in front of the clan head. Making me attract all the hostility from the Hokage building en route. Even making the radicals within the clan use my name to pressure the clan head. If I accept it, I'll be set up. If I don't accept it, I'll disappoint the radicals. This move isn't brilliant, but it's disgusting. The more Tekka listened, the worse his expression became. Danzo. Shenyu didn't answer. But the answer was already obvious. This kind of sinister tactic was very much like Root. Tekka gritted his teeth. I'll go catch the people spreading the rumors. Shenyu immediately said. No. Tekka was stunned. Shenyu said slowly. Don't be in a rush to catch them. Let them spread it for now. Tekka frowned. Why? Shenyu's eyes were deep. They want to kill me with kindness. Then I will follow their lead and fish out the person behind the scenes. Besides, he paused for a moment. Some things really should be said at the clan meeting. Tekka's expression changed slightly. Are you really going to stand up? Shenyu said calmly. Standing out doesn't mean becoming a figurehead. I won't charge into battle for the radicals. And I won't sugarcoat the peace for the clan head. What I want to do is tell all the Uchiha who the person they should truly hate is. Tekka looked at Shenyu and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This kid was setting traps again. Shenyu looked down at the compensation scroll sent by the Hokage, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Danzo wanted to put him on the fire to roast. Fine. But fire burns people. As for who gets burned in the end, that remains to be seen. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Host has seen through Root's strategy of killing with kindness. Hidden side quest triggered. Intra-clan public opinion war. Mission objective. Stabilize your own stance at the next Uchiha clan meeting and reverse locate the source of the rumors. Mission reward. Distributed based on completion. Shenyu's eyes brightened. A hidden side quest. Very good. He looked up at Tekka. Senior Tekka. Help me with one thing. Tekka said in a deep voice. Tell me. Shenyu spoke slowly. Write down all the words praising me. Who said it, where it was said, and who it originated from. Especially those who are desperately urging me to stand out, or even inciting me to surpass the clan head. Don't miss a single one. A cold glint flashed in Tekka's eyes. Understood. Shenyu added. Also, notify Senior Washiyama and Senior Anabe. Tell them not to stop the rumors, but to guide the rumors to continue spreading outward. Tekka was stunned for a moment, then realized. You want to let the fish take the bait themselves. Shenyu nodded. Since Root is reaching its hand into the Uchiha, then this hand must be left behind. Tekka grinned, his smile full of coldness. Good. I like this job. After saying that, he turned and left. The courtyard returned to silence. Shenyu opened the compensation scroll sent by the third, glancing at the Hokage seal on it. AC rank ninjutsu learning quota. One-time entry permission to the archives. The Hokage's goodwill. Root's killing with kindness. The expectations within the Uchiha. Everything was piling up on him. If it were an ordinary 9-year-old child, they would probably be breathless by now. But Shenyu just smiled. Pressure. Pressure is the fuel for causality deviation. What he wanted was to draw everyone's attention here. And then, when they thought they had seen through everything, he would overturn the chessboard with a backhand. The clan meeting, huh? Shenyu whispered to himself. Just right. Some seeds should also be buried deeper. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it.